OCA podcast. Open chest anime, spooky fun at last.
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
Oh, what? Welcome back. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me is Reese.
Hi. I'm dying. I'm already dead, though.
Okay, great. Green line.
I'm currently alive, but maybe not for long. I don't know. I'm sitting next to Reese, so who knows?
And Sir
It's
Randall
oil
the
literally
11th.
dripping off from my
Hello.
touch.
I look very pixelated.
Yeah, you do. That's a nice look for you. Got some texture today.
Was this the Japanese version?
Why
Yeah.
does it look so pixelated? What the heck?
You look like it has like a dissolve effect going on.
I don't know. I'm pixely today.
I think it looks good. All right, anyway. Yes, another Saturday stream. You're very welcome. Let's get on with it. I want to start off this stream by giving a shout out to Seb and saying that I absolutely positively love people who support this show, because without you, I'd have killed myself by now. Only need $77 more before the end of October to cover our expenses. You can help us get there by donating directly or heading to the OCA Podcast Patreon at patreon.com/OCA Podcast. Or you can give me money that will not contribute to that $77, and I'll probably never collect it at the Anime Collector Patreon. Or you can get yourself a spooky goon lantern. Oh, we're already at the advent calendar. You were going to masturbate every day of December anyway. Now you can.
Yeah. Well, it's after November. That's why they skipped. That's why they went to the Advent. It's like, well, it's
No,
it's
It's a
almost-
Destroy Dick December. Just like
Yeah,
for
the
anybody.
Destroy
Yeah.
Dick December holiday. All right. Anyway, you guys can shop there.
So go.
Here, I'll
for
give you
your
the
Advent.
actual link so that we get our affiliate codes. Oh dear Lord. I don't want to share my referral link. Not like that. There's a new button here to share the referral link, like in one button. Cool. All right. Jumping right in. A city in Japan proposes an ordinance with daily smartphone usage limit, even for adults. Ironically, this really doesn't seem like the best way for civic leaders to be using their time. Don't know what that's about. On Thursday, the city of Toyoake in Aichi Prefecture announced that it plans to introduce a municipal draft ordinance in its upcoming city council session titled Ordinance Regarding the Promotion of Appropriate Use of Smartphones and the Like.
The like, huh?
Smartphones and the like. Smartphones and such. The use of the internet. Like,
Technology and shit.
yeah. The proposal includes official limit guidelines on the amount of time per day that residents of the city should be allowed to use their smartphones and other electronic devices. This might sound familiar to those who remember how, in 2020, the Prefectural Assembly of Kagawa passed an ordinance capping smartphone and gaming time for children living in the prefecture. However, the proposed Toyoake ordinance wouldn't just apply to kids, but to all of the 68,000 plus people living in the city, full-grown adults included. The ordinance draft calls on residents of Toyoake to limit their time using smartphones, gaming devices, tablets, and PCs to 2 hours per day, while granting exceptions to work or study-related use. I'm going to throw this in now instead of later. Dexerto wrote about this. They said the global average amount of daily screen time for people aged 16 to 64 years old is a staggering 6 hours and 40 minutes a day.
Rookie numbers.
America leads that charge at around 7 hours per day. Japanese residents spend an average of just 4 hours and 25 minutes on screens daily, which seems insane to me. But then when you realize they have to walk everywhere, you're like, oh, that's why. But then use the phones while you walk, dumbass, right? All right, anyway. So there's a saying here,
the train commute. It's like, how does that stay so low?
So they're granting exceptions to work or study-related use. No, you've got it all wrong. See, we're not playing these games for fun. We're professional esports competitors, so we're playing Fatal Fury for work reasons. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
I'm only looking at porn for research purposes.
The rationale behind the proposal is that a stated concern that excessive use of such devices disrupts lifestyle rhythms, adversely impacts health, and reduces the amount of conversation between family members. Regarding the proposal, 56-year-old Mayor Masafumi Koki said, quote, "While acknowledging that smartphones are a convenient lifestyle tool, I want residents to consider the societal issue of their appropriate use." The proposed ordinance also includes guidelines that, to ensure that they're getting enough sleep, elementary school-age children should not use smartphones and other devices past 9 p.m., and other children should shut them off no later than 10 p.m. Again, ostensibly with the exception that they may continue using the devices for scholastic purposes. As with other government attempts to establish blanket limits, the proposal appears to fail to consider several aspects of how and when people use smartphones and other devices, as well as overlooking how other hobbies can be just as problematic if overindulged in. For example, under the ordinance, if you spend 2 hours playing games, then put down your phone and picked up a paper book to read, that would be fine. But if you do the exact same thing, only you were reading an ebook, then no, that would be bad. The ordinance says. Likewise, the ordinance says you really shouldn't be watching YouTube videos for more than 2 hours, because watching online videos for that long is bad for anyone. On the other hand, if you're watching TV, a medium that's perhaps more familiar to the city council members since it was around during their own childhoods, well, then the ordinance doesn't have anything bad to say about that. So you have its de facto blessing to watch as many hours of cheesy TV dramas or celebrity gossip talk shows as you feel like.
Heck, you just pull up the YouTube app. It's just like, oh, can't use YouTube on my computer anymore. Let's just pull up the Roku app.
Yep. Heck, as long as you turn off your electronic devices after 2 hours, the ordinance is fine with you spending that extra time getting drunk, gambling, or doing any number of less than wholesome activities, since, again, the limits would apply to adults too. Clearly, it's the PC time that this guy needs to limit, not his alcohol intake. That is a Mac, my friends. As for the blanket usage limits being a way to promote family communication, that's also questionable. It's outdated to think that all households consist of a husband, wife, and 2 kids who'd all gather in the living room and have deep, meaningful conversations if the government would just tell them when to get off their phones. For many adults who live alone, their phone is their primary way to stay connected to the important people in their lives, especially for those living far away from family and friends for work or school reasons, or whose jobs require them to work nights or holidays. A face-to-face chat might not be something they can easily do, and so text messages, photo sharing, and other online methods are often how they keep in touch on a day-to-day basis. If ratified by the Toyoake City Council, the ordinance regarding the promotion of appropriate use of smartphones and the like will go into effect on October 1st. This is, thankfully, a case in which the stupid cloud has a silver lining, as the ordinance, in its current form, contains no provisions for enforcement or penalties for noncompliance. Still, with people across Japan struggling with rapidly rising consumer prices, rice shortages, increased bear attacks, and all sorts of other problems in recent months, It sure seems like there are more important issues for the nation's politicians to be working on than trying to police full-grown adults' smartphone leisure time. Guess what? It passed. Japanese city passes ordinance to limit smartphone use. Applies to people outside the city, too. We already covered this part. We don't need to go to the other article. Kids, I just want to reiterate that. Applies to people outside the city as well. Kids, adults, and even students who don't live in the city are told to limit their use of smartphones and other devices. On Monday, the City Council of Toyoake Aichi Prefecture passed a municipal ordinance to limit the amount of time per day that residents and others within the city should be allowed to use their smartphones. I gotta pause right here. So right now, already in in Japan, they have the what is the Japanese TV station that everybody hates because they like try to get your TV license or whatever?
NHK.
NHK, yeah, the NHK has that stuff. In Europe, they do the same thing with the BBC, but they put up like fucking billboards that say like, "This house on this block has not paid their TV license." Right? Imagine they start putting out like a mobile alert, like your neighbor next door has been on Pornhub for 15 hours.
And you just text back, I know, I'm with him.
The measure passed.
Gives a different meaning to Amber Alerts.
It's like, I know they're streaming, I'm watching it. Right? I'm holding the camera. The measure passed with 12 out of 19 participating council members voting in favor of its resolution.
I bet 12 of them are going to be not up for election next time.
And come 1 month after the initiative was announced to the public as being under consideration. Yeah, we've been holding on to it for a while. This was originally written August. The ordinance officially establishes 2 hours per day as the guideline for the maximum amount of leisure use per day for smartphone and the like, which the resolution defines as devices such as smartphones, tablets, video game consoles, and personal computers that can connect to the internet and use apps for viewing or listening to information, playing games, or accessing social media. Politicians have, for generations, pointed to new/recently popularized pieces of technology as dangers that are going to rot children's brains. And sadly, they've been right. But what's especially unusual about the Toyoake ordinance is that it isn't just targeting minors. The ordinance is meant to apply to all residents of the city, from kids to full-grown adults. In a particularly ambitious attempt to extend its reach, the ordinance's wording says it is also meant to be applied to children under the age of 18 who live in a different city but commute to schools in Toyoake, thus attempting to regulate the at-home behavior of kids who live outside the community the Toyoake City Council is supposed to have jurisdiction over. Yeah, that's like taxation without representation, right? We can't have that. The ordinance includes certain exemptions, though, as it places no limits whatsoever on how long a person is allowed to use their phone or other devices for study, work, or household chores. This is, I already did my regular FAP. This is the study FAP. I'm studying the technique. Right? It's only JOI allowed, right?
Jeez. Also, the toilet's throwing me. Like,
you know what?
This is like, why are we including a toilet with a bidet?
It says, so apparently, time spent Googling how to clean how clean toilet, big curry rice dinner, no regrets. won't count against your government approved 2 hours of smartphone leisure.
Oof.
While the ordinance is now an official part of the city's governmental policy, it isn't an outright ban. In its current form, it contains no penalties for non-compliance. And the ordinance also says that the city is, quote, not intending to monitor residents to see if they're staying within their allotted 2 hours a day. I just want to point out, there's very key words here. It doesn't yet have punishment. They aren't yet planning to monitor, right? These are the important things when stuff like this is going down. We've only greenlit the opportunity for corruption, right?
Imagine they had like, I don't know about Android, but iPhone like keeps track of like screen time.
Yeah.
So imagine they're like,
you've used more than 2 hours today. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you gotta self-surrender your phone every week because we want to track your usage.
Yeah, I'm studying to be a YouTuber by watching other YouTubers.
The hilarious thing is, as part of the public freedom, like if this was in Canada and someone tried this here, be like, all right, I want a public freedom of information request on your screen time. You know, like you know, tell us not to use our phones for more than 2 hours a day. They're sitting on their phone for 10 hours a day.
Says here that Justin Trudeau has spent significant more than 2 hours on BigBootyLatinas.com every day. You know, like.
No, he's busy sexting Katy Perry.
Katy Perry, that's right. I forgot about that. The 2 hours is not a fixed amount, but at most a guideline. It always starts as a guideline, and then the firing squad gets involved. We're not trying to reject the idea of smartphones themselves or completely deny people from enjoying video games or social media. We just want to signal that we want people to avoid cutting into their sleeping time by using their devices too much. The mayor went on to add that, quote, we are not saying it's wrong to go over 2 hours. So we would like families to reconsider their individual usages to make decisions regarding them. And the ordinance contains an accompanying resolution also passed by the Toyoake City Council acknowledging a respect for residents' freedom and diversity. However,
is he frozen for you guys?
I'm frozen!
He is frozen.
There you go. One frame of open mouth and then that was it. Now he's just smiling.
I'm frozen. I can't tell which image is going to be the best thumbnail. Yeah.
That was the one.
I'm not plugged in.
That was the Shinji Jazz Hands pick.
Suddenly it's better. All right. Yep, 7% battery. Woo, just in time. Gonna try to wipe all this grease from the pizza on the box.
That's what it is, huh? Yeah.
Right.
We know your pants are down.
So where did Pants are off, Reese. It's the No Pants Podcast, you fool. All right. What's the last thing you guys heard me say?
I can't remember.
The mayor went on to add that we are not saying it's wrong to go over 2 hours. Did you get that part?
Yeah, I think we got that part, yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna start from there. So we would like families to consider their individual usages and make decisions regarding them. And the ordinance contains an accompanying resolution, also passed by the Toyoake City Council, acknowledging a respect for residents' freedom and diversity. However, if you're scratching your head over how, quote, we're not saying it's bad to go over 2 hours, it's supposed to mesh with passing an official city ordinance that says you shouldn't go over 2 hours, you're not the only one having trouble following the city council's logic, as reactions to the above video of the resolution being passed have been overwhelmingly negative, with comments including, quote, doesn't the city council have anything more important to be doing? I'm so jealous of their awesome jobs, getting paid to sit around and have pointless discussions. They seem to have a ton of free time on their hands. I'd like them to pass an ordinance showing how much they're getting paid and on an hourly basis to do this sort of thing. Just wasting time on and tax money on this crap. You pass a behavior restricting ordinance while talking about respecting residents' freedom and diversity. You all really have trouble using words, don't you? But no ordinance to limit the time spent watching TV, huh? I wonder if the council members who voted for this are actually going to follow the ordinance themselves. This is kind of terrifying. It's not the sort of behavior that government should be trying to control. Doesn't this count as a violation of human rights? Is their plan to start with no penalties, then add them in after the ordinance itself has already been passed? Regarding that last comment, it's unlikely that Toyoake has either the surveillance infrastructure or the constitutional justification to implement fines, jail time, or other penalties for those who ignore the ordinance. You don't think that they have the infrastructure? It's called your own fucking phone. Your own fucking phone is going to rat you out. Especially in its current form, which includes references to the 2 hours per day as a guideline. However, with Japan being a culture with widespread respect for law and order, failure to comply with the city ordinance could be used as a method of disparaging one's character and morals, with an associated societal pressure to conform to the rules if one wants to have a role in fields such as civil service or education. While there's nothing inherently wrong about cautioning people about the dangers of sleep deprivation or overuse of technology, the ordinance is, at its core, an attempt to substitute the council's judgment for residents' own regarding time management. It seems, though, that many people think the council itself could use some pointers on the best, most constructive ways to use its time, such as figuring out ways to deal with rising prices, stagnant wages, and other more pressing issues affecting people in Japan. Blue and Rosie says sigh. Xijing IC, I don't know what that's about. IC is one for animation. Whew, glad we got that sorted. All right. I got more on this, sort of. Japan to impose a 12,000 yen fine for using smartphones while cycling under the new law. Under the new rule. Do you think that this is also just a suggestion? We suggest you pay us 12,000 yen. Right? In Tokyo, ahead of the April 2026 introduction of a new system for bicycle traffic violations.
You just like go down the line of like, it's just a suggestion that we suggest you go to jail for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And if you don't go to jail, it's just a suggestion that we suggest taking your house.
Yeah. Men with guns are going to very strongly suggest that you comply. You don't have to, of course. We value your freedom and diversity, but we're going to very strongly just suggest that you come with us. Yeah.
We suggest your best.
I strongly suggest that you've got your affairs in order. All right. So ahead of the April 2026 introduction of a new system for bicycle traffic violations in Japan, where relatively minor offenses will be issued a so-called blue ticket requiring payment of a fine, the National Police Agency has released a rule book outlining the targets and guidelines for enforcement. Under the revised Road Traffic Act, fines will be imposed for 113 types of violations committed by cyclists aged 16 and older, ranging from 3,000 to 12,000 yen, so $20 to $81. Enforcement will continue to primarily involve guidance and warnings by police officers. This is just a guideline, but you can't be doing that. However, for the following 3 malicious and dangerous acts, blue tickets will be issued immediately without prior guidance or warning. Distracted cycling, such as holding a smartphone while staring at the screen or making calls while cycling. Entering a closed railway crossing, and defective braking devices, such as not having brakes.
Defective and absent are kind of 2 different things, aren't they?
They are defective because they do not exist.
I don't quite understand. Like, how often do you think you find somebody who legitimately has no brakes on their bike in Japan? Like, defective brakes. It's like, does anybody anywhere in the world intentionally get on a bike knowing the brakes are defective and then ride into traffic? like nobody fucking does that.
Unless they wanted to do the Minecraft trick.
You know the Patrick Star. You know the Patrick Star meme where he's like, "Is this your wallet?"
Mm-hmm.
No, but it's got your ID.
Makes sense to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then you'd think it's your wallet. Yes.
No.
So is it your wallet? No. That's what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have brakes? Yes. Did they work? No. Were they defective? I guess. It doesn't look like you have brakes. Oh, no, I had brakes. Like what?
They're right there.
They do not exist.
You can feel, you can see it move when I pull the
Points
trigger.
down at his shoes and reveals that the soles are completely worn out from him Fred Flintstoning his way to a stop.
Like the heel, you can see his socks through his heels.
My brakes are I turn and hope I crash. That's my brake.
Look at the wear of my tires. I brake only with the Acura slide. You know. All right. If a violation results in endangering traffic or increasing the risk of an accident, it will also lead to an immediate blue ticket. Examples include entering an intersection against a red light and causing other vehicles to brake suddenly. The instant issuance also applies to actions involving multiple violations, such as failing to stop while holding an umbrella or running a red light.
You can fail to stop if you are not.
It just keeps getting weirder, right?
But if you hold an umbrella, then you can't fail to stop.
Failing to stop while holding an umbrella or running a red light while riding double. 2 people on the bike, is that what that is?
Yeah.
Moreover, straddling 2 bikes at once, right?
You can run the red light if you're by yourself, but if you have 2 people, no. Because
what if you're a pregnant woman and you run the red light?
The logic clearly is if you're riding double, it's a longer bike. So you'll be in the intersection longer.
No.
So
they can ride. You can ride double bike. Ride one person ride on like the bike rack and back.
In the back,
yeah.
There's a bike rack.
He's saying that you can sit on the back of a bike or even the handlebars of a bike and have 2 people being carried by the bike. You don't need a double-seater bike for you to ride double.
Yeah, they do make racks that go a little rack that goes over the back wheel of the bike. They can strap stuff on.
So you can side saddle it like
Well,
a princess.
Your ass is going to be hanging past the wheel, okay, and it's going to make it at least an inch longer.
No, I don't think you know what we're talking about here.
I guess not. Well, fine
What
then.
if you run the red light, but you're doing that thing you sometimes see during bicycle races where you make yourself streamlined and you're like laying on the bike like Superman, right? And you speed up. Now you're longer than even if you were riding double, right? Do you think that we should write them and get that put in the ordinance? So that the Japanese can't do that?
See, but the thing is, if you're Supermaning, you'll be faster. So you'll make it through quicker. So even though you're longer, you're actually going faster. Right?
So
because there's less drag.
A slowpoke is the real crime.
Yeah. So even if your ass isn't hanging out, you're still overweighting the bike and you'll be going slower. And there's more drag because there's two people, the air drag. So you're in the intersection longer. That's the key part. Okay.
Got it.
And therefore not allowed.
Moreover, continued violations despite guidance or warnings will also result in an immediate blue ticket. Enforcement will be conducted primarily in areas with heavy traffic designated as priority districts by each police station, especially during commuting and twilight hours. Cyclists are generally required to use the roadway, with sidewalk cycling limited to areas where signs permit it. The rulebook states that simply cycling on the sidewalk will result in guidance or warnings as before, but dangerous acts like speeding and causing pedestrians to stop will lead to an immediate blue ticket. It's just not safe to ride a dang bike in Japan anymore.
I think people... You're telling me you can sit on that and not...
Yeah, I have.
No, obvious, Reese, let me finish my fucking sentence. Obviously, someone can sit on that. I'm saying...
And ride with it. Yeah.
You could Superman right off of that thing.
Reese.
Yeah,
Let me get to the fucking point of my sentence. The crux of my sentence is you can sit on that and not be further back than normal. If you sat on that
behind the wheel or behind the regular seat, yeah, this is a second
I
person can't sit on this. Yes.
Look, he covered his bases with the amount of drag that two bodies would be creating.
I think I've made my point even with your dumb thing. You're gonna be longer, but anyway, yes, the point about the weight and the drag too covers the bases. Even if you could stand on the person's shoulders and ride double that way, you're still gonna be slower going through the intersection.
So it says here, cyclists are generally permitted to use the roadway with sidewalk cycling limited areas of signs permit. Where signs permit. The rulebook states that simply cycling on the sidewalk will result in guidance or warnings as before, but the dangerous acts like speeding and causing pedestrians to stop will lead to an immediate blue ticket. Additionally, 24 types of violations, including drunk cycling and obstructive riding, remain subject to so-called red tickets, which carry criminal penalties. The NPA published the rulebook in Japanese on its website on September 4th. Dang.
I was waiting for the red tickets.
I always ride on the sidewalk.
When you're drunk, and you need to get home, the bicycle is supposed to be the safe route. How can they give tickets for riding drunk?
My boss's son got a DUI because he didn't want to drive home drunk. So he grabbed his bike off of the top of his car and rode the bike home and got pulled over for riding drunk and got a DUI for that.
I was mostly joking. It definitely is still a crime.
Yeah.
Because the main issue is if you're drunk and you're riding the bike and you swabble out into the traffic last second and cause an accident.
So it gets worse. Japan's new ban on cycling with earphones worries man relying on earbuds for hearing.
Oh no.
I will be penalized. A man in Osaka Prefecture who uses earbuds to aid his hearing is concerned about Japan's new earphone ban while cycling, which will take effect in April 2026. The 44-year-old relies on earbuds in daily life due to a condition that... What?
I was just saying, 40. He has hearing aids at 44. That sucks.
I need hearing aids.
Like due to a condition that makes it difficult to discern necessary sounds without blocking out ambient noise. He cannot remove them even while cycling. However, with the revised Road Traffic Act set to take effect next year, using earbuds while cycling will become a finable offense. Can't have smartphones for more than 2 hours a day. Can't even listen to music during your commute.
I feel like most hearing aid things look different enough that like you could say hearing aids excluded.
I don't know.
Except
they have the earphone like the.
I love that now all the bicyclists are going to have to get those portable speakers and they're just going to blare their J-pop on the road. So it's just like a Doppler effect all day long of like different songs. Like
I was gonna say, except the newest AirPods Pro 2 can act as hearing aid and look exactly like a normal earbud.
Maybe that's exactly what this man has.
Are those out?
I think so.
I think I've seen one of the teachers wear them because they have at our school because they have a hard time hearing.
It's kind of annoying.
They're probably just using them for the noise canceling so they can take a break from listening to those kids yelling.
It's homeschool. We're not.
Yeah.
Only like
And you can't call them out on it too.
I've got two kids, and 2 is enough to need noise canceling headphones to get away. Right?
If you call them out on it, they'll be like, "I need this for my hearing aid problem," right? And it's like, I know you're just listening to some podcast in the back. Maybe they're listening to the OCA podcast.
Yeah, maybe they're listening to 50 Shades of Grey audiobook.
Why are they singling out cyclists for hearing things? Like, drivers in cars can't hear shit outside the car either.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why are they singling out cyclists?
That's why I brought up the fact that they're going to have to use the wireless speakers because, like, the car is just going to use the radio. You know, a little known condition. Good.
I was going to say, I feel like cars. It's still dangerous to ride with earbuds in, but you are a lot noisier and larger of a target, so everyone else around you knows where you are, and also. When you're sitting in the car, right? Like you're not going to pick up as many like small noises that would tip you off that something's around you. Like you're not going to be able to hear like a dog running in front of the car.
Yeah, the bicyclist is the one who's putting themselves in danger by not having headphones in, right? So the idea is that you're the one who needs to be able to hear more. Whereas the person in the car, if they hit the dog or the cyclist, they'll probably survive, right? So it's not as dangerous for them. It's the bicyclist who's in danger.
It's the victim's fault. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Of course it is.
Shouldn't have worn that dress.
Not while bicycling. If you're holding an umbrella. If you're not holding an umbrella, you can wear the dress.
Yes, yes, and if you cross through the red light, just make sure that your passenger has leapt off and run behind you during the infraction, right?
And hold your umbrella for you.
Yeah.
And if they're wearing a dress,
my umbrella, hold it, please.
If they're wearing a short dress, you know, you might be able to talk the cop into giving you a warning.
You were going to say, if they're wearing a short dress, you can just pin it on them. The victim's fault.
You could. But at least the cop will give them a warning, because, you know, assuming they're
A suggestive warning.
The man has a condition referred to as listening difficulty / auditory processing disorder. LID / APD affects the ability to process sounds, causing situations such as frequent requests for repetition and trouble understanding speech in noisy environments. Unlike hearing loss, sound can still be heard, and hearing tests show normal results. The cause remains unclear, and it was only recently in 2024 that a national research team released a unified diagnostic guide, meaning the condition is still largely unknown in society. The man has struggled with poor listening since childhood and was often scolded by his parents for asking them to repeat what they said. In school, classroom noise made it difficult to hear conversations, forcing him to guess the content from scattered words. He was labeled a child who doesn't want to listen by teachers and peers, and even he was unaware that it was an auditory condition. Even he never bothered to learn to lip read, right? The turning point came 3 years ago when he joined a group in the Kansai region. I like how this just turned into like a life story for this guy. When he joined a group in the Kansai region for people with similar symptoms. He was introduced to a hospital where he was diagnosed with LID / APD at age 42. While no treatment is established, noise canceling and ambient sound features in earphones have been helpful. Filtering out background noise to isolate voices, the digital technology significantly improved his hearing ability. So, in addition, this is more proof that it isn't a hearing aid. It will look just like regular headphones.
Yeah.
Now, and see, I used to love this when I worked at the warehouse because, especially around the time that I started my rewatch of the podcast, I was listening to it while I was at the warehouse. And every once in a while, I would get put in a position where I'd get scolded, like, "Hey, you can't have those." I'm like, "Why?" Because you have to be able to hear the machines and the alarms and stuff. I'm like, "Don't we hire like 3 deaf people?" And like, "Yeah, so maybe shut up." like
I'm
maybe
talking to you right now, dipstick.
Yeah, maybe your rule doesn't actually apply. Like, maybe don't pretend that that's how you're going to get people to comply, right? Yeah. Unexpected obstacles with earbuds. Now, as a company worker, he carries multiple devices, including earphones and digital earplugs with similar functions, to use as needed. However, wearing earbuds has presented unexpected challenges. Once, when he was cycling, a police officer stopped him and told him it's dangerous to ride with earphones on. He has since been stopped frequently. The police have a reason for their warnings. Osaka Prefecture's road traffic regulations, based on the Road Traffic Act, prohibit cycling while listening to loud music through earphones. According to the National Police Agency, there were 212 bicycle accidents involving earphone use over the decade through 2024, including fatal cases, prompting rules in all prefectures. You have got to be kidding me. 212 in 10 years is enough that we need to do something about this? Like, if it was like 212 a month, I'd be like, yeah, we got to do something. 212 over 10 years? That's less than one a day per year. Like, that's so insignificant, right?
One a day per year would be.
No. I'm saying that 212 is less than 365. So it's not even one a day for a year. This is over 10 years. Like,
yeah, if it was one a day for 10 years, like, that would be significant. But
I mean, if it was 212 for 1 year, would that be significant? Or
it would be more significant.
Yeah.
If you're having a person get injured every day because they're listening to
the problem at that point would sort itself out, though.
Yeah.
Survival of the fittest.
It does depend on also how many people. Like, if you're talking about like 100 million people or the whole planet, right? If it was the whole planet and it's like one a day, okay, like, who cares, right? But if you're talking about like a couple cities, You're like, well, one a day in one of these cities.
Yeah, and that's what I was amazed at. It's like there were 212. I'm like, oh fuck, in Osaka. No, over the past 10 years, across the nation. Like, despite explaining his condition and showing a diagnosis, the Osaka prefecture man is frequently suspected of listening to music. You stop with the music.
What?
He questions the enforcement of the rules, despite their emphasis on whether surrounding sounds can be heard. What we need is a handicap placard with a busted ear instead of a guy in a wheelchair that you wear as an earring. So that they can see your busted handicap placard ear, and then they know, oh, that guy is okay. He's allowed to listen to stuff.
They need to give those for blind people. Yeah. Sunglasses with the lenses filled
with eyes with a circle line through it. Oh. Do I look cool in these at least? Oh yeah.
A belt buckle that shows broken legs.
Where was I? He questions the enforcement of rules despite their emphasis on whether surrounding sounds can be heard. Police have never checked his earphone volume, and it appears that they presume he is guilty just for wearing the earbuds, which makes him feel misunderstood. How is there so much more? Impending enforcement of revised law. Adding to the man's anxiety is the upcoming change in the law. While the law of earphones while cycling is generally addressed with guidance and warnings now, except in malicious cases, the revised traffic law taking effect the next spring will make this act subject to a blue ticket, a type of traffic violation ticket. Offenders aged 16 and above will face a fine of $34 US. Blue and Rosie says, to be fair, it is difficult to detect dangers in your environment if you have earbuds in. Yes, but what if those earbuds are how you detect the dangers in your environment? Catch 22. Like if you're about to be hit by a car and the horns honk and you somehow have music blasting in your ears. Yeah. Well, again, survival of the fittest. As far as I'm concerned, the problem will sort itself out, right? The MPA's rule book states that guidance and warnings remain the norm, but serious dangerous cycling or non-compliance will result in penalties. The man says, currently, showing my diagnosis is the only way to convince them. Based on UK surveys and other data, an estimated 1.2 million people in Japan might suffer from LID/APD. However, few hospitals in the country can diagnose this condition, making it rare for individuals like him to be able to present documentation to the police. I wonder what percentage of the population 1.2 million is in Japan. Even after finding care at a specialized hospital, it can take nearly 6 months for diagnosis in some in some cases. The man worries that if police decide to issue tickets based on whether people have medical certificates, those without documentation may have to suffer in silence. How will the police handle such situations? God, it's almost like the world is complicated and not simple and easy to manage, isn't it? The NPA told the Mainichi Shimbun, which is the newspaper, wearing earphones does not immediately constitute a violation. A violation is committed when it's confirmed that the individual is pedaling without being able to hear necessary sounds or voices for safe riding. Even without a diagnosis, necessary checks will be conducted to determine whether the cyclist has violated the regulation. This may include assessing responses to calls and the condition of the earphones. An NPA representative assured that all police forces nationwide will be instructed to respond appropriately, advising, quote, if a blue ticket is issued in a non-violation situation, do not pay the fine and inquire at the police station. It's such an ass backwards way of doing it. If you've been arrested for something you didn't do, don't stay in jail. With only around 6 months remaining until the revised law takes effect, the man commented, quote, "I understand the intent of the legal revision. However, I hope that the rules will be applied with an understanding of our conditions and circumstances." Damn. Any thoughts? Any more thoughts? Anyone talk about me? All right. Everybody hears me, right? Why is everyone muted? Why is Randy? Okay, you guys.
We are ready.
Sure.
I don't have any though. Maybe next.
I got pickups. Hold on. So, as I told you guys the other day, I got a wonderful email alerting me that my media OCD order had shipped, and then I got a second email letting me know that my media OCD order had shipped. And wouldn't you know it?
A third email.
Did you get a third email?
No, both items that were shipped were the same pre-order because I pre-ordered Sasuke twice.
Man.
Now you can ninja shadow clone him.
Shadow clone jutsu.
All right. Well, this one has the
slipcover.
The slipcover. I mean, I expect the other one will too, but I'm just confirming that this one at least does, for sure, have it. I love it. It says it literally on the back. We knew Sasuke before he was cool. All right. Now this one.
You'd think that they would ship them together.
Right? You'd think that, wouldn't you? This one also appears to have the slipcover. Ooh, I know what Dan's getting for his birthday.
Hey, buddy, right. Look what I got you. I just what you always wanted, right?
So, in addition, life has been very rough lately. And I've been attempting to... That's not stable. Where can I put you? Back in the box.
Just to say back in the box.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've been struggling, right? Because computer is always going slow. I have a billion tabs open for the manifesto, a billion tabs open for the book. One of my tab groups is called Buy, and it's just items that I intend to buy but didn't need to right away. And I looked at some of the books that I was going to buy, and they were labeled as having like only one or like, you know, like 3 remaining or whatever, like get it now kind of thing. I was like, fine, I'll just get them and I'll close the tabs, whatever. Not that expensive, right? Mm-hmm. It has been. Glad everyone's here to chit-chat like this. Oh, yeah. I'm referring to it being an awful year, right? Stressful year. So, in addition, I have a Kickstarter that I backed from ages ago, pre-COVID, that, dear God, what the fuck? Ooh. Anyway, I have a Kickstarter that I backed, and I legitimately cannot remember if I ever got the item that I ordered, right? And it's like a, like a small, company kind of thing, like a single guy kind of doing it. And so it became easier to just buy it and not worry about whether or not it actually arrived because I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't know if there was a Kickstarter exclusive version that I did or didn't get. I can't remember if I got it in Arizona and then packed it up right at the last second and didn't log it, and that's why it's not in my app, or if I got it once I got here and I don't know where. I don't know. So I bought the Queer Japan documentary DVD and Blu-ray because, again, they were super cheap and it was just easier. And I'm concerned I'm concerned about this.
What the fuck? Oh,
is it giving birth?
It looks like it.
I thought it was taking a shit, like, at first.
Well, I mean, I think giving birth is better than, you know.
There's a lot of weird. I mean, yeah, like I don't want to open this.
Why did you buy it?
I remember us talking about that.
Yeah, you remember it from years and years ago, the actual Kickstarter, right?
Well, I remember, I think the Kickstarter, but I also remember us talking about it from my Lazarus video. We talked about, like, briefly, we talked about, like, the weird, like, stuff that went on with Lazarus and how it didn't feel like, you know, Japanese written, so to speak.
That might have been when I opened the tab on Amazon and put it in the folder, actually. Okay, so now I have something else. At one point, months and months and months ago, possibly a year ago, I asked ChatGPT, because I was curious, what is the specific documentation legally in Japan that constitutes the need to censor with mosaics your pornography? And ChatGPT could not give me an answer because it's actually not codified in the law in a specific guideline. It's more that self-censorship has become the norm out of the risk that you'll get penalized if you don't, right? And it suggested 2 books to me that might cover it. And again, there was only like 3 left. So, Erotic Grotesque Nonsense, The Mass Culture of Japanese Modern Times by Miriam Silverberg. And another book. This is a hardcover. I made these purchases because there was only like 3 left, and they had hardcovers. This arrived today.
That's not a hardcover.
Pink Samurai.
Oh.
The Pursuit and Politics of Sex in Japan by Nicholas Bornoff.
Ew, gross.
Yeah, oh my.
I like the library card sticker.
Yeah, also second.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Absolutely destroyed. But I mean, at least you have a copy, right? It seems like they're...
yeah, well, I'm definitely going to get a hardcover copy instead of this nonsense.
You were meant to get a hardcover copy. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were supposed to get a hardcover copy.
Wow. Oh, God. No. All right. Anyway.
Walked up
yeah.
That was facing up. And
no, it was facing down, right? I put it over.
It was facing up. She walked in and I was talking to
Yeah, I saw her over there and I was like, get out. Get out. Get out.
I turned it over.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's where you get screwed, because on the back it could have had a picture of her butt.
It ended up being okay.
Yeah. I mean, the cover is not like too graphic, but like, I don't know.
It's enough to be weird.
Yeah. So it was like 90 to 200 bucks? No, like 13. Like, it wasn't anything crazy. Yeah.
An image of her butt on the back would have been a good selling feature.
Anyway, so you guys don't have anything, right?
Nope. Maybe next week.
All right. I'm just going to look this up real quick on eBay to see what the hardcover looks like. Because sometimes you get screwed with it. Oh, the hardcover looks way better. In terms of, like, I could show this around my children. You know? $4.
Show us.
Why didn't I just buy this?
I like
you bought it on Amazon. Just return it.
I'm going to.
What'd you say, Reese?
I like your wings.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I figured I needed some type of costume.
Here, this is the cover on eBay.
You're just missing the gargoyle horns.
That's the cover on eBay.
Nice.
Right. Like, much more tasteful and look atable than what I ended up. I turned it. I left it upside up. I don't see it. All right. Anyway, let's go into Discord news or Discord pickups. So, Anime Fan 007, you picked up Mushoku Tensei Season 2?
Part 2, limited edition.
Part 2. Oh, that's the limited. No wonder it looks so bizarre. It's got a. I was going to ask what that lip was, but it's the.
It's got a J card on it.
Yeah, J card.
It's the slip for the Blu-ray. I didn't notice it. You could see it at top too. I just didn't notice it because it kind of blends in. But on the left side of the image, you can actually see where it kind of doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't align.
Well, no, I meant the top more specifically, but it doesn't align because it actually like. I wasn't even paying attention to the top. I was more looking at the bottom, and I'm like, why does the bottom look so weird?
Yeah. Why did they even bother to flip it over so far?
Yeah.
Like, why even bother with the J card in the first place?
Right.
Yeah.
Usually it's just a thing on the back.
Bobby Hill picked up the Blu-ray for Venus Wars.
Nice.
Or as this person insists, it must be called Penis Wars. Look at that.
Why didn't we call the podcast that when we covered it?
What did we? Because Ishtar Must Die, The Death was a better title.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Penis Wars sounds like a much more provocative and compelling title to me.
Reese,
so I picked up The Girl Who Left Through Time 4K Blu-ray Steelbook, as well as Mushoku Tensei Season 2 Part 2 Standard Edition. And March Comes in Like a Lion, Volume 4.
How many times have you bought that movie?
What movie? Girl Who Left Through Time?
Yes.
3?
The only movie in that photo.
Yeah, 3 times. I had the Bandai limited edition that had like the box that also had like 2 DVDs and a soundtrack CD. And then when Funimation picked it up, I got the regular Blu-ray DVD combo for that, and now this one.
I've just held on to the Funimation Mamoru Hosoda collection because it has like all 4 of the good ones.
Reese, I'm gonna let you address this. I'm gonna run and grab an energy drink and use the restroom. If you
I also picked up Mission Impossible: The Fine Reckoning and Nobody 2 4K Blu-ray Steelbooks. Okay, I'm done.
I actually enjoyed Nobody 2. It was decent. I thought.
It is not as good as the first one by far. Sharon Stone was the weakest link. I hated her character, but it was okay.
Which one was her?
The crazy
villain?
Boss. The crazy bitch.
Yeah, the villain. I said the villain. Yeah.
Yeah, the villain.
The boss lady. Yeah, she was the weakest.
Spoilers.
Jeez, oh no, a film you're not going to see, or even if you do, you're going to totally forget that it's the villain, not that she's on the cover or anything. Yeah, that was a decent movie. I mean, I think
a movie you're not going to see, but it's a decent movie, and you've seen the original, so it's not a movie you're going to see.
I'm just giving grief to you, Randy, because I think you're not going to see it. Are you? Do you plan on seeing it?
The irony was that Reese was suggesting doing it for a watch party on Sunday, tomorrow.
Well, here's the thing: the cover, honestly, is more of a spoiler than the stuff that I'm talking about.
I'm not looking at the cover.
I'm not looking at it, but you did look at it. But you did look at it.
Not enough to know if it's a spoiler.
I feel like the one scene in the first movie where the guy goes up on stage dancing, they tried to replicate that with her, and they just failed miserably.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I liked the ending sequence a lot. Like, not the sequence, but like the ending, the last few scenes, like the last little hurdle that they had to get over. I really enjoyed the that setup. I thought it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'll talk about it if we do a watch party tomorrow. We'll see.
I may skip the watch party because the Jays are playing.
Oh.
Boo.
GT Vega bought the Pet Shop of Horrors OVA series. I was disappointed by the quality of the anime. It was made in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. But as an OVA, and it was kind of mid, in my opinion, as well.
Don't usually follow baseball, but they're in the playoffs, so I was watching it. The last game was not good. We were winning, and then in the bottom of the 8th, I think it was, we decided to put in some weird picture that wasn't very good, and he gave up a home run and 2 base hits, and then it all went to shit. We lost.
Oh, that sucks.
It was funny.
Yeah.
We haven't won since like 92, I think 93.
Feel like you.
But so I'm sitting there like, it'd be cool for Toronto to win, and then I hear the announcer guy say that this is the first time Seattle, which is the team that we were facing, this is the first time Seattle's made it to the playoffs. I think, or this round of the playoffs anyway, and they've never won the whole thing before. So I was like, oh, just damn, that sucks for them. But they might take it from us. I don't see. In Game 6 on Sunday.
Tonight?
No, it's tomorrow.
Oh wait, I forget it's Saturday today. So
yeah, special Saturday broadcast.
Yep.
Screwing everyone's time up.
I was getting excited because we were gonna have a movie night tomorrow, but if we're doing it Monday, that's not tomorrow.
Well, the suggestion was a watch party on Sunday, so that's kind of like a movie night.
Oh,
but not.
I thought it was Monday. Okay, I'm all screwed up. It's me. I'm only like half paying attention. Oh, hey. I'm crocheting and I'm counting, so here we are. Sorry, not paying attention.
What you making?
I am making pockets to a scarf that I've already finished.
Pockets to a scarf?
Yeah.
Scarf pockets?
Where's the camera? Yeah, this thing is going to have pockets and tassels on the bottom to weigh it down.
Huh.
That's interesting. Then
you can put a brick in it and just swing it around whenever you get in trouble.
Defense
scarf.
scarf.
I was gonna say like for a smoke, that'd be good for like a smoker, put their cigarettes in.
I guess, or like anybody that wants to use their pockets for things. I don't know.
Many people like to use pockets.
I like pockets. Pockets are nice.
Polly Pocket.
I can play pocket pool with my pockets.
Gross.
Oh my God.
Your eye looks like a cue ball right now. It's not helping it.
JT Vegas says, I bought Pet Shop of Horrors OVA series. I was disappointed by the quality of the anime. Really? Did you buy it on DVD? Were you disappointed by how good of an anime it was, or by the quality of the transfer and stuff? Literally says, I bought Omnibus for Pet Shop of Horrors. Omnibus 3 of Pet Shop of Horrors. One of the best josei manga I've read. I would eyeball it on shelves back in the 2000s, but never bought it. The manga's beautiful. Again, is the question, is it the quality on the Blu-ray, or is it the quality of the anime itself?
Actually, it's SD on Blu-ray, as Sentai released it over here.
Right, and see, the reason I'm asking this question is because Sentai released it, and apparently they don't know how to release Blu-rays.
The Pet Shop of Horrors?
Yeah.
Like the josei manga?
Yeah.
Is it adapted into an anime?
Yeah.
I love that manga.
We watched it when we first met.
Well, I read it. I remember reading it, but I forgot.
Who released that originally? Was it Anime Works? You know which anime I'm ashamed to think is actually really good is that Descendants of Darkness one. It's like it's so obviously supposed to be a yaoi, but the
Oh, yeah.
story was actually really, really interesting.
Hmm.
Pet Shop of Horrors was originally released by...
But I was saying manga now. Since Seb says
Could have
manga, you
been.
take it.
Yeah, Urban Vision.
Ah, Urban Vision.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right, let's jump back in.
I remember renting the disc for it from Netflix way back when.
I remember just owning it because I have it.
Owning it is cool.
Okay.
Was
Japan's...
that the end of pickups?
Yep. Would somebody like to leave their mark?
I don't know.
No, damn it. All right, thank you. Two good boys in the chat. Okay. Seb bought Attack on Titan Season 2 and another copy of Season 1 on Blu-ray. Had the Manga UK one. Now I also have the Funimation Season 1. Interesting. All right. Japan's business elite demands state bailout for anime and games. The powerful Keidan Ren Business Federation has called on the Japanese government to immediately boost support for the video game, anime, and manga industries and launch a tougher crackdown on piracy. But when the state leans too deep into protecting IP, creative freedom, anti-piracy overreach, and bureaucratic... But when the state leans too deep into protecting IP, creative freedom, anti-piracy overreach, and bureaucratic control may follow, especially for indie creators. The Keidan Ren Japan Business Federation, a heavyweight corporate lobby, issued an urgent message on October 6th demanding the government provide large-scale, long-term strategic support to content industries like video games, anime, manga, film, and music. The group argued that Japan's content exports have grown so fast they now rival semiconductor exports. And warns that unless the nation doubles down, it risks losing its edge in global pop culture. I don't understand. You're exporting so much, it's so popular, and now you're like, but wait, we need to bail them out. In their call, Keidan Ren lays out a suite of demands: more aggressive piracy crackdowns, with special attention to manga, stronger funding for localization and global marketing. No. How about better partners for localization and marketing? Investment in new game development and improved production environments for animation, including better pay and more staff. They frame the push not as cultural, but as economic. Content IPs should be central drivers of Japan's economy. The timing isn't random. Japan is already pushing the cool Japan narrative, amplifying anime, games, and manga as soft power exports. The government has also floated raising subsidies for large video productions above their current cap. Yet, this state corporate alliance has a darker side. When the government leans too hard into protecting large IP holders, smaller creators may suffer. Anti-piracy measures often come with broad powers, automated takedowns, and heavy penalties. Tools that can be weaponized against derivatives, fan works, or even satirical remixes. Moreover, this push risks making content a tool of national branding, stifling the more subversive, experimental voices that don't align with what Japan wants to export. When your art becomes a public asset rather than personal expression, the pressure to conform looms. It's easy to agree Japan should support its cultural industries in principle. The question is who gets to define support, who benefits most, and what controls will come in exchange. Because when lobbying is wrapped in urgent economic need, creative risk, freedom, and dissent tend to be the first casualties. In other news, Nintendo denies lobbying the Japanese government over AI, one of those derivative works, right? Nintendo has come out swinging after a Japanese lawmaker claimed it had been colluding with the government to crack down on generative AI. In a blunt corporate statement, Nintendo denies ever contacting the government about AI, while reasserting its long-standing vow to prosecute IP infringement with or without AI in the mix. Despite recent chatter on social media, Nintendo has officially denied working with the Japanese government regarding generative AI regulation. The company published a statement on its Twitter account where it said this. This is like a sub-comment, right? Not a translation of it. We're just going to read this one.
They usually post the English version.
The English right after? Okay.
Second, yeah.
Contrary to recent discussions on the internet, Nintendo has not had contact with the Japanese government about generative AI. Whether generative AI is involved or not, we will continue to take necessary actions against infringement of our intellectual property rights. This denial was promoted by a claim from Japanese politician Satoshi Asano, who had tweeted that Nintendo was avoiding generative AI to protect its IP and was lobbying the government. He has since deleted the post and issued a public apology, admitting he failed to verify the facts. Nintendo's timing is telling. The statement arrives as generative AI is becoming deeply entangled with debates over copyright, creative integrity, and how much we rely on machines for art. The company's refusal to confirm lobbying suggests it wants to stay above the fray, keeping the fight legal, not political. But make no mistake, Nintendo still sees AI as a potential vector for infringement. The wording of its tweet effectively says, quote, "We're not negotiating with the government, but we will sue you if you cross our boundaries." In recent years, Nintendo has already taken legal action, or at least issued takedowns against fan games, leaks, and IP mimicry. I swear to God, Nintendo, don't prove them right about those leaks. For our sake. And IP mimicry. The Palworld lawsuit is among its more well-known battles. Meanwhile, opinions are divided among fans and analysts. Some see Nintendo's denial as prudent distancing, protecting its reputation until AI legislation is clearer. Others view it as a dodge. If a company as protective as Nintendo refuses to publicly advocate in the policy space, who will? In an industry where half of Japanese game developers already use AI in some capacity, Nintendo's posture here is significant. It wants the flexibility to litigate, but not the burden of appearing as a tech regulator. Choosing the courtroom over the legislature may be its play. Any thoughts on that before we move past it?
Nope.
I think that Nintendo is going to be using AI just like any other company, but for like coding.
Well, actually, I think they've used AI to generate like crowds in the Colosseums or something like that. But the thing that their issue was with is that generative AI is allowing people to generate pictures of Pokemon. So it's like Sora.
I haven't seen anyone specifically complain about that.
Well, that's I think what they said here was the issue. To crack down on generative AI.
I know that they did crack down on ChatGPT when it was putting out when their new like image generator thing came out, and it was putting out all these images. All the Ghibli stuff. They definitely said knock knock ChatGPT. How about you don't and then that got added to the like no words that you're not allowed to do on ChatGPT. And same thing with Sora too, and Sora probably. So they definitely don't want the generative AIs to make their stuff, but I don't think that they're going to like blanket advocate for banning it altogether, because a lot of people use generative AI in development just for like, not so much to like, okay, I make a game, I'm gonna go take a coffee, but like, you know, it's basically like a super autocomplete, right, for coding, and that gets used a lot.
Oh hell yeah!
Like, if you there are set things for coding that you do all the time. Like, for instance, if you have a list of Pokemon and you want to get a specific Pokemon, you have to like go through the list and check, okay, is this the Pokemon, right? It's called a for loop generally that you would go through and do a compare. And so you're making this structure a bunch of times. And so if you can have an AI that says that, like, the most popular one right now that, well, the one that's built into a lot of IDEs is called Copilot. It's by Microsoft, but it's through GitHub. It's not the Windows Copilot thing. But anyway,
doesn't Microsoft want to develop one that is recording your screen 100% of the time, so
that's
that you
Windows
can find
11
it?
Copilot, yeah. That's a whole other thing. It's kind of annoying because they like to reuse naming, right? Like they reuse.
It's almost like they're trying to obfuscate what they're really doing, right?
Yeah. If you remember their Surface tablets, the Surface name was originally supposed to be this thing that was like this giant table. That was called the Surface, and then they're like, that didn't really do so well, so we're gonna make Surface tablets now. But anyway, so you basically just say to the AI, like, make a for loop, and then that cuts down you having to do all this like repetitive stuff that you're doing all the time. So developers are definitely going to be using generative AI, so it wouldn't make sense for Nintendo to outright ban it. And then there was that case in the Mario Kart World trailer, I think it was, or I guess it was the game itself. But anyway, where people alleged that Nintendo had used AI, and it's debatable. Maybe they are using generative AI for art assets as well. But
I think that would be stupid if they aren't. I mean, you want to use your artists to get the important stuff done, but that random bullshit off in the background that nobody's going to see. Like today, I was watching one of those videos where people use mods and stuff to see parts of a video game that the developers didn't mean for you to see. And they went to the prison in Silent Hill 2 Remake, and there's one of the cells has a bunch of canvases with paintings on them, and the paintings are real trippy and sort of like seem to convey messages about the town and whatnot. And they pulled one of them out that another one was sitting on top of, like this, right? Like sitting on top of. And when they pulled it out, exactly where it was all black. The texture, they didn't bother to generate the texture beyond that because there's no reason to. You don't need to, right? You're not going to waste time. So like if you could generate, if you, like, for example, in Silent Hill F, there's the scene where I walked into that room and all the Kokeshi dolls were all over the place, and there's just like a huge array of them, and then there's the giant one, right, that represents the father, right? So imagine you have a scene like that, but instead of a bunch of Kokeshi dolls, it's the same asset being repeated. It's just a bunch of kids' drawings or something. And that's like the big, it's spooky, all these kid crayon drawings. AI. You know what I mean? Like you do like 4 or 5 really good ones that are going to be like the spooky thing you're trying to show, but then everything else around it, just like generate it quickly, Don't waste your time on it.
Well, if it's something that's going to get focus, I think that you could get lucky, right? There are some AI that generate good enough where it's like, okay, this is good enough, I can put it in a game. But then you can also not get lucky. And
well, nobody's saying
you
that
know,
you just generate it and then, oh, damn it, gave us a bad one, but we got to use it. You know, like
no, that's not what I'm saying. If you don't get lucky, you could end up fighting the AI for an hour to try and get, like, for instance, my friend wanted to use AI, and I told him, oh, here's a few that you can use, and he ended up using Gemini, which is supposed to have the nano banana thing, which is like, oh, this makes editing so simple. Just say exactly what you want to edit, and it'll do it. And he's like, okay. And so he's making this thing, and it was like a girl standing in a pond, like in a field or something. And he's like, make her cast water magic. And then he's like, give her like a magic staff. And then it put the magic staff like in the air. And then he was like, hold the magic staff with her hand. And it refused to do that. And he went through like generations.
Women can't hold staffs. That's erotic.
Yeah. And so I don't mean it like refused as in like it errored. It kept giving him images where she wasn't holding the staff. Right? It'd be like, go off and generate an image, and then the new image wouldn't be holding the staff still. And so it's like, how long are you going to fight with that just to get the image that you want, versus if you had have just from the start made the image normally.
Oh, totally.
At a certain point, sometimes you're going to break there's going to be diminishing returns where it's like, it would have made more sense not to use AI.
Yeah.
So for some things it makes sense, for some things it doesn't make sense. And I think also there are other things where if it makes something that's like not quite, like there's a little bit wrong with it, like the opening that we didn't really pay any attention to it, but the Sora 2 opening that we had for the podcast today, it like the very beginning of the opening kind of, it starts like on a note already, like in the middle of a note.
Yeah. And
it's like, ideally you wouldn't have made it like that.
Yeah.
But we don't have in order to edit that out, it would be like so much effort that it's not like we could like crop it out, but like, so are you going to sit there and fix it? Right. When you generate a fence, right?
So
in an image, and all the chain link fences are fucked up, are you going to sit there and go fix all the chain link fences in the bad generated AI image?
But like what I'm getting at here though is like, if in our case, right, the use case of the Sora intro is that it's fast, and it's gonna throw out something in a minute that would take us a very long time to do, and because it's so fast, if it's not good, it wasn't wasted time. You know what I mean? We could just try over and over and over again until we get something we like, or get enough assets together that we could stitch them together and build something we like. But we don't necessarily have the skills or resources to produce the musical part of it with the singing and all that stuff. That is a level of effort that we don't have. Like if that was the hurdle, we wouldn't be able to clear it. Right. But for a company like Nintendo, they hire teams to do all of these things. So if you run into a situation where this isn't going to work because it's AI, well, then you call on the team that's able to do it. And you have that hurdle is clearable, but this could have saved you on your budget, $1,000, right? And so you at least try it because it's worth it. It's worth a try, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
If you're willing to try and then not get the, what's the thing called where you're invested, so you don't want to pull out.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacy. So if you're good about it, so there's a case for using AI, and obviously, I'm not saying that you shouldn't. I use AI all the time. I'm just saying that I don't think that Nintendo should focus on it as a main thing, but also they shouldn't advocate for it to be regulated and stopped. Because they're using it.
Well, again, I'm pretty sure that their issue with it was that their creative IP was being generated as imagery and whatnot with generative AI.
Oh yeah. Well,
I'm pretty sure that's where their issue came from.
That's an issue of just a general copyright.
It's a universal issue.
Yeah.
Now again, they're denying lobbying this, and this entire thing is just a segue into this article. OpenAI to allow mature content on ChatGPT for adult verified users starting December.
What? Is that a
digital ID? No. You know, like this is a don't you want this? Don't you want this? Get that digital ID. October 14th, Reuters. OpenAI will allow mature content for ChatGPT users who verify their age on the platform starting in December. CEO Sam Altman said, after the chatbot was made restrictive for users in mental distress. As we roll out age gating more fully, and as part of our treat adult users like adults principle, we will allow even more, like erotica, for verified adults. The fetishes that the world will be unleashed upon in the next generation from all the kids who are using their parents' account to explore erotica that caters to a fetish that should not exist.
Did you not see the thing I sent in our one?
Yikes!
Did you not see the thing I sent in the shared media?
I saw that.
The other day?
I saw that.
That was AI.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
Well, I think that it's what they're talking about. I think is only for
like text
role playing. Yeah,
it's not image generation. Just so we're clear. But I still think that when like for example, some women have a monster fetish, and once upon a time, you might have to read books that had monsters in them that didn't have the monsters banging the heroines, and you just had to imagine that part. But now you can be like, ChatGPT, I really need Frankenstein to take out his perfectly constructed, stitched up weenie, and utilize it to bang the bejesus out of a character, or in this case, me,
out of his bride.
So like, I'm just saying, now you have the ability to create the erotica that perfectly caters to the thing that at the time you're like into, and then it develops into a fetish where now nothing else is going to work for you, honey. Like,
Shoe on Head recently put out a video.
I was trying not to say it, but yes, that was what I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
The monster milking farm.
Yeah. That was gross.
It was quite gross. And everybody on Book Talk that she showed clips from looked exactly like you expected.
Yeah. Guessing people are selling bootleg Pokemon Nintendo merch and shirts created by AI. That's a problem already.
Think of that? Damn it.
That's a problem already with fan art, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, people are selling fan art, and Nintendo does not like that. You know, it doesn't matter if an AI made it or if a person made it. If you're selling it and it's got a Pokemon on it, they are no.
Yeah, but the AI has allowed every Joe Schmo to open a shirt store. Even like, it is so great because it's like, man, I know people, I go to these conventions and I see these freaking horrible quality shirts. I could do that if only I could draw and knew how to make a website and run an e-commerce platform. Dang. One day, AI, wait a second. Can you generate me a picture of Pikachu slapping a Latina's ass? Wow. Can you help me make this onto a shirt? How do I do that? Oh, create an account here, load it up on Teespring, start a web. How do I do that? What is WordPress, AI? You know, like, you learn it in an afternoon, and then boom, you've got yourself a WooCommerce store, and you're ready to sell your Latina abuse Pikachu.
Where's that shirt going up on the OCA podcast store?
When ChatGPT allows the adult user content, all the porn they make will be tied to their digital ID. There's no way that will be used against them in the future. Yeah, maybe I should show you the next headline. We'll come back to that. So Altman said that OpenAI had made ChatGPT pretty restrictive to make sure it was being careful with mental health issues. Though that made the chatbot less useful / enjoyable to many users who had no mental health problems. Something has been happening with ChatGPT, and I suspect it's one of the triggers is getting hit every once in a while, where for me, instead of doing the task I ask it to do, it will instead say, great, I'm ready to perform the task. But first, would you like it like this or like this? And I say, I don't care. Pick one. It's like, great, I've picked one. But now for this other thing, like this or like this. And it's like, you could just go 25 chats deep and you're like, oh, I'm never going to get an answer. So I go over to Claude, I give it the same original prompt, boom, done in a second, you know?
I think they've changed it recently.
Yeah.
Because when they initially released 5, people were complaining that it was because 4 was very like, oh, that's such a good idea. Yeah. Like, you're so awesome for that idea. I'll do that. Yeah. And so when 5 came out, it wasn't like that. And then they gave these like options that people could pick to make it like, you could have like a very robotic response or like a cynic response. And I think they went through and they just changed the default because not enough people were doing that and they were still complaining. Because now I'm starting to get more of those kind of responses, like weird, like, oh, I'm going to be quirky and put an emoji in my response. Like, you're so cool.
Every once in a while, you give it something and it will literally give you an answer and say, in the same thing, it's literally typing the answer. It goes, whoops, that's not correct. Here it is. It's like, why did you even bother to say it? Fucking erase and go back. Like, you know?
I haven't seen that one
yet.
You
haven't seen that yet? Oh,
no.
My God. Oh, Jesus. So irritating. Okay, so
I've seen it while it was thinking. Like, if you look at the thinking, oh, I'll do this. Oh, that's not right.
I posted it like a couple months ago, one of the ones that I got from it, and it was just like a batshit insane response where it's like, oops, that doesn't make any sense. And then it kept going. I was like, what?
Yeah. No, I think I remember seeing that, but like that personally hasn't happened to me. Is what I meant.
Going back to this, old man says all the porn they will make will be tied to their digital ID. I cannot tell you enough how apocalyptic my prediction is when I tell you that the future of advertising is going to be that the ads will be AI generated, and whatever your flippin' fetish is, the thing that gets you to snap out of whatever you're doing and pay attention to the screen, that is what's going to be selling you windshield wipers or whatever. Big booty woman holding windshield wipers.
I was just gonna say the big titty sensor wearing the latest Nike sneakers.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Whatever it is that catches your attention, AI is going to derive the thing that gets your attention, and it will be funneling that through things like the Facebook tracking pixel back to the advertising platforms so that they will be able to use it against you. Previously, I described it in simple terms, and I said, if the AI determines that you react more to an ad if the girl in the ad has red hair, then every ad you see is going to have a girl with red hair. And it is going to fine-tune the prompt to cater it specifically to you until you are the most likely to actually engage with every single advertisement. That is the future that we are going to be going into. Blue and Reggie says, of course. Old man says, I've seen a lot of AI videos in YouTube shorts. One of a cat stopping a TV from falling on a child like it was Spider-Man. Top comment was loving how brave the cow was. Yeah.
I like the ones where they had like the ring camera of the squirrels eating like the one chip challenge and having the squirrels reaction.
I haven't seen that. I love the one where the person's getting pulled over and they're like, how far can we take this? SpongeBob getting pulled over. Like, you know.
the WWE, like, George, like,
those are the best.
Those
Osama bin Laden coming into the ring on the jet. It would be cute puppies and kitties that somehow can speak human language, holding up windshield wipers with their little paws. Yes, if your scrolling stops because you see a cute animal, 100% they're going to use cute animals to advertise to you, and it will be all AI driven. Oh boy. Okay, so Altman says that OpenAI has made ChatGPT pretty restrictive to make sure it was careful with people with mental health issues. Right? Read that. Okay. OpenAI has been able to mitigate mental health issues and has new tools. Altman said, adding that it's going to safely relax restrictions in most cases. Just profile me. If I'm not mentally ill, like you just have a wellness check. Have you thought about killing yourself today? No. Okay, unrestricted access, right? And also we're legally absolved from whatever you might be about to do, right? In the coming weeks, OpenAI will release a version of ChatGPT that will allow people to better dictate the tone and personality of the chatbot. If you want your ChatGPT to respond in a very human-like way, use a ton of emoji or act like a friend, ChatGPT should do it, but only if you want it, not because we are usage maxing. Sorry. That's just such an AI thing to say. Not because of this, but because this, right? Like, that's such an AI statement. Earlier on Tuesday, Meta unveiled a new system to limit the what users under 18 can see on Instagram and its generative AI tools using filters inspired by the PG-13 movie rating system. Damn, that's the article. Great. Let's move into this one. AI girlfriend apps leak data for over 400,000 users. Damn, who could have seen this coming? And all of you coming if it's recorded, right? Like, 2 AI girlfriend companion apps developed in Hong Kong. What? I can't believe it. No. Have reportedly exposed private conversations, images.
Not video.
Images. And user metadata for more than 400,000 users. The breach shows just how fragile privacy is when people entrust intimate parts of their lives to unregulated digital fantasies. And you're a flippin' moron if you have done that.
Did you cover the Discord leaks?
Not yet.
No.
No. I have a tweet about it. Is there something about it we should incorporate after this?
Well, I mean, just they leaked all of the gold driver's license and government IDs of the people that for the UK bill where they were required to
for the digital ID.
Yeah.
And the way that they were able to do that is that the person that was running that part of Discord was getting paid $5 an hour, which was a living wage wherever they lived. But they were offered $500 to get the back end access, and then several thousand for more features after that. And they folded immediately because that's more money than they were going to make in a year, right? You know, like just
that's you heard that? That's what happened?
That's the tweet I have. Let me pull it up.
Oh, okay.
Let me grab it.
The only thing I heard was that the what people were saying was that 70,000 users' IDs were leaked because of the hacking, and it's like, of course, you know, and they hacked. It wasn't the actual Discord servers they hacked. They hacked the Zendesk like help ticket system that they had. Zendesk is like a third party help ticket thing.
But like if you're hacked into the customer service and all of the IDs go through this customer service portal, then they can just, if they've hacked into it, they can just skim everything that's getting posted.
So Pirate Nation tweeted in response to this Discord Zendesk compromise has gotten more silly. Previously, the threat actors responsible for the Discord Zendesk compromise claim, blah, blah, blah. He says, threat actors bribed a low-paid Discord BPO employee in Southeast Asia. The Bad Parent Organization? That BPO? The one we make fun of that like tries, that's like the group that tries to get late night anime to be censored, that group? The Discord BPO employee in Southeast Asia for internal access, offering $500 to verify employment and thousands more for credentials, exploiting the employee's $5 an hour wage in a region where such sums are life-changing. So because Discord didn't want to pay an American $15 an hour, they lost the identities / private data of millions of people, caused tens of millions in damages, identity theft, fraud, etc., all so they could save a measly $10 an hour with foreign slave labor. I hate tech CEOs so much, it's unreal.
Ugh.
I like this new Twitch bot, pathological mailbox roleplay.
Oh, wow. Do you think it's really where the best viewers are, or do you think that the AI is just trying to capitalize?
So
you're going to need to have red-headed kitties if you want me to look at your ads. Like,
what I was saying was the 70,000 users, I hope at least a majority of them are just images of the Death Stranding 2 guy. You know,
Nice.
and not actually people's driver's license.
That'd be really great. Okay. A recent MyNavi news article reports that over 400,000 users of two AI companion AI girlfriend apps have had their data exposed following a security lapse. The apps in question, called Chatty Chat and Gimme Chat, were developed by Imagimi Interactive Limited, a company based in Hong Kong. Despite claims in their privacy policy that user data is of paramount importance, the apps apparently lack proper access control or authentication systems.
Oh my god. Okay, so I was having a discussion.
The apps were apparently developed by AI, right?
I was having a discussion. Well, I mean, we also saw this with the T app, right? Mm-hmm. Where they're making these apps like
vibe coding,
garbage apps, and it's like no security. And so I was having a conversation when the whole UK ID thing was going into place, and people were like arguing with me about it and saying, well, you know, it'll be a third-party company, and you know, all these companies have like security, and like when they're collecting, it's like, no, they don't. This is a huge illusion of security here. Mm-hmm. Like most, if a website was made before, let's say 2008, well, I'll say 2008. Okay. I'll even push it. I'll say 2012. Mm-hmm. If a website was like started before 2012, the odds of them using plain text passwords for everything is like through the roof. Mm. And
meaning
expect
not encrypted.
Correct. So if they ever got hacked, all of the passwords are just plain text. Mm-hmm. And the normal security process is when you onboard a user, right? Mm-hmm. They type in their password. You get the password plain text because it's not encrypted yet. Mm-hmm. But then you encrypt it, and you never save the
plain text
unencrypted password. And then from then on, you don't know what their password is, and you can't even tell it to them if they wanted. Mm-hmm. Right?
That's why you have to reset the password, not have them just tell you what it is.
Yeah. That's why you'll get a new email saying, give us a new password. And then the irony is when you type in the same password and it tells you can't use the same password again, it's because you've given them the password, they've encrypted it, and that matches the encryption. Like when they encrypt it, they hash it, and then they say, okay, does this hash match? And then they say, okay, yes, that matches. So then we know that was your old password. But otherwise, they wouldn't be able to tell you your password.
There is nothing more annoying than trying to log in and then being told that the password you're trying to put in is a previous password, so you aren't allowed to use it.
Yeah,
like God,
it is pretty annoying. But you have to be trusting the website that they're doing this, because they could just as easily be just saving it in a notepad, like plain text file, like sitting on their server, open for everyone. It could even be open to the internet if you knew the exact like spot to hit.
It's going to a Google sheet without any,
like
password
a
control.
public Google sheet. Like it very well could be.
Yeah, because otherwise, if they need to pull from that Google sheet, well, the API tokens are just too high. So we just left it public. Nobody will find it.
No, people do this all the time. And then also recently, there was a website called comic.io, I think, where it was like a manga like reading website, like piracy website. And they got shut down recently, and turns out it wasn't really like a situation where they got shut down. It was a situation where the developers shut it down, and it's kind of unclear if they got like a message like you better shut down or else. I'm not sure, but the website's back now, but it no longer has the comics. It's just going to be a quote-unquote tracker website where you're just going to get notified that a new chapter's up, I think. But there's all these mirrors of the website, and the guy that made the original website made a post, and it was like, yeah, so don't go on those websites because they're, they've cloned the website, and they got a copy of the database from like before, and it has all your passwords. And it was because I wasn't very secure back then. And so you can, if you log in on that website, on the fake website, the mirror, it will work because they have my database. And it's like, and now he luckily said, or I assume it was he, luckily said that he encrypted the password, so it's not a huge deal. But if you log into that website, you're giving it to them in plain text when you log in. So they could be siphoning that password login attempt off and matching it afterwards and saying, oh, that worked. Now we know that's a verified password, and they would know what the password is during that process. So they wouldn't know it by having the database necessarily, but they know it as soon as you log in. They'd be able to say, oh, now we know his password. So like, it's also those websites, like those things where they push you someplace where they're pulling the auto fill out field data that they can get. Yeah, that happens too, but generally if that's from the browser, that'll get that'll leak your email and your password and sometimes your credit card number if you're stupid. Usually the password is linked to a check of the URL and make sure that it's like the same URL and it's SSL before it starts autofilling, that kind of thing. So usually if you're using a modern browser, that's not a problem for a password specifically, but for other things like your address, your email, and your potentially your credit card, depending on the browser, that is a problem sometimes.
We had a problem at work like 2 weeks ago where one of our clients decided they wanted to quit because our website wasn't secure. And the website was secure, but the SSL certificate was registered to the domain and not the domain plus www dot at the front.
Oh yeah.
So because they were typing that in to type in the they were literally like, you know, www dot and then the URL.com. It was coming up with like a warning. This is not private. Don't trust anything on this website. You will be compromised. And it's like, well, take that out. And now you see that little lock icon. Like that means it is secure. It's like, SSL certificates suck.
You should set up a redirect that redirects people. If they hit the www, redirects people to the non-www. That's generally what people do. They'll have the www one and redirect people that are on that go to not www to www. But if you have the reverse, it would be just as fine.
Yeah, I have to look into doing that. The only problem is, get this. So we have a web team that we just hired that's in Kuala Lumpur, and I'm supposed to get them access to the back end of all of our websites and our web stuff through GoDaddy. So I go on to GoDaddy and I try to make them like a administrator of the account. And when I go to do that, it sends a text message to a landline, and I'm locked out now. And then the person who set up the account was the office bitch from before. And there's no possible way we're ever going to get through using the two-factor authentication, which is to provide the driver's license, because she had 3 DUIs and didn't have a driver's license, right? And it's just absolutely insane. And then I'm like on their chat thing. And I love this about GoDaddy. I told them what my problem was, and the AI's like, that sounds serious. Let me get a human. I talked to a real person through the chat thing, and then they send me the form that is the exact form I already went to that said specifically, like, you need to provide the driver's license, the face scan, all this stuff from an employee that does not work for you anymore. And I'm like, are you sure that's what I'm supposed to do? Because this is exactly where I was. Yeah, just go ahead and fill it out. I was like, but I can't fill it out. I don't have any of this stuff because the employee doesn't work anymore. Just put a different person in there. All right. So I get my boss's ID. I do the face scan and everything. We go through the whole process. And it's like, great. This will take up to 6 business days to get sorted out. Then as soon as my boss goes on his next trip, I get an email saying it doesn't match the person on file. Yeah, I'm like, no, duh! Oh my God! Of course it doesn't. Anyway.
The one time I dealt with their customer service, I went to the Canadian website and they had the American phone number up there.
Oh no. And
I called their phone number on my cell phone, which doesn't have the long distance to America, or didn't at the time. And so I get a bill for like $70 for this like hour-long phone call for tech
I think
support.
I remember you telling us about this.
And I'm like, I pay $1 a month for your service. This is like years worth of service from you just for this phone call. What the hell? Like, I didn't think it was gonna cost me a shit ton of money.
Well, man, it says the main reason for digital ID is so the government can track everything you say and do online against you. That will be leaked. That it will be leaked is inevitable. Governments care about having the data rather than that it will be leaked. Of course. Oh no, we're gonna be fined. Here's your tax dollars. You know, well, don't worry, we'll get it back. Like from you. The same thing with Microsoft's Copilot. The data will be hacked and leaked. It is inevitable. But Microsoft wants that user data to train their AI, so they don't care. No, of course they don't. Hello.
They also want it to be hacked and leaked because they're maybe not holding it, right? Maybe it's the company itself is, maybe they're like, oh, well, as long as you register their ID, like, we don't care. But as soon as it's hacked and leaked, then they suck it up, right? And I don't know if you know this, but there's this like huge data center, I think it's in Texas, where they're putting like fucking everything, and their whole thought process is it's encrypted now, and so maybe we can't see it. But as soon as we get quantum computers that can delete the encryption in a second,
It's or supercomputers that maybe will brute force it.
And just to put this in plain terms for people who might not be following, what you're saying is Microsoft might be recording all of this shit, and legally they aren't able to use it for anything until it gets leaked. Then once it gets leaked, it's like, well, we just sourced it from stuff we found on the internet. Yeah. The leaked data that was ours that belonged to you.
Not just Microsoft, but like the government.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like the workaround, and this is similar to what I was talking about with the Japanese ordinance about the cell phone thing. Is like right now, there's no penalty. Right now, it's just guidance. But the whole point is that you put the framework in place so that down the line you can make it more and more restrictive. Because you've already, it's like this. It's like, well, I let the vampire in, but he didn't actually bite me. Not tonight. But you let him in. Now he doesn't have to ask.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's effectively what we're looking at here. The government does this kind of shit all the time where they tell you, oh, it's only for this. Well, we just have the fusion center to hold all the data. We can't even look at it. It's encrypted. It's like, but you fucking know that the second it's available to be cracked, they're on it. They're probably already on it. You know what I mean? Like they're probably already doing, even without quantum computers, they're probably still trying to crack the encryption. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, some of the encryption that's older can be unencrypted and cracked by supercomputers now. It would just take a really long time.
The encryption on a DVD, I think, fuck, I had all this, I had a whole script plan for my bootleg video series. They encrypted the stuff that I forget what it's called on a DVD. There's a specific type of encryption for it. They developed the encryption in like 1995 and it was cracked by like 1997. Yeah. Right. So to the point now where it actually is basically not even necessary to encrypt your DVDs because it will not protect them, because 10 seconds of Googling will get you through it. Right.
Yeah.
Like that's how bad it is. Right. And that's exactly the kind of shit that's going on with this stuff we're talking about here. Like the encryption looks good today, but tomorrow it's a joke, you know?
Yeah. And then they also want to legally force in backdoors to the encryption as well. Like, give us a master key that if the master key leaks, then not only does the government who can afford the supercomputer and the giant data center have access to everything, but all of the people on the internet also have it.
So the British already added alcohol to the digital ID, even though it was made specifically for work. I mean, don't they drink at 18? Like the fact that you have an ID should be enough to get a drink. You know? Yeah. So my boss is in London right now, like for an event, and he was asking me to look into the digital ID thing because he was like, we might not be able to go over there, and I was like, that's right. We might not be able to go. Like, I got really excited. I couldn't find anything that prohibited us. And it seems weird because, like, the thing that they said, Keir Starmer said, it's like to ensure that people are able to work who are supposed to work, right? To avoid immigrants from taking your jobs. So when I sell seats to a workshop that an American company is going to fly to London to do, that should constitute the type of work you're trying to prevent from happening, isn't it? Like, I should be able to get out of going to work this event because I'm not getting the digital ID, right? DVD is a bit different because you have access to both the encryption and the decryption, so it was way easier. That's true. That's true.
The other thing about the idea is like it's only as secure as like for their intended purpose, right? So like, oh, we're gonna stop illegal like immigration work or whatever. It's only as effective as the $5 an hour like Indian guy at the customer service is sitting there, you know, processing all these IDs and may process a bunch that like are, you know, not supposed to be processed, right? And have like fake real IDs, right? And so, and not even just fake ones, but like in the U.S., there was a situation where I don't remember the exact situation, but it was like a truck driver killed someone, I think, and they got his ID, his official like real government ID, and the name on that government ID that he was using for his commercial trucking license was no name given. Someone approved that at the government because the person didn't give a name.
There are tons of those out there, and they all have black eyes listed. Nobody has black eyes. That's impossible. It's either dark brown or that's it. eyes are not black.
I thought you meant like a shiner. Like what?
No, like the color of your eyes.
The color of the eyes is labeled BLK. Yeah. So it's called CSS encryption, Content Scramble System. That's what they developed for DVD. Anyway, let's get back to the. Let's get back to this. What were we? The breach was first surfaced by Cyber News on October 8th, which found an unsecured instance of Apache Kafka broker software used in the app's back-end streaming and messaging architecture. That broker contained over 43 million user messages, image/video links, and more than 600,000 AI-generated visuals, all accessible without authentication. The exposed content reportedly included not only user communications, but also identifiers like IP addresses and device IDs, which could, when correlated with other leaks, identify individuals. At present, it does not appear that personally identifiable data like real names or email addresses were included in the leak, but the exposed metadata is enough for potential phishing, stalking, or doxing, especially given the sensitive nature of conversations in a virtual intimacy app. As of now, Chatty Chat has been removed or hidden from the Apple App Store in some regions.
Imagine you have the AI like, tell me your credit card number. Like, oh yeah, here's my or like, show me a picture of your credit card.
It's like, hey baby, you want to try some FinDom? Oh yeah, tell me your credit card number.
Oh yeah, the pay pig people.
Then the chat just shuts down right away. He's like, got what I need.
Another idiot.
Although with the chat, what's up? With the chat, you could probably make it part of the role play. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna buy these stilettos, JPEG of a stiletto, $10,000 exits the account. It's like, oh, that's helping you get off, right? Okay, now I'm gonna buy this whip, another $5K. You know. All right, so hidden from the Apple App Store in some regions, though it still appears on Google Play in certain markets. Gimme Chat remains available. Neither Imagine nor the app operators have issued a public statement beyond acknowledging the report. I saw this other comment up here. I thought this was great. AI girlfriend leaks data. Of course they use Aqua as an image. Seb says, I wonder if it saved audio from the phone mic, LOL. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Oop, let me keep those together so I know where to put that. All right. Builder.ai. $1.5 billion AI startup goes bankrupt after being exposed as 700 Indian engineers pretending to be AI. So in this case, AI stood for actually Indians, right?
There's a series called Trillion Game.
Yeah.
That they started an AI startup, but it was just them just basically giving recommendations. It was just like a shop, like an online store, and they were just themselves just giving recommendations, not an AI.
Download alcohol. Yep, pretty much. Builder.io in PR nightmare after AI rival exposed for actually being 700 Indian engineers. The CEO of software building company Builder.io is doing damage control after another AI-focused business with a nearly identical name was exposed as hundreds of workers based in India. In May 2025, ambitious AI-powered app building company Builder.ai was discovered not to be using artificial intelligence to make custom programs for clients, but relying on the skills of around 700 human engineers instead. Okay, I don't understand this. The CEO of software building company Builder.io. Oh, Builder.ai. Okay. So they are two different things. Was discovered to not be using artificial intelligence, but relying on the skills of around 700 human engineers instead. The news went viral, and the businesses, previously valued at $1.5 billion, went bankrupt. But now, another company completely unrelated to its scandal is getting heat for it. Builder.io offers somewhat similar services as Builder.ai, providing customer software created in part by AI-powered tools and visual editors. It doesn't help that they have extremely similar names as well, but only one of them was reportedly running a scheme. Builder.ai posted on LinkedIn, today, Engineer.ai Corporation, known as Builder.ai, will be entering into insolvency proceedings and will appoint an administrator to manage the company's affairs. Despite the tireless efforts of our current team and exploring every possible option, the business has been unable to recover from historic challenges and past decisions that place significant strain on the financial position. You mean fraud? You couldn't recover from all the fraud?
That's a great one. You killed your parents or whatever. That was a past decision.
Yeah. It's like,
we're having a struggle getting around my past decision.
So you're finally out of prison. What do you have to say for yourself? You know, a past decision, I just couldn't overcome it. You know, like, our immediate priority is to support our employees, customers, and partners through this difficult time. We will work closely with the appointed administrators to ensure an orderly process and to explore all available options for parts of the business where possible. We want to extend our sincere gratitude to our employees for their commitment and hard work. Okay. To our customers for their loyalty, and to our partners and suppliers for their support over the years. Builder.io rushes to clear its name amid Builder.ai scandal. It seems that folks have been confusing the two corporations, and it's not hard to see why, given their coincidental similarities. The CEO and co-founder of Builder.io, Steve Sewell, has been rushing to social media to clear his brand's name, posting a humorous statement about the situation on his LinkedIn profile. How about you just change the name of your fucking company? Please. Not Builder.ai.
Not 700.
Right?
Not 700 Indians.
Yeah.
So we're 701 Indians.
For the last time, this is a different company, Sewell wrote alongside a screenshot of a news article covering the Builder.ai scandal. He added in a comment, poking fun at the rival business's bankruptcy. Despite the confusion, Sewell's colleagues predict that this could actually be good PR for Builder.io, which actually uses AI to help build programs rather than disguising their human employees as a flashy new tech. I was talking about this with folks in the Mock Alliance, joking that once the dust clears, you will probably be the most pleased with the outcome, one commented. Maybe you can buy the domain cheap. Others, however, are urging Sewell to change the brand's name, with one writing, "You need a rebrand, my friend." Honestly, at this point, they need to change their brand, another said on Twitter. Wow, that sucks for them, or does it? Any publicity is good publicity, yet another mused. Not only was Builder.ai exposed for using human workers instead of AI, but Bloomberg reviewed financial documents showing that it was working with a social media startup to falsely pad its sales figures. While the startup has vehemently refuted these findings, it seems the damage has already been done, as the once billion-dollar business is now totally collapsed. Jesus. I'm just amazed that you even made a 1.5 billion using Indian labor, right? In this way. The reason I find this funny is, like, imagine you're using an AI chatbot and you're talking to it, but it keeps saying things like, "My friend," like, you know, like just certain phrases. You're like, that's a little off, right? That's not quite English, right? Like, I don't know. All right. Star Wars ended. It's donezo. If you didn't get it, like I didn't get it, you and I are alike. Also, Berserk is at 1,069% funded. Yeah, so it still has 8 days left, which means we'll probably cover it for 2 more weeks. Just a reminder of how many gosh darn figures come in this damn thing. It never ends. It never ends. There it is. It ended. Okay.
It's gone.
All right. In convention news, a Japanese idol group has hosted free hug events in Tokyo. Isn't it better to use humans, and did that software not work? Don't know. A small Tokyo-based idol troupe has gone viral after promoting free hug events at local venues, certainly going above and beyond the usual idol handshake events, and sure to have many concerned if otaku might start taking advantage of the situation. No, I didn't know Emiru was in this group, right?
And then,
Did you hear what happened with her?
I saw the TikTok you shared.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, should we pull that up?
You can.
Just one more thing to add to the doc.
Yeah, one more time because you can see it. So he goes up to hug Emiru and like tries to like mob on her face. Whoa. The group advertised itself with the tagline Aiduru 9G. I don't know what that one is. I don't know what I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. Which translates to idle 9 hours for 1,500 yen every Friday at Okachimachi Nico Nico Theater, and free live shows on weekends at Shinjuku Biski. Both the Nico Nico Theater in Okachimachi and Biski in Shinjuku are legitimate small venues that host regular live idol performances. The group appears to operate on a grassroots level with low admission fees and an unusually long event duration that lets fans interact with members in a casual, physical way. Footage of the rather innocent hugging was provided.
Innocent.
It's because it's summer in Japan. It's hot, right?
They're at the pool. I'm surprised to see girls in line getting hugs.
These hugs are not like...
You see this guy pushing him away?
Yeah,
it's like you've had your second...
You got 3 seconds.
All right, buddy, don't fall in love. Like...
2-second rule.
No, seriously though, it's like there's a hug, you know, like, oh man, I need a hug. Okay, all right, that helped recharge me a little bit. And then there's the, oh yeah, daddy, you know, like what she's doing. Like,
oh, you get to go down the line. You get multiple hugs.
That's enough. All right, buddy, you get out of here.
They don't seem to be they don't seem to be like consistent on the tap there. Like some guys are getting tapped right away.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It's probably by like percentage of skin contact. So like he's huge. So when he hugs, it's like he gets it all out of the way in like 2 seconds flat. Whereas the other guy, he took a little bit longer to accumulate the amount of skin on clothing or whatever.
Might be on smell. You smell too much.
Smell also makes the most sense. It really just like the look on their faces and stuff. I mean, I think this might just be the same girl as the other one. It's just a different event. But she really has the like, I need to get out of the mindset of my old job as a stripper, convincing people I was in love with them, right? Like, Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, that's it. That's it. We're covering it now because Lord knows this is going to go south.
The thing with Emeru, it's like that was like he jumped through like the line and like got past security. The lack of security seemed to be an issue, and then apparently it was her security guard that pushed the guy off him, or pushed the guy off her.
BO tap. Get out.
the Emeru security guard, that guy must have had a really big BO problem because he got yeeted across the room. It's more than a tap. Be gone! Apparently she's okay. There does seem to be some screenshots of him maybe of having a knife at one point, but it doesn't seem to have been reported anywhere. It's just a screenshot. So maybe it wasn't a knife. Maybe it was just a badge.
TwitchCon, right?
Yeah, yesterday.
Okay. Because I don't know. I assume Emeru is a streamer, right?
Yeah.
I've only seen like she shows up in my like shorts feed every once in a while, and that's really all I know about her. But I don't know anything where like I have not personally learned of any reason for which somebody would want to murder her, right? Except for the obvious, like, oh, I gave you 70,000 Korean pesos, and then I murdered you last podcast when we covered that. But
people,
I mean, did she defend Hassan's dog abuse or something? Like,
I don't think she commented on it.
Is that why people want to murder her? Okay.
Well, I don't know about the knife. It could have been just his badge. Maybe he was holding in his hand.
Maybe.
I don't know. It was just one frame of a screenshot.
If I've learned anything, it's that people are retarded, and they will frame by frame every angle, but not every angle to verify what's true, but just individually, people will look at every angle of Charlie Kirk's murder and frame by frame to find something that they can say is some random BS. It's not, but not justify it by frame every other angle and finding specifically where they line up to say, look, you can see it here. It's the thing I said. It's like
cherry pick the specific frames that match your preconceived notions.
Yeah,
and ignore everything else.
This is the bull coming out of his own dick into his face. But if you look at it from this angle, it's clearly a grasshopper. You know, like, yeah. Anyway, all right. Mountain climber in Nagano reaches the summit and throws back out, tying shoelaces. Damn! Isn't that how it always goes? Another case for Back to the Future auto shoes. What? Oh, auto shoes. Yeah, yeah. In Back to the Future, they had self-tying like shoes that would like and like.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Okay. These days, it seems like everyone and their mother-in-law is climbing Mount Fuji for the majestic experience and chance to say they've done it. But with the increasingly huge crowds congregating there each summer, it can feel more like a trip to Disney World than a way to reconnect with nature. So some are seeking out the mountains to get that same impressive sense of grandeur without all the people around. One good peak that matches Mount Fuji's Mount Fuji's dip. It's supposed to say difficulty. Well, it says one good peak that matches Mount Fuji is difficulty is Mount Subakuro in Nagano Prefecture. So forgive me for getting tripped up on their poor grammar jewelry, which is also rather high at around 2,700 meters or 8,800 feet above sea level and offers some great views. Wow.
That doesn't look like a
dolphin.
That doesn't look like a dolphin to me. That it looks more like a howling wolf. Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like
Oh, I can see the dolphin.
It looks like a dog who accidentally got its dick stuck in a mouse trap. Isn't it?
I've never witnessed that, so I wouldn't know.
Looks like to me.
You got quite the imagination, AC. Are you okay?
Never
He's having
better.
sex. He's having sex with the mountain.
Yes, that's clearly what it's doing. It's busting right now. This is the girls who have the bestiality monster fetish, but they also want to be one with nature. So they're just a mountain getting railed by rock werewolf man. All right. Much like Mount Fuji, climbing Mount Tsubakuro is more of a physically demanding upward hike than climbing up sheer rock faces with ropes. Oh, it's more of a physically demanding upward hike than climbing up sheer rock faces with ropes. But those who make it to the top are still filled with the sense of accomplishment that makes the challenge worthwhile. Oh, I don't know why I just assumed it was Mount Fuji, but no, I guess it makes sense that we're going all the way off into the Mount Tsubakuro discussion. On the 9th of September, a 58-year-old woman from Fukuoka had such a feeling after reaching Tsubakuro's peak, and after a short stay at a hut on the summit, she prepared to make her descent. However, after conquering a mountain, this climber met her match with her own shoelaces. As she bent over to tie up her shoes, she threw out her back and became too immobile to make the climb back down. Guess I die here, right? A call was made to Azumino police station at around 7 a.m. and a rescue chopper arrived on the scene about 2 hours later to take her to a nearby hospital. It's certainly a problem that happens to all of us at a certain age. It's just really unfortunate luck to have it happen on top of a mountain and require a helicopter to take you away. Many readers of the news online seemed very sympathetic to her plight, while a few others have grown tired of people needing costly rescues from mountains. What can you do? These things happen. I always thought inactivity makes people throw their backs out, but she was climbing a mountain and it happened. Maybe it's more of a nutrition thing. That kind of thing can happen even when you're young. One time I threw my back out from sneezing. It's because a lot of...
I bet the shoe story is just another story. She actually threw her back out after the rendezvous with another hiker at the hut.
She was trying to bang the rock dog, and that's how she threw her back out. That's why she was bent over. Yes. Gotta climb to the hut and call the cops. Can't let them find me here. Gotta change my undies. Right. It's because a lot of people lift heavy things with their arms and backs instead of their legs. At least she was on land and not doing water sports when it happened. I'm sure that it was because people lift heavy things with their arms and backs. Fuck! No! These shoelaces are so heavy! You know, like...
Just because of the rendezvous at the house, my mind went to the other water sports.
I hope they make her pay for it and don't use tax money. Imagine if the helicopter medic threw out their back too.
It's heavy.
Climbers should have to leave some kind of deposit or take out special insurance. I feel bad for her. That's the situation I would most not want to be in. Severe backaches can strike at any moment, but certain factors like high altitudes and lower temperatures can increase the risk of them occurring. Once they take hold, there isn't much to be done except waiting it out. That's what, with that not... I don't really want this. Can you? Thank you. My daughter tried to sneak in here to give me an Oreo. Anyway, once they take hold, there isn't much to be done except waiting it out. With that not an option at the top of a mountain, it totally was an option. You're just a bitch. Having her airlifted out of there would have been the most sensible thing to do, as embarrassing as it must have been for her. At least she can take solace in the fact that it didn't happen on Mount Fuji, where there would have been thousands of people gawking and talking about her shoelace tying injury. Damn. All right, in theater news, it is time to Lower the desk. Yeah, I couldn't.
The Patreon.
Yeah. All right. First Demon Slayer Infinity Castle film breaks 25-year record as #1 non-English international film in the U.S. The numbers in Box Office Mojo services reported on Sunday that Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle Akaza Sairai, the first film in the Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle trilogy, has earned an estimated US $128.6 million.
It's now 130.2 as of right now.
In North American markets as of this weekend, it has now become the highest grossing non-English international film of all time in that market, adjusted for inflation, taking the title from 2000's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon at 128.1 million. Damn. Wait, that must be the inflated value. Box office, or we don't need to read anymore, right? You said that that was it? Okay.
We should watch Crouching Tiger with Hidden Dragon at some point for a watch party.
Seems like a pretty boring movie.
Yeah, it is pretty terrible. What's the other one with Jet Li that has super vibrant colors in it?
I don't know.
The one? We already watched that one.
Hold on.
I haven't watched Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, so I don't know if it was good or bad.
Jet Li movie with colors.
Just
Hero. Is that it? Yeah, I think it is Hero. I don't think Hero's the one I'm thinking of, though. Maybe it's not a Jet Li movie.
Not Ip Man. Not Jet Li. That was, what's his name? Donnie Yen.
Donnie Yen, yeah. Anyway. All right, Moon Passes. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle becomes the highest grossing international film in North America. I guess that's the same article we just read. Great. Good job, me.
Sorry.
Okay.
Not North America.
Yeah, it said North America in the previous one.
Oh.
It was specifically North American territory. Japan box office, Chainsaw Man the movie Rayearth stays at #1 in the 4th weekend in Japan. Sharknado.
I was so excited to see this movie.
I'm not. I did not like what I saw of the anime so far.
Wow.
I just think I feel like it should be better than it is when I watch it. So I don't know, but I'll watch it.
You have to watch the series first.
Yep. Chainsaw Man the movie Rayearth slices past US $50 million worldwide box office. It'll be amazing if it actually overtakes Demon Slayer. I doubt it will.
Big doubt.
Big doubt. Yeah, because kids aren't watching this one.
Big.
Yeah, it's got too much nudity in it. No, just kidding.
There's
Also,
no nudity in it.
I believe there is. In fact,
There is an ass flash.
There is Reise's buttocks.
It was
in the trailer. In the trailer, we
Okay.
watched it. In the trailer. In fact, I'll just go back and. Why do I even need to say it? Oh, it's not here. Okay, maybe I do. Goddamn! All right.
Nudity is not listed in my rated R. So.
Well, in the trailer, she goes into like her devil, bullet devil form or whatever it is, bomb devil. I don't know. And you see that she's got like an apron, and you can see she's wearing underwear under, like just panties or something. But in one scene, our eagle eyes happened to notice that the underwear was gone. So,
I saw.
Yep. We unlocked the Sharing gun.
The hentai
What do
Nami
you
eyes.
do?
Yeah.
The hentai
What
gun.
do your eyes see? What line? What from Lord of the Rings?
What do your elf eyes see? Legos,
Okay.
what do your elf eyes see? Yeah.
Yeah. That's-
Yeah. Green line, what do your gooner eyes see?
A butt. It's a butt.
It's an ass!
Yeah. It's an ass.
Virgin Punk Clockwork Girl anime reveals U.S. theatrical dates. Guess what is coming out? November 13th for the English dubbed version.
One day only.
Traveling to Dallas.
Damn it.
I might be able to see it, to be honest. Like, I think I'm going to get in on the 13th. So if there's a place showing it in Dallas, and it's just going to be rough because we also have to set up for the event.
There's no way it's a one-day only thing.
Aniplex movies are usually like that.
Yeah.
After Demon Slayer,
Well, okay,
they're stupid to do one
the
day.
exception of Demon Slayer, the giga popular Demon Slayer, nobody's going to see Virgin Punk or whatever it's called.
I mean, it should get at least
I am.
days.
Or I want to go see it.
I'd love to go see it. I love this guy's work.
Yeah. Also, I saw the trailer.
Umetsu, right? That's his name?
And I think it looks good.
Isn't it Umetsu?
It's not going to be a hentai, is it?
I don't think so.
That's the only
Yasuomi
fight
Umetsu.
the guy who worked on hentai.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, this is gonna be a real gamble when I'm seeing it in Dallas with my 60-year-old coworker who likes anime. All right, anyway, we'll see. Anyway, that's coming out.
Hey, wait a minute. Like, I've known, he's not 60, but he's in his 50s who liked that Queen's Blade. So,
yeah.
I'm
not saying it doesn't happen, but when it's your coworker and you introduce them to it, then you get slapped with a sexual harassment lawsuit. Right?
No, this is sexual harassment, and I don't have to take it.
This is sexual enhancement.
I guess okay, correction. I'm sorry. Chainsaw Man is rated R for strong, bloody violence, gore, and some nudity.
You need your eyes checked, young man.
Right.
Not only were you wrong about the nudity reasoning, but you also missed the ass in the trailer.
But it was also in the thing that you said didn't say it had nudity. It was literally in the rating. So Tatsuki Fujimoto's 17 to 26 anime film anthology gets a new trailer and 8 key visuals, not 8K visual. Wow, they're so small.
Zoom in and enhance.
I really don't think this guy is all that, personally. This feels like it's like the precursor to Dandadan, like the pilot to Dandadan. This feels like it's the precursor to the Virgin Punk thing we were just looking at. This looks like the precursor to Mob Psycho. We all know that's the precursor to the Idol Oshinoko, right?
I was gonna say it, but I couldn't remember what it was called.
This is the precursor to that Little Mermaid movie. This is the precursor to Your Name. This is the precursor to Suzume, or not Suzume. What's the new one? That's not going to come to me. Scarlet, yeah. This is the precursor.
Different
to
director, Toshida, not what's his name?
Whatever, you know what I meant.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Moving past that. This is coming to theaters.
Never. It's going on Prime.
November 7th on Prime, November 8th in Japan. Guess I won't be doing a video about it. Thank God. Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway, The Sorcery of Nymph, Circe. Anime unveils new trailer and visual and release date. We only care about the visual and release date. It's coming out January 30th in Japan, 2026. The Beast of Kamisari Month anime movie shares pilot film and concept. Beast of Kamisari Month will be produced as a companion piece to the 2021 anime film Child of Kamiari Month. Kamiari Zuki no Kodomo. So we covered it, dumbass. So in Japan, they have a month called I think it is Kamiari and Kamisari. I'm not sure. One of them refers to the month where there were no gods, and the other is the month where the gods are, or something like that. I think maybe it is Kamiyari, I think, is the one where there are no gods. But the reason there are no gods is because all the gods go specifically to one specific prefecture or something. And so the story takes place during Kamiyari month, but it takes place in the place where all the gods supposedly go during Kamiyari month, right? So I'm not sure.
We need to stop all of these months, like Pride Month, all Black History Month, Kamiyari Month.
Well, we all know that during Pride Month there are no gods either. Only the devil. Right?
Only the good month is December.
The production of Beast of Kamisari Month was announced during the Co-Creating Cultures for the Future program at the World Expo 2025, which closed on October 13th, whereas Child of Kamiyari Month was based on the myth of a nation building in Benton Island, Izumo, from the Kojiki. Beast of Kamisari Month depicts the myth of nation creating in Onokoro Island, Awaji, as portrayed at the beginning of the Kojiki. So it's basically a prequel based on the same Japanese text about Japanese gods. And it looks pretty fucking cool in terms of these posters. But the actual trailer pilot film looks pretty weird in terms of beast boy noses. That nose looking quite beastly, right? A little too furry. All right, and All You Need Is Kill anime film releases its main trailer. No.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. It looks ugly as shit.
It
but
looks
that's my opinion.
Horrifically bad. And I can't wait until everybody comes out and just says, this anime movie ripped off Edge of Tomorrow. Like,
Yeah.
Do you have the dock open? Like, in editing?
Why? Do you need me to save it and close it?
Well, I was going to just have you move the Primrose thing before register.
I feel like Studio 4C can't catch a break.
Yeah. They do lots of good work, but this ain't one that they should have been involved in.
Yeah. I'll say it again. I'm probably of the minority here, but I did enjoy the Berserk trilogy that they did.
Yeah.
Oh, everybody likes the Berserk trilogy. Everybody likes the Berserk. Nobody yeah, a lot of people liked it. I mean,
I thought it got shit on, but I mean, I could be wrong. But then again, it's people comparing it to the manga, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's
by
impossible.
Miura. But I thought they did a really good job in that. I mean, we covered the movies, the trilogy, in a watch club, so I enjoyed it personally. It's my favorite.
We should do the
adaptation.
Memorial Edition for watch club.
Let's
Just an excuse to watch it again and just talk about the fire.
Yeah, the
Campfire
fire
Dreams.
Yeah,
Campfire Dreams.
All right, are you guys ready to watch the trailer for All You Need Is Kill?
Sure.
That shit is loud.
ダロルが発生して今日でちょうど1年が経ちました。
地獄だ。同じことの繰り返しか。私は何が起こるか分かってる。
君が死んだら俺も戻るんだ。
抜け出す？できるの？試すしかないっしょ。わからないよ連れて。刑事と今日を繰り返すうちに、もしかしたら変われるのかもしれないって気づかせてくれた。
リタは俺のスーパーヒーローなんだ。
あなたたち何者なの？たまには飯食えよ。いい酒があんだ。このままループを続けると体を乗っ取られてしまう。
もうこの方法しかない。
生きないと一度きりのこの命を最後の最後まで一緒に生き抜くの。刑事。
リタは生きるんだ。明日を。
I hate everything about this.
CG looks so gross.
I've actually read the novel. And I despise that they make Keiji like, "Ganbatte, we gotta try. We can do it together. Yeah!" He's like, he just seems retarded.
Are you saying they did Tom Cruise dirty?
Yes. Yes.
So the male character is still male in this but it's just focusing on the female character.
Focusing on Rita instead of Keiji.
In regard to their work environment lately.
Damn, that is some loud noise.
He is working on his day off. Rather pronounced.
Okay. There you go. I just gotta put an end to that. All right.
The CG look to it was so bad. Like
awful. Right? It looks like Tekken, right? Like
Tekken was awesome.
Can you have chosen a worse art style for something that's meant to be serious though?
I don't know. I honestly was gonna look past the character designs, and I was like, I like the movie from Tom Cruise. I was gonna give it a chance after that trailer. I don't think I'd give it a chance.
It's pretty terrible. The audio
reviews are gonna have to be crazy high.
The audiobook is so good. I really like it. The manga is good, but not as good as the original novel. And the live action movie is fantastic. It's a completely different take on it, but in a way that I feel like strikes all the important parts of it get pulled through. And the seriousness of it feels like there's like actual weight to it in terms of like every decision that they're making and stuff. It legitimately feels like there's a verisimilitude to it. Yeah, it does look like Mind Game, which also was by Studio4C, yeah? Mind Game, but worse.
We should do Mind Game for a watch club at some point too.
Sure, add it to the list. Do you guys want to talk amongst yourselves while I run back to the bathroom? My stomach's killing me right now.
You have a tummy ache?
I have a tummy ache. And I'm about to read a bunch of articles, so I'd rather prep us this way. I'm going to also pull out so that my my recording can.
What do you want to talk about amongst ourselves, Randy?
Do you like my witch babe girl in the background there?
Oh. Let's get a closer look. Ooh. She seems familiar. Have you used her before?
Yes. Last year, if you remember her. Although now I got an animated pumpkin in the background there. See the little flicker? That's new.
Oh, I do. Barely, but I do.
Which one?
We gotta hide the comments for a
It's
second.
on the, yeah, it's right there. It was.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were like in the back, not up front. Okay, yeah, I see.
He was paying too close attention to the anime titties behind you.
When you said back there, I was just like, oh, back by the girl. I was like, oh,
no. We'll cover her. Oh no, here's my non-existent torso.
Why did you flesh that out?
What? Why didn't I flesh it out?
Yeah, like give yourself more of a body down there.
Just because it was more work.
But you had less opportunity, you had to have embarrassing moments like this. It's like, oh no, you can't see my lower half.
Well, I wouldn't want to go too far, At a certain point.
Draw like a wrist coming out of you, like you're a hand puppet.
I did make a hand to try and do like an elbow, and pointer. I don't know. Do I have it?
No, like a human, like the Spider-Man thing is a hand puppet. Have like a flesh-colored wrist coming out of it, the bottom of it.
Oh,
like an actual hand puppet.
I see what you mean. Yeah. I don't. Okay, I don't see that thing in the list of items. The hand that I made, I made like a pointer hand.
Seb asked, what's your favorite Halloween candy? I don't have a Halloween specific, like seasonal candy, like candy corn or anything. Just a regular candy would be like Reese's Take 5.
For me, like the Reese's peanut butter cups were
were great. But then the Halloween ones, like the company just started cheaping out, and they started making the tiny ones for Halloween. Those aren't as cool.
Yeah.
Like, give me a full size one.
The minis that are wrapped in foil.
Yeah. Here's my arm.
Huh.
Although it's the red and blue one, but oh. Now I can point to the pumpkin.
You can even pick your nose with you if you had a nose.
I could, but I don't want to. The other candies I like are the Snickers and Mars bars. See, those ones I don't mind being tiny. Although if you get a nice neighbor and they give you the full size ones,
what's a nice
that's
neighbor?
pretty dope. But yeah, the mini Snickers and Mars are good.
I don't like. What's a nice neighbor one? Or
What?
What was the other one? Snickers and Mars, and what was the other one?
I said if you get a nice neighbor, you'll get a full size Snickers.
Well, what are your
as opposed to the mini one. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking like nice neighbor, like there's a candy bar called a nice neighbor.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, if your neighbors are rich or nice, and they shell out for the full size candy. Do you guys do like the door to door candy trick or treating, or do you go
Yeah.
I know some people like go to like the local shopping center.
Yeah, they do. It's a combination. Like they do one over by the church. In my town, people go around the entire neighborhood. Like our neighborhood is kind of secluded, but it's got like 4 blocks, like all on its own little cluster. That's like surrounded by either a park on one side, highway on another, railroad behind it. So like, and then the high school is in front of it. So it's all kind of in its own little clutch, all on its own, or 4 city blocks or 4 blocks. So like they
Sounded
people
like you said 4 pussy blocks.
4 blocks.
I came in at such a weird time.
I meant to say city blocks, but we're not exactly a city. But so I just kind of wait. No, we're not a city, but it's like we're kind of like a 4 block cluster neighborhood. So the people do the entire 4 blocks. Like I did that when I was a kid. Just go around every single block, and then spend an hour or so trick or treating.
We used to go door to door along all of the suburb streets and stuff, but now it's like you're lucky if you get 10 or 20 kids.
Yeah.
I remember exactly
they're all doing the, like mall shit now.
I remember exactly one like trick or treating outing I did as a kid, where because my brother and I were young, my dad didn't take us out. It was too early to go trick or treating, so instead we walked down to like 2nd Street in Long Beach, and we trick or treated at the stores. And the Ace Hardware store had us, instead of giving us candy, they had a bucket of keys, and we could take as many as you wanted. So my brother just grabbed 1 key, and I went.
Wait, like keys, like custom
metal keys for your door,
like keys to make. Yes. Yeah. First of all, I can't imagine a place giving those away today.
For real, like that's expensive.
Right? And these were like all sorts of different types of keys. Like they weren't just like the Schlag and the blanks that you'd expect to buy. They were like little keys, big keys, right? Like, and so,
but they were blanks, right?
I don't think they were actually. I don't know where they came from. Now I don't remember.
Yeah, you just had keys lying around, like
they're just a bucket of keys, right? I don't. Maybe it wasn't actually keys that they sold. It was just a bunch of keys that they had. Maybe what had happened is, and this would be horrible if it was true, but maybe when people came in to get keys made and they left the original because they wanted one with like the favorite sports logo or something on it, that they would throw those in the bucket or so. I don't know. I just remember my brother grabbed 1 key. I grabbed a handful of keys, and then wherever we stopped, we sat down and ate something, and I looked at my keys, and I had really cool looking keys, and my brother threw a fit that he only got one and didn't get the cool one that I had, so we had to go back.
Dang.
My poor dad.
So, what type of candy do you guys get as adults, like for trick-or-treaters?
To give
we don't
away?
buy candy for
Yeah.
I leave the light off on the porch.
We don't buy candy for trick-or-treaters.
Okay, I
we buy candy for ourselves.
Yeah.
I got just in case we get any, because I'm in a new place. I don't know how many kids we're gonna get, but we do live in a neighborhood with kids, so I assume we're gonna get some. I got like Sour Patch Kids and like chocolates, because I think those are like
Are they the watermelon Sour Patch Kids?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
I usually get like a box of the Hershey like mix things.
Yeah.
There's ones that like
easy going down Easy Street, just buying the assorted ones.
Everybody likes them.
I think Tootsie Rolls are gay, so I didn't get too many of those.
Horrible, disgusting treat.
What
right?
else?
Yeah.
Like regular, just like Dots or like Twizzlers. Those are gay. I didn't want any like that. The mixture of that. Like if I'm gonna hand out candy, it's candy that I also want to eat later. If I have left
so that when it's left over, it's for you.
Buy candy for yourself.
Yes.
And anything that's left over, you're not like oh, I don't want to eat this. No, I'm gonna gobble that shit up in the next 2 weeks.
So in terms of just like candy that you like to gobble that shit up in the next 2 weeks, clearly Reese's, right? Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah,
those are among the best. Kit Kat is like, I ran out of Reese's. Right?
Yeah.
Did we got a bag that was mixed of Reese's, like the mini Reese's in foils, and little Kit Kats.
Yeah, and then also Crunch Bar. Pretty good, the little mini ones,
bars
right?
Do you guys have crunchy bars?
I got Twix and Snickers. That was
100 grand bar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They don't make mini Carmelos, I don't think, but those are great on their own.
The only thing that's semi-gay in my collection is Lifesaver gummies, but they're multi-flavored, so it's some of them are bad, some of them are really good though. I think there's watermelon flavor gummy Lifesavers.
What are your thoughts on candy corn?
Oh, I fucking hate it. It's fucking disgusting. But that's just my opinion.
You can give me yours.
Yeah.
I'll eat it. I'm just not like I vehemently hate it like a lot of people apparently do. Like I'll eat it.
I think that
It's
the reason people don't like them, I think, is because once upon a time as a kid, they had a handful too many and felt sick, right? Which is the same feeling I have. Like I always joke that
whenever you get it on it.
I always joke that there is a perfect amount of Oreos to eat. Unfortunately, you don't realize what that amount is until you've had one too many.
Yeah.
So disgusting.
Allow me to clarify.
Yeah.
Candy corn, because it's sugar, is not disgusting. But it's the way I feel like about like chocolate ice cream. It's too rich after like even after a few. It's just like it's like, too much.
If you're having like 5 of them, right? It can be a nice little pick me up sugar in your system.
If it's mixed in like trail mix or something.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck are you on?
Depends on what's in the trail mix, right? Anyway. You guys ready to get into anime news? Let me turn
Before we go on, I will say one thing.
Good.
On the top of Halloween.
You trick or treat at Tim Hortons?
No. When
trick or treated on your senior year.
When I was a kid, the daylight savings time used to get switched in like the second week of October, and then at some point. I don't know if it was the states moved it first. I assume it. I can't remember. I think the states moved it first. And they moved it to now. It's like
the first week in September or in November.
It's in November. Yeah.
Yeah. First Sunday.
So what that means is when we were kids, it would be dark at like 6 o'clock, and so you could go at 6 o'clock and be super dark outside.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And get all your trick or treating done. Now it's like it's light until like 7 still. And
which is
like,
why when I was a kid and I went and got the keys because we were too young to be out after, like 8 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Like it's fucking get in bed, little shits, right? But so we had
light out.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. So we
sleep
still
now.
wanted to trick or treat, but the only place we could do it was, in town or whatever, No, totally. And I always remembered when I was a kid, when you go back into school in September or whatever, and it's like, well, this sucks, right? I fucking hate being back in school. And then the time change happens. You're like, oh man, you know what? Honestly, at least it's a little bit easier for a little while, a little break. That's great. And then the time change goes back right at the end of school. You're like, fuck. You're like, why? like you've completely worn off getting that extra hour. And now it's like life sucks the worst. Finals are coming up, and then boom, 1 hour less sleep, bitch. You gotta destabilize you, keep you feel like shit.
I hate that. I hate it.
They are talking about getting rid of that so that it's constant. But there's like,
I hate the time change. Look, one of the biggest tasks that I have to do at work that I absolutely can't stand. My boss is a complete dick, right? I had a meeting with him. It lasted like 2 hours last week. And everything I said, he would respond with, yes, exactly. Yeah, let's do that. And then immediately morph what I said into the thing he already wanted to do. And it's like, eventually everybody in the meeting just gave up. Can we just be done with this? You clearly know what you want to do, right? One of the things that I keep bringing up is we cannot keep doing what you're asking for, because we run these accountability groups, and he thinks it's really cool when docs from England are in a group with American docs and Australian docs. And it's like, do you not know below the equator, they have daylight savings time that goes in the opposite direction from us. And it's at a different date than ours, right? So at least in the UK, they go the same direction and they're off by 1 week. So we at least catch up to them the following week. So we might have 1 week where we shift to accommodate for them, where we do the call like an hour later, an hour earlier, whatever, to accommodate until we catch up. But in Australia, you're fucked either way, because if the call starts at 11 California time and then you have a time change, in order to accommodate for them, you have to go back and now start the call at 10 until Australia has their time change. And then you have to go back even further and start the call at 9 in order for it to feel the same to them, because of the bullshit with how all of it moves, right? It's a huge pain in the ass. And my boss is constantly like, you're right, we'll never merge the groups ever again. And then the very next sentence out of his mouth is, that Australian doc would be great in this group. And I'm like, kill me. Like,
just
I don't
meet
want
in the
this
middle.
anymore.
Just meet in the middle. It's a 2 hour difference. Just meet right in the middle. 1 hour back for you would have them go 1 hour ahead.
The point is, though, that when you have one Australian in a group with a bunch of people who don't move, everybody, we're going to move just 1 hour back instead of 2. It's like 9 people get inconvenienced so that one person can be slightly less inconvenienced. Like, no, like, you're dead to us, Australia. Anyway, all right, let's get back into this. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7, Steel Ball Run. Anime is restructuring the early chapters, but not too drastically. Okay. I think this is what they're going to do. And I'm basing this entirely off of my understanding from the mid-2000s of the story of Steel Ball Run, which is that this was released as not part of JoJo, and then it retroactively became a JoJo series when JoJo characters with the Jo stars and stuff started to show up in it.
But that was disproven.
Well, my theory is that anything that was not establishing right away at the beginning in those early chapters is going to be restructured so that the Jo star line and all that get introduced early. That's what I think it is. That's my headcanon on it.
Didn't I look this up and like the first chapter has
Johnny
Joestar?
Joestar? Yeah. I'm clearly wrong. Just let me be wrong.
Okay.
Go Zappelli! All right. After 4 years waiting at the starting line, David Productions is finally off to the races with Steel Ball Run. But just so that we're clear, okay? I don't know when this book is getting finished. The next 2 weeks of my life are going to be insufferable. And it's probably going to be like, I will stay late every night for a week so that I don't stay late every night the next week kind of thing. And so that I can get to the point where I can finish the book. Because once the book is finished, I get back on the manifesto. I am not going to do Attack on Titan after December. We either hit it or I kill myself. Okay? That's how it's going to go.
Or quit it.
All right? So, I'm just bringing this up to say...
Instead of Minecrafting yourself, let's just not do the manifesto and just move on right now.
No. I have to finish the book. That's the first thing. Okay? Then the chips will fall where they may. Life and hanging in the balance and everything. Right? Just saying, if I had a full amount of money, I could quit my job and work on the book and get it done next week. Donations, please. No, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm bringing all this up to say that we have, I think, 3 JoJo series now, or is it just 2 that we haven't done? We haven't done Stone Ocean, and we haven't done, obviously, this one that hasn't fully come out yet. Yeah. Isn't there another one before Stone Ocean we haven't done, or are we caught up?
We did part 5. We haven't done the Thus Spoke Kishime Rohan OVAs.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Okay. Anyway, I'm just saying we gotta get caught up, right? And also, by the way, in the middle of all this, fucking Stranger Things about to come out, and I'm just like, God, okay. Anyway, all right. Back to this. After 4 years waiting at the starting line, David Production is finally off to the races with Steel Ball Run, the next and 7th overall entry in their animated adaptation of Hirohiko Araki's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And according to director Yasuhiro Kimura, Johnny and Hero's jump to TV necessitates some slight changes being made to their early adventure. The highly anticipated Western-themed standoff, pun intended, was unveiled to eager fans on September 23rd, notably the same day as the in-universe announcement of Steel Ball Run's eponymous horse race. Via the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure New Announcements Event global live stream event on September 23rd, as hosted by Steven Steel voice actor Kenta Miyake, Muhammad Avdol in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3, Stardust Crusaders. Wow. Making the beginning of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure dive into its alternate timeline, Part 7 takes place in the 1890s America and centers around the titular Steel Ball Run, the North American continent's first cross-country horseback race, which challenges riders to travel a 600-kilometer route from San Diego, California to New York for a first-place prize of $50 million in the 1890s?
Ooh. That's a lot of money.
That's like President of Earth money back then. Like, that's like... that might be... Hold on.
How
Chat.
much?
No. How much was the United States GDP in 1890? $550 billion. That's like 10% the GDP then.
Remind for the
My
audience
question-
what GDP is.
Gross domestic product. The total earnings nationwide of the country.
Okay.
Go ahead, bud.
My question is, why are they going through Michigan and across the lake?
Yeah,
Like,
that seems strange.
is there a part where they have to go on a boat? Because
I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
I don't know.
Take a good hard look at my motherfucking boat stand.
You'd think the horseback riding competition would be all horseback.
Well, what's funny about the series is that one of the characters is Native American, and he doesn't even ride a horse. He runs barefoot throughout the entire race. Among the race's various entrants is the series' newest protagonist, Johnny Joestar, a British-born jockey prodigy whose dreams come true. Oh, wait, what? Oh, goody. Thank you for the super sex, Seb. Appreciate that. Now I won't kill myself. It was that easy.
It was super.
That's not quite the 50 million I thought I was going to get, but I'll take it.
Just 30 seconds closer.
A British-born jockey prodigy whose dream came to an end after he was shot and paralyzed from the waist down. And his newfound mentor, Hiro, a cowboy whose mastery of the rare spin technique allows him to accomplish a number of superhuman feats, including the offensive manipulation of his personal weapon, a steel ball, and the restoration of sensation to Johnny's legs. Yay! This last feat, of which inspires Johnny to enter the race alongside Hiro in order to study his techniques.
I'm getting comfortable. It's very difficult.
Yep. I'm going to pull that out from underneath here.
It's all right.
There you go. Produced by Warner Brothers Japan and animated by Studio David Productions, Steel Ball Run will be helmed by co-directors Yasuhiro, Yasuhiro, I think that's Yasuhiro, Kimura, and Toshiyuki Kato, who previously directed Part 5 Golden Wind and Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable, respectively, and feature script work from Part 5 Golden Wind writer Hideo Takahashi and Yasuko Kobayashi, who previously contributed her talents to every JJBA anime since Part 3, Stardust Crusaders, notably. While details regarding Steel Ball Run's episode count or creative direction remain tight-lipped, a recent interview, Kimura, as published in the recently released JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Anime Key Animation Collection Animation Artworks Archive 2 Series Production Art Book, the anime's take on Johnny and Gio's wild ride will play out in a slightly different fashion than in Araki's original manga. Per a translation of the interview provided by the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Fan Wiki's official Twitter account, JoJo Wiki, Kimura revealed that rather than kicking off with the introduction of Sandman and his reason for joining the race, Steel Ball Run will instead open on Johnny and Hiro in order to keep viewers locked in the series' identity. I was exactly right. You were wrong. Yes, thank you, Seb. It is like 100 trillion Zimbabwe dollars.
I didn't say anything about you being wrong about the fact that they might want to focus more on the JoJo stuff. The thing you were wrong about was that the manga was set up to be not a JoJo manga. And that is just proven by the fact that, like, in chapter 2, I think it is.
2.
Maybe it was page 2. I don't remember. I'd have to double check now. But anyway, they say it really right off the bat.
They do say it early, yes. I wasn't able to read it in real time during its serialization, so during New Year's break, while working on Part 5, I finally sat down and read it. I remember enjoying it so much that I read it all in one go. But when I first started reading, I remember wondering, is this really JoJo? That question has weighed heavily on us during this adaptation. As the story progresses, it does transition into the familiar JoJo-style stand battles, but at the beginning, there's hardly any hint of that. It's clear that Araki-sensei originally wanted to draw a race story. After all, the first character to appear isn't Hiro or Johnny, but Sandman. As a fan just reading the manga, I didn't think twice about it, but approaching this as the newest JoJo anime season, we realized the early chapters would need restructuring. Actually working on it, the story composition has also been quite a challenge. we have to reproduce the same exhilaration the original gave readers, so we can't change it too drastically. Yeah, $50 million. Warner Brothers Japan has confirmed Steel Ball Run will fire its starting gun exclusively on Netflix sometime in 2026. Interestingly, a look into Netflix's metadata by JoJo Wiki revealed that the anime currently holds a premiere date of March 18th, 2026 at 11 p.m. Damn. However, the site does note that this does not necessarily have to be the real release date and could just be a placeholder. Interesting. Oh, that's it. Okay, great. Stay tuned, I guess. All right, moving on. Digimon Story Time Stranger anime short provides a prelude. He said, hoping Footnum would hear, but won't. So this is a short from be like a precursor to the game.
Yep.
It has a lot of heart. I still think that I'm right, and that this one fight takes place in the same neighborhood.
Heightened View Terrace?
Yeah, Heightened View Terrace, that one.
When you said Deputymon, I was like, how does he recognize which Digimon it is? I was like, oh, it just literally says it.
Yeah. You think I would have known otherwise?
Is the evolution Sheriffmon? I'm gonna have to ask Footnum.
Anyway, I'm pretty sure this is the Heightened View Terrace right here. Anyway, I could be wrong. I don't know.
Lightsaber.
Yep. All right, moving past it. All right. The 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You, Season 3. Season 3.
Now it's going to be called 100 Girlfriends Who Really, 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 Really Love You.
I mean, there's 100 of them, so you got to cover, 100 episodes worth.
And now they have the American girlfriend.
Yeehaw, partner! If they do not give her like a Texan accent, I will
fucking haw, bro.
In the dub, I will be like sorely disappointed.
Zoom and enhance.
She talks like Macho Man Randy Savage. Is that what you're doing? Yeehaw, brother! All right.
No, she actually just talks like Bandit Keith.
New Dorohedoro anime season releases in spring 2026. Reminder that you could be watching this, but nobody is.
I planned to watch the first season, but never got around to it.
Moving past it. New Magic Knight Rayearth anime reveals the 2026 broadcast. But why? Why do we need a new one? Why does this story need to be told again? Clamp is like, well, we really made some money off of our Clear Card Card Captor reboot, so let's just reboot something else.
Damn it! Well, is Clear Card a reboot, or is it? I thought it was a sequel.
It's a continuation, but I just mean like bringing back an old series. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
Now,
this is a retelling because.
It's a retelling.
It has to be because they're
like Crunchyroll's gonna get this and they're gonna recast everybody. Damn it!
It said something about the Tokyo Tower here.
Okay.
Well, it says the anime's official website today shared a below teaser video depicting Hikaru, Umi, and Fu at Tokyo Tower where the trio first meet. So maybe it isn't necessarily a reboot or a retelling, and they're just showing Tokyo Tower, which is symbolic in the series as the place where they met.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hopefully, that if they dub it, the old cast comes back, if any of them can. But I don't know if it's like a movie or it could be.
Well, there's already two casts because there's the show and the OVA.
Oh, right.
Blasters, right.
Okay. True.
Anyway, Demons of the Shadow Realm. This is the Hiromi Arakawa.
Also, I feel like they're bringing back a bunch of other. Sorry to get back off on the old topic. They're also bringing back. We've covered it on podcast, but the new gay sequel to Ronin Warriors that we don't really like here.
Nobody asked for, but
they're bringing that back too. It's so weird that they're bringing back like 80s and 90s like stuff.
Yep. They're like, what's Hollywood doing?
Remakes. Okay, gotcha. We can do that too.
All right, so this is from the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist. We're gonna watch the trailer real quick.
お腹にもう一人いるよ。やっぱり双子だった。夜と昼を分かつ。
Trans flag? What?
この子らはつがいを滑るものになる。朝が来た。お前ら何者だ。そこを抜け。そういうことか。悪趣味。 何が起こってんだよ。
So they're gonna run into Yugi.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
It's time to duel. I'm gonna send your soul to the Shadow Realm.
What's in the Shadow Realm is the trans demons, right?
Oh, you're right. Oh no.
I just know it's nice to see that they outright say it's gonna be 2 cours.
yeah. 2 consecutive cours.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, that too. You don't see that very often. I mean, it happens, but it's not very often.
Old man, what if I told you it's from Hiromi Arakawa, creator of Fullmetal Alchemist? All right. Rooster Fighter anime releases opening video and an English dub trailer, which we are definitely gonna watch. Let me double check that none of these got copyright.
This airs in April, right?
I checked them earlier and they didn't, but after some time passes, sometimes they get hit. Content. All right, nothing got hit. Nothing got hit. All right, here we go. We're safe. All right, here we come.
That's enough. I'm here to put a stop to you, demon.
Hey, are you hungry? You want some of this? It's yummy fried chicken. You're gonna love it.
Fried what? Is she for real? That rooster, who is he?
This rooster embody the word duty.
Don't follow me. I hate kids, and you're just another brat.
I'm gonna give that bird a piece of my mind.
You haven't changed at all, KG. I'll kill you!
Livestock is actually challenging me to a fight. This'll be fun. Everything lies with that demon son of a bitch. The weaker, the better. It makes my crown curl!
It should just be Kamehameha. Come on.
They knew what they were
Missed
doing.
opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry, my leg must have slipped.
Why wasn't that a male black cock and how the black voice actor? Come on!
Missed opportunity to have him talk like Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah. I'll say what?
Yeah.
That was Patrick Seitz as the main guy, right?
Yeah. I think so. Here, they have the cast on the thing. We can look at it. Yeah, Patrick Seitz as KG. Lucy Christian as Elizabeth.
Oh, wow.
Kimoi Lee as Pyoko. Anyway.
I'm surprised Lucy Christian is in that. It seems like all LA people aside from Lucy Christian. That's funny.
So,
Moved to LA.
Maybe. I doubt it, though.
Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider anime reveals VA Katsuyuki Konishi's shocking past. Prior to providing the voice of, I think it's supposed to be Tanzaburo, not Tanazburo, Tanzaburo Tojima, the main character of Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider, Konishi also provided the voice for the Transformation Belt in 2023's Kamen Rider Gotchara TV series. But even before that, Konishi appeared in a small role as Shocker Fighter in the 2009 film Kamen Rider Decade the Movie, All Riders versus Die Shocker. Additionally, I thought I had to... Nope, I guess there's no more. All right, that's it. All right, cool. Here's more. There's also the visual here. I just want to find out what's going on with this. Okay, so it's
clips of this. And
Patrick Seitz is also going to voice Tojima.
And what'd you say, Reese?
And there is plot.
There's plot. Nice.
There is plot.
I saw one of the clips when I think he first like does the like puts on the mask. I should say doesn't do a transformation, but puts on the mask. And it was pretty funny. I'll consider watching it.
I'm waiting for plot.
It might not be in the trailer.
You're supposed to sell me on the trailer, dummy. Like
okay, I think that was the plot.
Damn. Okay. Otherworldly Munchkin. Let's speedrun the dungeon with only 1 HP. Anime premiere postponed. The anime was originally slated for October 2025 this month. Instead, they wrote the broadcast of the TV anime Otherworldly Munchkin, Let's Speedrun the Dungeon with only 1 HP, originally scheduled to begin airing in October 2025, has been postponed to further enhance its quality. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience and concern this may cause to all those who have been eagerly awaiting the broadcast. I'd like to see some data, because it feels like anime is getting delayed more and more lately, doesn't it?
It's not as good quality either.
No.
Still waiting on those Naruto episodes.
Yep. All right. Isshiki-san wa Koi o Shiritai romantic comedy manga gets an anime. I bet you can't guess what it's about.
Is it a rom-com?
Incest.
Good guess. A young
feels like
woman?
they couldn't. It feels like they shouldn't be able to hold the sign like that.
Yeah.
Like their second hands should be back there, but they're somehow on the sign.
Yeah, I don't know. His
like
arm especially should be.
Yeah, there are 4 hands touching that.
Yeah. It says here, a young woman who knows nothing of love takes on the ultimate challenge of becoming a fake couple. Inspector Isshiki, a stiff and serious police officer respected by everyone around her, has been struggling with her work lately.
Oh, no.
The problem being is that it only happens when she's working alongside a certain detective, Roku
thank
Tando.
God. Oh.
Do either of these look like law enforcement to you?
I thought this was going to be so she's been put in an assignment at a high school and that's their high school crush. 21 Jump Street.
Weirdly, that would make this less weird. That would make this a lot easier to swallow. After discovering the cause of struggles, she decides to solve the problem by becoming a fake couple with Detective Roku Tanda. But you forgot to put in the part that makes me want to watch it. How about that?
I don't see no buts.
Oh. Mistress Kanen is devilishly easy anime. Yeah, so she's the spawn of Beelzebub, and she tells this guy that she's going to eat him. And his response is, "Arigatou gozaimasu!" Which means, "Thank you very much." That threw her for a loop. Anyway, a beautiful and alluring devil that devours human souls has descended. Kanen, the gourmet devil, descends upon a high school in the human world to devour young, sweet souls. And her first sacrifice is Yoji Kugi. It's a high privilege to be devoured by yours truly. Be thankful, inferior creature. However, for some reason, she and Kugi end up making a romantic contract. For the innocent Kanen, who has lived for 1,000 years without experiencing a first love, every day is filled with excitement. Going home together, holding hands, going on dates, a first time? You damn inferior creature. The first love rom-com about a cute and simple-minded devil begins. Why is it like ending with the music note? All right. All right. I just wanted to share this because this particular frame showcases an aesthetic art style that I like. Unfortunately, the character designs for the characters don't look good from very many angles. But I like this vintagey look where like there's like a texture to it. And it almost feels like a hand-painted 90s anime. Anyway, this is the one about the girl who's a game designer. And then this guy is a streamer named Marshall Law who plays her game and dumps on it on his stream. And then it turns out that they're next door neighbors. That one.
Oh, okay. Who's in the cast?
Sam.
Ooh, I go down a couple more. Damn.
Nick Huber. Is that Chuck Huber's son?
No idea.
Monty Thompson. Monica Rial is Angela. Tristan Bonner. Amber May. Larry Brantley. Jordan Kalea. John Bergmeyer. And Danny Chambers. Nothing to write home about. Monica Rial plays the dog. Is that correct? All right, moving past.
Well, she plays the duck in One Piece, so...
Super Psychic Policeman Chojo TV anime announced for 2026.
This title could have been gold with one small tweak.
Choji? He looks like Lupin. Why does he look like Lupin? Why are you dressed like Lupin?
The main character from Windbreakers dressed up as Lupin.
Mm.
He's got the half black, half white hair.
On her first day at the West Shinjuku police station, Ippongi realizes she got the short end of the stick. Her new partner, Chojo, uses his psychic powers to do everything except work. But after some Yakuza threaten to take over Ippongi's family dojo, Chojo begins to take his job more seriously, and the pair embark on a comedic whirlwind solving crimes, catching bad guys, and blundering their way through life as police officers. That sounds infinitely more funny than the stupid one about the fake couple, right? Anyway, now let's read this article you've probably heard 1,000 YouTubers already cover. Anime tourism isn't the problem. Elitism is. Says the tourist, right?
Right.
Anime isn't dead, but some fans are. Every community that grows eventually forgets what it felt like to be small. Anime used to be a secret handshake, something whispered about in school hallways, traded on burned CDs, and defended against ridicule. It was a culture built by outcasts who found meaning in stories that the mainstream ignored. Now, that same culture fills stadiums, dominates streaming platforms, and trends across social media daily. But with that
box office.
But with that success came a strange bitterness. The very people who once begged for anime to be accepted never did that. Never. Now are the ones resenting how popular it's become. They complain that anime isn't what it used to be, that the fandom is full of tourists, and that newcomers are ruining the community. What they don't realize is that this gatekeeping says more about them than it does about anyone else. And I could not give two shits. The word tourist in the anime world doesn't mean someone traveling to Japan or visiting anime landmarks. Wow, thanks for explaining. It's a new kind of label, one meant to draw a line between real fans and fake ones. No, I would say that what it is, again, if they're going to straw man it, I want to establish what my term means, right? And I actually have never used the term anime tourist personally, but I've heard the term expressed, and my understanding and agreement with the term is sufficiently expressed by explaining it as people who do not belong in the fandom, who want the medium to change to suit the level of entertainment they want to demand from it. Does that sound about right to you guys?
Yeah, I would say also like people who were just visiting, you know, like a normal tourist would for like a country. It's like, hey,
a great example would be, oh, I love that series, but I hated it. I hated it when this happened. I hated it when the pervy guy showed up and they smashed him over the head with a hammer. I hate it when that happens, right? I love anime, but I hate the upskirts. I love anime, but you know that's the thing. I don't need you in my life. I don't need you in the fandom. I don't need you. The same people who are like, I love anime on physical media, but I like it more streaming. I love anime, but I wish that there were more stickers and trinkets, right? Like, I love box sets, but I want them to be a centerpiece on my coffee table that I'll throw away in a year. And also, I'm not going to pay $150 for it anyway.
So
Get out of this fandom.
I would say a fair weather fan is kind of a similar
another good example
word.
Sure.
It's kind of like I like to watch baseball when my team is in the playoffs, and that's about it. Like I don't watch during the season.
Right. It's kind of like when you know this is like a I forget what the term. What's that term they have for Christians who only go to church on Easter and Christmas?
Gosh, I don't remember.
You know what I'm talking about? Like the people who are
me,
who, like
me.
But it's like I'm not going to go tell. I'm not gonna go tell people how well baseball should change the rules because I think that rule's stupid. It's like I'm just there to watch. Like the people that watch every game are the ones that should be the ones that are targeted for.
But again, it is
appease.
specifically the need to dictate an opinion that things that you dislike should be forced to be changed. That is the only reason anybody anywhere has an issue with anime tourism, is because you've been here the whole time. This is something that you love. It is popular because of your blood, sweat, tears, and investment into the fandom. And somebody else decides to come in and say, nah, if I'm going to keep watching this, it's going to have to change. And then the studios bend over backwards to change, to chase you.
It's like
instead of the people who actually got you to the place where other people are even taking notice.
It's like playing a game, like D&D. It's like, oh, well, we play it this way. This is how you play the game. And somebody comes in and is
we have to add wheelchair accessible dungeons.
Well, I mean, like that's happened all over the place. Like with Halo. Halo was great. And then, Call of Duty started getting popular a little bit because it was like the new thing to be like, because Call of Duty moved to like more Modern Warfare style stuff as opposed to, because they used to focus more on like World War II guns, which was a slower gameplay. And then so they started taking Halo's lunch, and then Halo's response was, oh, well, we're going to try and be more like Call of Duty. It's like, no one wants you to be more like Call of Duty. None of the people that liked Halo want you to be more like Call of Duty, right? And then they like lost themselves, and now they're like a 2-bit company that has failing games all over the place, and are like getting half fired every couple months. So if people try and change anime to court the new viewer, you're going to lose the old viewer, and then put like the new viewer is the fair weather fan, where they're only liking the top cream of the crop stuff. And if you stop producing that stuff, it's not trickling down to any other company.
I look at it like this. Something that I've learned as a content creator is that you can attempt to manufacture virality. And some people are really good at it, right? But you can
Some people are not. Like, it's Morbin time.
Well, you can make something viral by creating a scheme. Like, for example, when you're scrolling through like shorts or reels or TikToks or whatever, every once in a while you'll see ones where they are, like, for example, watch till the end. If I put watch till the end, my watch time goes up dramatically, even if there's nothing at the end. Right?
Like,
so you create virality.
Point and then just loops back and it just continues.
Yeah.
And then
so you create virality by manipulating or deceiving the viewer. Right? So they've given you a slight extra bit of time because you bait and switch them. Right? So there's a way to manufacture virality and create a viral status, right? With a video. Basically, whatever your metric is, oh, it got 100 million views, whatever. But in my experience, the videos that you invest the most amount of time in often do the worst. And the videos that you just record when a scorpion lands on your flippin' ceiling fan bring in more views than anything else that you did in a freaking afternoon, right? And so the reality of the situation is that companies got popular because they put out a good show. Cowboy Bebop. Director got popular because he put out a good show. Cowboy Bebop. So then people start flocking saying, give me more, give me more, give me more. So then you think, okay, so we need to make another one of these because now we've got all these hungry people at our doorstep asking to pay us money. And you make Lazarus and it's dog shit.
Yeah.
Right? You think it's mechanically, you think, well, we just need these couple things. And because we're a bunch of Westerners tipping the scale, and we know improperly that in the West, everybody loves queers, everybody loves trans folks, everybody loves this. We're going to throw all that shit in too, right? And that's only going to explode the viral ability of this property, right? But that's not how it goes down. The worse, the more you try to invest and create that aspect of things, the more it's going to crash and burn.
The more you try to create by numbers.
Mm-hmm. And so I think that ultimately, and we've sort of talked about this, like there is a certain kind of magic that exists in working for a small business, right? Sleeping under your desk, doing whatever it takes. And it's like, there's like pride in the fact that you're such a small company that if you, the cog in the machine, stops turning, everything falls apart. But then there's a certain level where the company expands to the point where you could stop showing up to work for a week and they might not even notice. You know what I mean? And then if anything happens, oh, now we have to go to an HR meeting. You know what I mean? Like there's a lack of soul that exists once you create everything surrounding metrics instead of art, right? And I think that that's where a lot of companies are, where, and this has always been the case. Oh, Studio A's making a movie about pirates? let's make a movie about pirates. We'll take away from their market share because people are going to go see that movie because it's about pirates. So we want to give them another option. Do I want to see Pirate Movie A or Pirate Movie B? Do I want to go see A Bug's Life or do I want to go see Ants? Right? This is how it fucking goes. Now, looking at both movies, is Ants a piece of art or is A Bug's Life a piece of art? You know what I mean?
I mean, it depends who you talk to, but I really do think that, Bug's Life is better, but that's just, my opinion.
That's what I'm saying is like, you can actually tell when somebody is chasing the audience or the audience is chasing the vision, right? Like you can actually tell easily. It's innate. It's understood. Even to the point where today I was watching a video. So it's kind of, I won't go too long-winded into it, but after you defeat the main first game in Silent Hill F, you have the option to play it again in New Game Plus, and there's a bunch of differences in it. And then supposedly after you defeat New Game Plus, there's a New Game Plus Plus. So there's actually 3 ways to experience the game. I started playing what I thought was New Game Plus Plus, but the intro to that playthrough was the same as New Game Plus. And it didn't say anywhere New Game Plus or New Game Plus Plus or anything on. So I was starting to like, what did I even get New Game Plus Plus? I'm asking ChatGPT, I'm trying to figure this out. Eventually I'm looking at YouTube videos and trying to figure this out. And I found a video when I searched something about Silent Hill F that I just thought I should watch anyway because it seemed interesting. And the voice doing the voiceover, I don't know was AI, but the script was definitely AI. And it's like a human being could say these words, but I can tell that they didn't. I can tell immediately that the jokes it's throwing in and the bullshit is just slop, And when that happens, you can tell instinctively. We know when effort was put into something, or even if it's just luck, right? But we can goddamn tell. And so when it's not there, when the soul does not exist, you get Lazarus instead of Bebop, And it's freaking obvious. And it's the same as when you work at a company and you work in a small business, and then that small business scales up, and then everything is done by committee, and then every infraction is handled by HR, and then nothing flies. Like, for example, in Long Beach, Cal State Long Beach, for years, they've had a Homer Simpson hanging from the ceiling in the cafeteria, right? And it's just been like a landmark at the college. And then one day, an Asian person said, "This makes me feel uncomfortable because it seems to be symbolizing violence against Asians because Homer is yellow." And then what do you think happened?
Got taken down right away.
So this is the thing, is like, it's the manufacturing and manipulation of the soul of the property that destroys it and turns it into crap. The reason people want the tourists to leave is because they do not appreciate the art, and they are only there to try to force the art to cater to them. And everybody else has been there as an appreciator of the art, and they've supported it through the hard times. And now other people are trying to manipulate it into something that no longer is worth supporting at all. And then what inevitably happens? It falls apart. It crashes and burns. Nobody wants it anymore. Not even the people asking it to change for them. All of a sudden it loses its edge, and then you don't even realize.
They never wanted it to begin with. They just wanted it to change.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, they didn't. They wanted it only because it was the new hotness, and the new hotness changes.
Yeah.
And so, if the new hotness changes next month to something else, the tourists leave, and they don't give a shit if you changed because they didn't really care about it. They were just in it because it was the new hotness.
They want new hotness, not old busted hotness.
So.
Took me a second to recognize that reference.
They reject. Wait, hold on. Sponsored by for the rooster cockfighter. Yep. Definitely does.
I mean, that's one product placement that I wouldn't mind.
Activists taking over a fandom has been a thing for years. Eventually, they work their way into production and everything sucks. See Crunchyroll. See any video game company, you know? 1, we demand you include us in your space. 2, we demand you change your space to accommodate us. 3, we demand you stop harassing us because you don't like our demands. 4, we demand new laws or rules to be enacted to remove you from the space we've created as you don't fall in line with our vision of what the space should be. 5, why don't you go off and create your own space if you don't like it? 6, we demand you not create your own space after we have kicked you out of our space, as you having your own space is inherently racist, sexist, misogynistic, homophobic, and transphobic. This will be the result of activists take over a hobby. They took over movies, games, comics, board games, and pretty much most of the Western entertainment. Yeah. Found out Walmart is selling reprinted DVD versions of One Piece. It's a volume 1 through 2. And then they rejected Space Dandy for this shit. So the word tourist doesn't mean traveling to Japan, right? It means somebody who only watches anime that's trending. The meme-fueled, algorithm-boosted titles like Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, and Attack on Titan. I am so irritated because I followed the Attack on Titan subreddit, and all the time I see people saying like, man, the series was so good, but then Eren turned out to be Hitler 2.0. It's like, you don't fucking understand anything. Right? Like, just the amount of not understanding, and just everything has to be sunshine and rainbows all the time, right? Or
to be fair, I don't think that's a purely issue with only tourists.
Sure.
Media literacy is not well in even the anime or people.
So I should say that's actually a bad example. I have a bunch of points. The reason I will not give up on the manifesto is because there are so many things that idiots parrot. Like, why didn't, since he's clearly God and has the ability to go back in time and change everything, why didn't Eren just go back further? And it's like, think for 2 seconds, read between the lines, and you will realize why that was physically impossible for him to do. But because you can't, I will explain it all in the manifesto, right? So they follow hype cycles instead of studio lineups, scroll through edits instead of reading manga, and often disappear as quickly as they arrive. Some jumped in during the pandemic boom, when anime became more accessible than ever. Others treat the fandom like a fashion statement, an aesthetic to match their playlists and social media feeds. To veteran fans, these people feel like intruders, tourists in a land they never helped build. That frustration didn't come out of nowhere. For many older fans, anime used to be hard to find, and even harder to love publicly. I don't care about that. Never gave a shit, actually. They remember late nights waiting for episodes. Did you ever get
bullied for watching anime?
I'm sure people tried, but in order to be bullied, you have to give a shit about what people think of you.
Yeah.
And I never did. So
I did.
We see, Julie, and yeah, you're acknowledged. I wasn't necessarily, but I, like my friends were, which just wasn't heavily accepted.
Were you bullied for being crippled more or less than bullied for
I
being
think they were more afraid to bully the crippled kid. Like, it was just like, oh,
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah. So you guys were bullied? I never experienced that. People have always kissed my ass.
I was never bullied, but I basically, like, in Canada anyway, Sailor Moon was like on in every weekday morning cartoon, like, and then Pokemon came out and Digimon, and those were like crazy, and then Dragon Ball, and actually Dragon Ball was before Pokemon and Digimon, and then Dragon Ball Z came out, and then we got Naruto and Bleach, and so all of these things were like mega popular, and so I never really was like into the niche anime until it was already to the point where I was old enough and I didn't give a shit. Like, though I still remember, actually, I was in school in the like summer school in like grade 12, and this one guy's like, oh, I watch anime, and then he's like, and this other guy that was, I don't know if he's Japanese, he's Asian, I think he was Japanese, but he's like, you don't watch anime, name one anime. And he's like, Naruto, and he's like, that's a like TV anime, that doesn't count, that's like basic anime. And then I was like, well, I watch anime, and he's like, well, name something. I'm like, I can't, they're all like Japanese stuff, like I don't know, I watch it, and then it's like I don't even look at the name, I just watch it. And then he's like, well, you're clearly lying. And I'm like, all right, fine. The one that I do know the name because it's so simple, but I was embarrassed to say it because we were in grade 12 high school, was To Love Ru. Yeah. and then he's like, he knew what it was, and he's like, oh yeah. It's like, there you go.
It's funny. I saw, so not only have I experienced when I was working at the warehouse, somebody was chewing somebody out for being an anime fan or something at one point. And I happened to walk up on him, and I got such a kick out of it because the girl doing it was wearing a Sailor Moon sweater. But another time, I recently saw a post on Reddit where it was a screenshot of a tweet, and it was a bunch of stills from Cowboy Bebop of Faye Valentine. And somebody replied to it saying, bro, what anime? And the person who said that had Spike Spiegel as their profile picture. Right?
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And the response
maybe
was,
he was being joke. Maybe it was a joke.
Check your damn avatar, bro. Like,
maybe it was a
like,
joke.
what do you mean? Like, yeah. Anyway,
But things like Sailor Moon, Pokemon, Digimon, Dragon Ball, none of those were Yu-Gi-Oh. None of ironically, none of those were things that would get you bullied for. Yeah. Ironically, though, you would get bullied if you played the card games. So I got bullied for like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Sailor Moon card game.
No, for like Yu-Gi-Oh. I got like bullied is putting it very. Like, that's almost an over exaggeration, but like people would be like, someone I know that I was friends with.
Okay, did you get bullied for playing the card game, or did you get bullied for having the card thing?
The dual disc?
No, I didn't have the dual disc thing. Maybe if I brought the dual disc and I was more flamboyant about that than about my fandom, maybe then I would have gotten bullied. So maybe I'm just like, coloring in the lines here.
Like, all I'm saying is nobody's bullying you if you show up and you're dueling off a motorcycle, right?
Firstly, I will say there's a guy on TikTok who dresses up as Seto Kaiba, and he makes some hilarious videos where he's like, I am the one, and then he comes in anyway. But so I had a friend who would play Yu-Gi-Oh with me, but he didn't want to be associated with playing it. So if we went to school, he would then make fun of me for playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, oh, he plays Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's like, bitch, you played with me. Yu-Gi-Oh. We went to a tournament together. Yeah. What are you talking about? So
you gotta love those people who will throw you under the bus at any moment just to elevate their status among other people.
And that's literally the extent of the bullying. But it was for the card game. It wasn't for watching the show. No one gave a shit if you watched the show.
And in regards to that, I feel like, and you brought up
anyway.
Dragon Ball Z and shit, I feel like they lean more towards anime, but when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Digimon, those kind of all fell under the Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's what I'm saying.
They're anime, but I feel like they fall under the cartoon umbrella.
Yeah,
and Speed Racer. Yeah,
because it aired alongside cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. I never got into the niche stuff that was you would call well, that's anime, like the guy in high school was telling me, you don't watch real anime, until I was in high school, and it was people aren't going to be bullying you for that shit anyway. Yeah. But I also wasn't wearing my anime cosplay to school.
Yeah, let's be real. There's a difference between reading Dragon Ball and wearing the Dragon Ball fucking full print polos.
Right.
Although I will say,
I did wear those Dragon Ball Z Hawaiian shirt things.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I was in elementary school, but I did wear those.
So old
for a
man
little
says,
bit anyway.
Name one anime, Speed Racer. I watched reruns of that on TV when the term anime didn't exist in the West.
So, yeah,
it was
old
still
man.
called Japanimation.
Like, I feel like I didn't even know Speed Racer was an anime until like 5-6 years ago. Maybe 10 years ago, but like I didn't even realize. I was like, oh, that's I didn't realize that counted.
The weird thing for me is like, when did I realize that anime was a thing? You know, like I was like 4 or 3 when Sailor Moon was on TV, and or maybe I was a little older, but then I was really young, like 4 or 5 for sure when Dragon Ball came out, because I remember watching Dragon Ball and not like it was only the first season, and then not knowing what the heck happened, and it was only like they'd only ever play the first season, and then I'm like, I want more of this, and then it going away for years, and then it finally coming back as Dragon Ball Z, and I'm like, oh, here we go. But
wow,
like,
so the only season they would show you is the one where he slaps Bulma's crotch. She flashes Master Roshi. They wish for the face.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only one they show.
well, that was the only one that they ever dubbed, right?
I gotta see more of this.
Are you sure it wasn't Z?
No, I'm
The first
positive.
season of Z? Okay.
Positive.
Because
Because I remember Goku turning into the
Ozaru.
Yeah, the Ozaru, and the underpants. Like, I remember all of that. I honestly, I don't remember the, like, there's no balls and the flashing
Yeah, they
bit.
probably cut that out.
It probably.
The part where she pees herself getting flown away after she excuses herself to use the restroom in the wilderness and gets grabbed by the pterodactyl.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember I remember most of the season, but the thing was that it would only ever do the first season, and I didn't know at the time it was because they only ever licensed the first season as like a pilot thing, and it didn't catch on, so they never licensed the rest
Was
of it.
that the blue water dub back then?
Honestly, I don't know what the dub was.
Because I know
or the Harmony Gold, maybe.
It was not the Harmony Gold one, because Harmony Gold said his name was Zero in Harmony Gold.
Yeah,
and
I remember
watched
they
it,
also
and it was Goku.
They released a Dragon Ball like NES game, and they thought that his hair looked too weird, so they changed the sprite to give him a buzz cut.
Oh,
my God.
But anyway, so like I was exposed to anime when I was really young, but I don't know when it switched from like this is just a cartoon on TV to this is anime. Right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you precisely when I had that realization, but it was probably around the time I was watching Silent Mobius or something like that. Maybe a little before that even. I don't know. I just remember distinctly, I remember being thrilled to learn that stuff I had liked before was also anime, like Ronin Warriors and whatnot. Old man says, I got bullied for doing my homework. Bunch of retards in my school. JT Vega says, my mom rented the anime Cyber City 21C. It's you're thinking of 808, I think, or something, and Guy King, but I did see Gigantor, aka Tetsun 28 Shin in the 80s. What surprised me was that Saturday morning cartoons were animated by Japanese studios. Yes, like Inspector Gadget. So is that anime? That's a good question. So I think that the safest definition of anime is products made specifically for a Japanese audience, right?
By Japanese companies.
I don't think it necessarily has to be animated by Japanese companies, but it's developed to be aired on television in Japan for a Japanese audience specifically, versus being retrofit to have a dub that is in Japanese and stuff like that. Like, because shows like, for example, Sherlock Hound was actually dubbed in English first because it was a joint production between Japan and Italy, and it was actually easier to match the lip flaps from English to Italian and Japanese than from Japanese to Italian and from Italian to Japanese. So they found it easier to just do the English dub first and work that way. And that's why you get such a freaking great cast of those like British actors from.
Well, also Japan just doesn't really care about didn't care about the lip flaps.
Yeah. I mean, they still don't. If anything, they've gotten worse at it. Let's see. What surprised me was that Saturday, anime Japanese studios shows anime. At least in Japan, they probably called it anime. I mean, maybe, but
well, everything's anime in Japan.
Yeah, because anime is really just the Japanese word for animation, right? Like that's what it means. All right, so where were we? They remember late nights waiting for episodes to load, trading bootlegs on blank discs, and getting laughed at for liking cartoons. To them, watching anime wasn't just entertainment, it was identity. And now, with anime everywhere, that identity feels diluted. Nope, that's not why. When everyone can claim it, what does it mean to have been there from the start? I couldn't care less. It's not about the claiming it. You know, it's not about not wanting to share and be a fucking hipster. It has nothing to do with that. It's about watching the medium change and slowly become sanitized shit that I specifically went out of my way to watch it for, so that I could get away from the crap that people were producing in the West. Right? That's the thing that I.
An adaptation that lasts more than 1.5 seasons.
But this defensiveness has curdled into elitism. Social media has become flooded with fans who dismiss newcomers as tourists, shallow, clout-chasing viewers who only care about what's cool that season. It's a sentiment wrapped in superiority. If you only watch what's popular, you're not a real fan. Some go further, calling others fake weebs. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when people are going to come out and say, oh, this new anime I watched was a ripoff of that Tom Cruise movie, right? Without a hint of irony, not realizing at all that the movie that you saw was adapted from the same novel that the anime is based on, you know? If you only watch what's popular, you're not a real fan. Some go further, calling others fake weebs, or treating those who dislike certain tropes, like lollies or over-sexualized characters, as moral outsiders. What was once a haven for weird, passionate people has started to mirror the judgmental mainstream it once rebelled against. Well, that's a true statement, yes. The danger of this mindset isn't just that it's cruel. I don't fucking care if you think it's cruel. I don't care. If you legitimately, if your life is actually made less good because some person you will never meet is accusing you of being a tourist, that's your problem. That's not their problem. That's your problem that you're so fragile. The danger of this mindset isn't that it's just cruel. It's that it's hypocritical. Every fan starts somewhere, and most of those somewheres are mainstream. The same people who now mock anime tourists once began with gateway hits like Naruto, Bleach, or Death Note. The only difference between them, I love how you've just like dated yourself as when you got into it. The only difference between them and the so-called tourists is that they had the time and interest to keep going. Yes. Yes. And think about this for a minute. If you got into Naruto in like 2007, when it first started airing over here, and you were made fun of for it, but you stuck with it, you weathered the storm, and you went through the hazing.
Even if you weren't made fun of for it,
yeah,
you were a tourist then. You liked it. You realized you like it.
You invested in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, and I made sure to say this at the beginning. The straw man is the elitism. The straw man is to make it about something it's not about. Nobody cares about being some damn hipster who liked anime before it was cool. What we care about is that other people are trying to invade the space and force it to change to suit the needs of people who are not actually committed to it. People who showed up on a whim out of nowhere and will be gone by next year. That's the reason people are upset. It has nothing to do with this hipster mentality of wanting to have an identity that now it feels diluted. That is not a complaint anybody has. The only difference between them and the so-called tourists is that they had the time and interest to keep going. Shaming others for not being as deep into the fandom doesn't make someone more authentic. It makes them forgetful. This kind of elitism grows from nostalgia. Many older fans look back on early days with rose-colored glasses when the community was smaller, the shows felt grittier, and the passion felt purer. And yeah, and all of it was that. All of it was. The reason it doesn't seem gritty now is because it paved the way for media to tell darker, grittier stories. We would not be in the landscape of media that we are in if it were not from anime. It's the reason that Teen Titans uses all the anime tropes of characters with the big mouths when they're excited, and the like sweat drop, and the anger vein popping out of the head. All of these tropes have infiltrated non-Japanese properties because they work, right? So when you tell dark stories in cartoon, it paves the way for US cartoons that tell more serious, darker stories. So yes, it was grittier back then because compared to everything else, it's the only thing willing to push the envelope. Now, everybody else wants to shove that envelope back in the mailbox and close it up, right? You don't want it to progress any further. You want it to regress back to what you felt safe watching back in the day. But that purity came from limitation. Anime wasn't hard to find because it was better back then. It was hard to find because it was inaccessible. Being an anime fan used to mean being willing to dig, to import, to pirate because the industry barely acknowledged you. What fans miss isn't quality, it's exclusivity. Absolutely not. And that nostalgia often comes with jealousy. Fans who built their identities around being outsiders now see younger people enjoying anime freely and feel pushed aside. It's a toys mine mentality. Again, straw man. The urge to hold tighter the moment someone else wants to play. But that reaction betrays the community's original purpose. The dream was always to make anime accepted. No, it was not. To make it accessible. No, it was not. To let others see its beauty. Nope. That dream came true, and some people don't know how to handle that. There's a key difference between being an experienced fan and being an elitist. The experienced fan uses their time in their fandom to share knowledge, recommending older series, explaining the artistry, helping others dive deeper. The elitist uses their experience as a weapon, belittling newcomers, scoffing at trends, and treating fandom as a hierarchy. The first keeps anime alive, the second keeps it locked away. If that's true, then I wish there were more of the second. To be honest, again, you're straw manning the shit out of this. But if that were true, then I advocate for there being more of the elitists that will lock it away. If you even think that that would be freaking possible. The truth is that anime tourism is a symptom of success, not decline. Again, you're making up the argument as you go and straw manning. Nobody is claiming that it's not successful. Nobody's claiming that. That's never crossed the mind of anybody in the position that you're trying to straw man. The fact that people who never would have touched anime a decade ago now call themselves fans is a victory. It means anime has crossed borders, languages, and generations. Yes, but the problem is what it took to get there. The problem is that we had to sanitize it. We had to turn it into something unrecognizable that looks just like all the crap that you're already watching for you to actually take notice of it. And then when you did, you said, oh, this is funny, except for that one part, except for that one character, except for that thing where they do that thing where they all say itadakimasu. I don't understand that, right? Except for the part where they had those onigiri. I don't know what those are, right? Like that's, at the end of the day, that's the situation we're looking at. It means the anime is cross borders, languages, and generations. The tourists who came for the hype might not stay for the long haul, but some will. And those who do will carry the culture forward the same way the early fans once did.
Them not staying is the problem.
This person clearly has no idea. Honestly, this article is almost certainly just rage bait to begin with, just for clicks, right? The community doesn't need fewer anime tourists. It needs better role models. Instead of sneering at newcomers for not knowing enough, fans should help them find what makes the medium special. Watch Boku no Pico. tourists, do it. Right? The more people who care about
You're not
anime,
a real fan unless you've seen it.
the more people who care about anime, even casually, the more support its creators and studios get. No, in fact, the exact opposite has happened. Because it's gone mainstream, now they're pumping out more anime than ever. Studios are going bankrupt. Artists are still not getting paid. The exact opposite has happened. Your argument doesn't even make sense. And the more stories can be told. Gatekeeping doesn't protect anime, it isolates it. Anime tourism isn't killing the culture. Elitism is. Every fan who joins because of a meme or a viral scene is proof that anime still resonates with people, that it still captures imagination and emotion the way it always has. To turn those people away is to forget the community's own history. We were all tourists once. The goal was never to keep anime secret. It was to see how far it could go. You can state that and still be wrong, believe it or not. Tech TV also showed anime a few years later. Yeah, that's where I watched Silent Mobius. First anime as a child. Hello, Joseph Vigna. Kimba, Speed Racer, Star Blazers, Battle of the Planets. Joined anime fandom with Tape Trading Club with 1984's Macross You Remember Love. Dirty Pair, Wicked City, Urotsuki. Nice. You've had Urotsuki Doji, Meizani Koku. Sounds like you had a great introduction to anime. I recall video rental places like Blockbuster had some good animes. I rented Curse of the Yododen Ninja. What was that? What was that anime called? Ninja something. Curse of the Yododen. Nothing came up. God damn it. Yododen. Here. Wrath of the Ninja. The Yododen movie. That's what it was.
Wow. Clearly a tourist. He doesn't even remember the name.
On the VHS. Oh, they don't even have the VHS on here. Come on. Must have from 2001. It was released in a pack called Must Have Anime Mainstream DVD 4-pack, along with Revolutionary Girl Utena Rose Collection 1, Dark Side Blues, and the Complete Shamanic Princess. Ain't nobody need to watch Dark Side Blues, first of all, for the creators of Vampire Hunter D. Shamanic Princess is pretty good, actually. I just think it's funny that the mainstream DVD pack has some random schlock in it. Just like they really must have thought people wanted it has a sticker. This DVD is PlayStation 2 compatible. $130? Are you insane? Why even sell them as a pack? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, VHS costing you $50 a pop. Like Curse of the Yoma. No, it was Wrath of the Ninja, the Yododen Chronicles or whatever I just said it was.
I don't know. It's the idea that like you mentioned before, the straw man of it all. Like the whole, I don't like how he finished the article too. Like just we wanted to get people in here. It's like true, we wanted people to we wanted our friends and to be a part of the fandom, but like I think some of us welcomed too many people. At one point we just welcomed a few too many people, and they were like, "Oh, cool, this is See,
and again, the problem is that when you're chasing the audience, you deviate away from your artistic vision to try to make other people happy. The rule of thumb for an artist has always been make what you like, and there will be an audience for it. If instead you deviate and try to make what you think other people will like, you as the person making it, can't keep that up. Otherwise, it just constantly gets watered down to try to make other people happy. And you're always guessing, are they going to like this? I don't know. I just try to do what they're going to like. Make what you like, and people will show up to support you. And the people who do show up will support you greater than the worldwide everywhere just trying to get a piece of it, right?
Yeah.
You might make less money, but the dedication behind it and the fans and the value generated out of it will ultimately be more rewarding to the creator than selling themselves by constantly creating a new, lesser version of what they want to do because they are thinking maybe other people will like it instead of what they want to make,
I had a friend that I've gotten, like, I've told him, like, hey, you should watch this show or whatever. And he's liked a lot of shows, but he said specifically, like, oh, I don't like the shows that do, like, the fan service stuff. And I'm like, okay, then I guess it's not for you. And that's okay. Like, it's okay for you not to like
You can walk
anime.
away from, like, certain shows. Like, you can be like, that's not my, cup of tea. I don't like anime horror, for example. Like,
if you want to avoid a show specifically, or if you want to just say it's pretty much all of them, and I'm going to avoid the whole medium, okay. There's lots of stuff out there for people, but the key aspect is the whole medium shouldn't have to bend over and remove what people who are currently supporting it like to try and chase someone else.
Yeah.
That's the key. You have a core audience, look after your core audience, and if you can get more people, that's fine.
Look no further.
But don't cut off your leg to go chase someone.
Yeah, look no further than Dungeons and Dragons, right? To the point where, or Warhammer, right? The thing that made it loved. Oh, we decided actually that orcs, they're just like people. There's good orcs and bad orcs. They just want to have their families, and they're actually really, if you think about it, they're just black people. Really, that's what it is. So it's like, where is this shit coming from?
It's funny how that like backwards mentality almost makes you look racist. Like it's like, what the fuck?
It's like in the goblins, those were the Jews. It's like, says who? Where's this coming from?
I had no idea.
Where are you associating goblins with Jews? Are you okay?
And it's always people telling on themselves. You know what I mean? Like, that is an underaged individual, right? It's like, actually, no, right? Like,
and it's funny because it kind of the topic we'll talk about kind of sort of later. Freerun has the same kind of problem with tourists coming in. Where how come they're demonizing the demons? How come they're
again,
like, are you shitting me?
Like,
it's funny.
Are you shitting me?
Remember, the tourists aren't the problem. It's the elitists. But remember, Adi Shankar is a big fan of the original Devil May Cry. Like, he's been a fan since like 2015. Right? Like, he's a real OG fan, right? And like, he understands the source material so well. Only he could truly accomplish shitting all over it, right?
And he never misses.
Now, bear in mind, like, I thought that the twist was decent until you guys told me about the demons in Devil May Cry, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that's what they actually were. Like, my bad.
Up, Dance in the Vampire Bund.
Yeah.
Which Monica Rial voices.
It's funny that they'll use that argument of like, oh, she's a 12-year-old. Oh, she's 1,000 years old. That doesn't count. Like, it's how can you count that? She looks like a little girl. It's like, well, do you watch these characters and how they speak and how they act? None of those like vampires even remotely act like they're like 5. Like,
It's funny you brought up Freerun. So I've literally today, me and my mom finished watching Freerun season 1, and when the whole like they only speak our language to deceive us thing came up a couple weeks ago,
Muslims.
I asked her, did that seem racist to you whatsoever? And she said no. And like we've only been watching anime together for like maybe 2 years or so. Like so, like, just
so next, show her Mr. Popo.
Show what?
Show her Mr. Popo.
We're not watching Dragon.
Show her
just a picture of
Jinx
Popo
from Pokemon.
Good luck finding that episode. Okay, I assume we're done this topic.
Yeah, you ready to move on to the next one?
Yes, but I have a correction before we move on.
Sure.
Correction time. So it is chapter 2 that they mentioned Johnny Joestar, but in chapter 1 they introduce Diego Brando, and he looks exactly like Dio.
Okay, so just so we're clear, having characters with the same name as other characters from other Araki things is not uncommon to be in a manga that he's going to create. Yes, in order to tell a different story. I'm saying that it was not called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 Steel Ball Run originally when it was released. So they had characters that were from the same universe, but it's not a JoJo style story until later.
Yeah. Did they rename the characters after the fact?
No, I don't believe that they did.
So my understanding,
there's a plot element at the end of season 6.
My understanding is that he wanted to make a point in the show or in the manga to say new people can come in here. It's not really a big deal.
Actually, AC, you're wrong.
Okay. I could be wrong. I have not read any of Steel Ball Run. Once again, as I stated previously.
I just Googled it. Steel Ball Run was not originally called something else, but author Hirohiko Araki initially published in 2004 without the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure super title.
That is what I just said.
No, but it was still called Steel Ball Run. It wasn't called something.
That's why I said it wasn't called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 Steel Ball Run. It was just called Steel Ball Run, which is a reference to Cannonball Run, because it is a story about a race across the United States.
It's not a reference to Balls of Steel?
It is a different genre from the normal stuff he was writing. He wanted to do something different, and it appeared at first, and I think was intended to not even be part of the franchise.
No. He did that because he wanted a lot new readers to start with.
That's possible,
and that's what I said. But also,
again, as I said,
he named a character Diego Brando in the first episode or in the first chapter, and then in the second chapter, he's name dropping Johnny Joestar. So
that's why I was asking, did they retcon the names later? They're like, okay, fine, we'll make it JoJo, and then change the name.
Spoilers end of part 6.
There's a character that has his name grilled onto his teeth.
Here's
so
the
I don't
problem.
think they, and that's Zelly, right?
Zappelli. Phantom Blood takes place
Zappelli
in
is also in the first chapter.
Okay. It actually doesn't make any sense even, okay, because of how this is, okay? First of all, we already established this. I don't know if you guys heard this. It is an alternate timeline in part 7.
Yes.
Okay? Because Phantom Blood takes place in England between 1880 and 1889. Steel Ball Run takes place in 1890 in America with the grown-up Johnny Joestar, right?
And Diego Brando.
Yeah. So I'm way past this topic. I don't want to argue this point. As I said when we first started reading that article, I am basing what I'm about to say entirely on my understanding from my friend Andrew, who told me about this in 2008 or whatever I said.
Your friend was wrong.
Okay.
What?
yes,
Why are you guys
that's fine.
pronouncing his name like Augie? Zappelli?
Who said what?
You
How
both
do you
said
pronounce it?
Zappelli. It's Zeppeli. Like a Zeppelin? Led Zeppelin? Gee.
I like Zappelli better.
It's
I mean,
pronounced
it's got that
Zappelli.
extra-
It's pronounced Zappelli in the dub.
It's got the E before
are
the
you
L.
sure?
Oh dear God! As a kid in the 70s and 80s, I could handle mature programs. And by the way, all the mainstream U.S. movie had courtesy breasts like Stripes and Porky's. Since the cradle, I loved boobs. So
Can we get some courtesy breasts?
can
in
we
the
get
stream?
more of you in our audience?
Okay, just to finish the
What
to
brand is
put
it?
What's up? Oh, okay. Yes, you can do more. We're trying to reward our.
He yeeted all of us when he changed the brand. So
Oh, okay. Except for
I was
me.
expecting it to
Christ,
unyeet. I was
saying,
expecting it to
here's your
change back and
currency
unyeet. But maybe
All
someone
right,
didn't
anyway.
take the hint. Anyway, to finish what I was saying was the character Zappelli, which is a character in JoJo's, and his named not even like Diego Brando. It's literally Zappelli. But anyway, he has
his name
his
is
name.
Hiro Zappelli, though.
It's not
Sure, but
Caesar
It
anymore.
says Go Zappelli on his teeth.
Yeah.
Yes.
but my point is, it was drawn like he drew it into the art, so it's not something that like the translation can just go back and change.
Of course.
The text. Well, I'm just because of what Footnum said about like maybe they went back and changed it, and I was just saying no because it was literally drawn into his teeth.
All right.
Anyway,
I am pulling up Hirohiko Araki to remind you that he has done, I think, 5 different series. Bao, which is a precursor to JoJo. The fuck? Bao, which is a precursor to JoJo that has like stands and stuff. There's a character in it that looks just like Star Platinum, like a precursor to Star Platinum. Cho Kochi Kame manga, Gorgeous Irene, and JoJo. Right? And there's JoJo part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or whatever. And then there's
9.
There's Rohan, right, which is a spin-off. Steel Ball Run, which is a spin-off / sequel retroactively as far as I'm concerned. And then he has the Kochira Katsushika Ku Kameyari Koen Mae Hashu.
All right, we can move
manga.
on. All I'm hearing,
Which
from
he
you
only
is,
did the afterword for. So
all I'm hearing from you is hear no evil, see no evil. Let me live in my little make believe land.
okay.
But it's fine.
All I'm saying, Randy, is that I should not be bullied for being a tourist in Steel Ball Run territory.
It's your truth, and you will own it.
I'm just gonna say, after I watched JJK season 1 and 2, I'm just gonna go ahead and watch Stone Ocean, so I'm ready for Steel Ball Run when it starts airing.
Okay, you do that. All right.
Since we're
In
probably
manga
not gonna
news.
get to it because of the fucking minus.
Shut up! We're not gonna get to it because we're never gonna end this goddamn episode. All right, so the Shy manga is ending in 4 chapters, which means we might get a full adaptation of the anime, right? Right? Anyway, you know what else is happening?
Possibly.
Free Rin to Beyond Journey's End manga
Speaking
goes
of
on.
free run. No.
Maybe we won't even get the full manga for free.
Considering the health of both Kanehito Yamada Sensei and Tsukasa Abe Sensei, we have consulted with them about future serialization after the next issue. The manga will be taking a hiatus for a while as we adjust the serialization pace and publication format to deliver the continuation of the story. Both authors are currently continuing their works. The editorial department will also continue to support them. The specific publication date will be announced in future issues of Weekly Shonen Sunday.
Probably going to turn into monthly.
Possibly. Now,
I remember
the real news. The real goddamn news of the manga section tonight. Oshiete Galko-chan, Teach Me Galko-chan, manga returns. Returns after the author's arrest.
Nice.
Nice? Do you remember what the author was arrested for?
Not at all. Not at all.
Top Gyaru manga, Oshiete Galko-chan, has officially resumed serialization this month after being suspended for years following the arrest of its creator, Kenya Suzuki, on charges of importing child sexual abuse material.
Okay, maybe
the slice of life comedy manga series, Oshiete Galko-chan, is making a comeback after being suspended since December 2021 due to serious legal issues involving its author. The title has been reinstated for serialization as of the 15th of October 2025. Back in December 2021, manga creator Kenya Suzuki was arrested by Japanese authorities on suspicion of importing child sexual abuse material from Germany in the form of photo albums and publications. Notably, authorities reportedly seized numerous books and photo collections. The arrest triggered immediate action from the publisher. Serialization was suspended and online versions pulled from publication platforms. The case proceeded through court, and in March 2022, Kenya Suzuki was found guilty. He received a sentence of 1 year and 2 months in prison, suspended for 3 years, meaning he would avoid serving time unless reoffending. Fast forward to 2025, the series has returned to serialization on the platform Comic Walker, indicating the publisher or rights holder allowed the series to resume after the legal process and the suspension period. So,
is
from
it
what
in
I
the
understand,
same book or is it a new book?
I'm guessing it's in the same book. From what I understand, now I'm just saying, if you've been arrested because you imported what they are calling child sexual abuse material, but the main character in your book looks like that, it's not quite the same thing as what happened with Nobuhiro Watsuki, right? I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
Now, Randy, you were telling me that from what you understood, and we did cover this extensively on the podcast at Once Upon a Time, but I've forgotten all the details of it. But the books that they were claiming he was importing were obviously not quite National Geographic, but basically the equivalent of those historical photos. I think they were anatomy books that tracked like the average German's like anatomy or whatever throughout the age of like, I don't know, like as soon as they could stand up until adulthood or something.
Does that include breast size?
Yes.
I don't remember that specifically.
Who was that?
Wasn't that specifically what it was? I don't know. I'm just saying, like,
the thing I remember specifically was, and I could be remembering it wrong, but the thing that I remember is that he said, or the whatever, it was stated that the things he was importing were legal, like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And now they're not. But they were when they were published. So to me, that means it's probably not like super terrible.
Mm-hmm.
But that might be a wrong assumption.
Not exploitative material.
Well, I mean, there are some like ads like in North America with young women or young girls that are but they're on billboards, and it's like a girl in really tight clothes and doing like a sexy like pose or something, and it's like a 14-year-old girl.
Do I need to bring up the Canadian like television broadcast of the Queer Hour drag show thing?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that's sexual, but I mean,
you wouldn't say that's sexual.
Wow, Randy's a black sheep.
Some people might find it like that, but
I guess his Canadian standards are different.
Dear Lord,
it's bad. I'm not saying it's good.
Don't change Canadian beauty from Footnum to Randy.
Like there were ads where there was people like in like cut off shirts that were like, you know, very suggestive of young kids, and these were mainstream ads. Now they're not illegal. They're still not illegal. It's just kind of creepy if you're looking at them. So I don't know how much of that this collection
you
is.
could
Just
have
a little
just
bit
brought
further.
up cuties as an example.
I mean, there's stuff that goes past cuties, but anyway.
Yeah, like the
but
Canadian
it's still not illegal.
CBC kids show Drag Kids, right?
Oh, God. I just now noticing John has lazy eye.
Okay.
No, like his eyes are pointing in different directions.
Yeah.
I just now noticed that.
You've never been that horny?
No, I'm not. That is a state to choose.
But when she's in drag,
How do you full screen this?
So that's when I was calling.
It's not sexual, right, Randy?
That's gross.
That's not sexual.
These are children. They're 10, 11,
Not
12
as bad
years
as
old.
what I
They're
was talking
sexualizing
about.
children like this.
That's gross.
This is
Get that off
CBC
my
Kids.
screen.
This is real. What you're seeing is real. This is what they're doing and what they're feeding our children. I cannot believe this.
I'm a 12-year-old hyper queen, meaning a 12-year-old female drag queen. My drag name is also my real name. Simple. I'm Jason Kerr, and my drag name is
Okay, can we stop watching this?
My name is Nemes. My drag name is Lactatia. I'm
Lactatia.
Stefan, and my drag
Stop
name
it. Stop.
Lactatia.
I'll grant you.
It's not sexual, though.
Sure,
What?
no, it's sexualizing the kids. Fine, that's fine. But it wasn't. It's not as bad as what I was talking about, which is like where, and sure, it might be bad, but it might be 80% where I'm talking about like, well, maybe it's 70%, and I'm talking about 90%. Like literally, like there's the Blue Lagoon movie, right, where they had, oh, I forget her name now.
I worked on the remake, actually.
She was depicted nude.
She was 14, right, in that movie?
Yes.
Something like that. And I don't think it was her nude body, but it's depicted as her in the movie.
Brooke Shield was only 14 or 15 when she filmed Blue Lagoon, yes.
Yeah. And there's so like, and that movie you can still get. So all I'm saying is my understanding is just because the books that this author got that were legal in the 70s and are no longer legal now, it's not necessarily because you were saying like, oh well, it's like anatomy books. It might not be. It might be like those really, really racy ads, but even slightly worse to make it now it's illegal. So it might not be great, but it was something that was legal from my understanding, from my memory back then, at least. So it's not like
and CSAM
porn.
was definitely illegal back then.
Yes. So it's not like full explicit porn. It's still probably bad. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying it's not like
well, see, this is one of the
guy.
things. Hold on, let me put something up. Let's see. Let me pull up an image here. I think I can adequately. I can make this argument like absolutely perfectly in a minute.
Also, the books were, I assume, illegal when he imported them. So it's not like he owned them before they were legal or before they were illegal. Because from my memory, how they caught him was they saw the imports or something, and they
because they had to go through customs or whatever. I'm just looking for more than one example because currently they're using the exact same person for all the examples. They're still using him. I've scrolled quite a ways. All right, okay, we're just going to use it. Okay. Oh my God, I grabbed the smallest one in the world. Hold on. Let it load. I did that thing where you you open the thumbnail in a new tab instead of opening the actual image. What was the second one I had? Hold on. That one. Okay. Yes. Being 50. Okay. Hold on. 50 is this one. Okay. Yes. All right. Let me pull these in. Being 30 in the 80s. Being 30 in 2024.
I'm not screenshot anything.
God damn it. You're right. Hold on. Fuck. Sorry.
Is this a low T joke?
It 30 years old in the 80s. 30 years old in 2024. Okay. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. 50 years old in 1985. 50 years old in 2025. We've seen these images, right? Like, these are just an example of the concept. You have seen this before, right? The idea that people have aged dramatically faster due to smoking, hardship, how difficult life was, how much actual living you had to do outdoors compared to today, right? So I think it's one thing to say, oh, sexualized Brooke Shield at 14. Except she doesn't look 14 when you compare her to a 14-year-old today. You get what I mean? So, like, we have a problem. It's kind of like inflation, right? Where you can look at the number and have it feel like a full different scale when you're talking about $1 million today versus $1 million 10 years ago or 20
This
years
argument's stupid. I'm sorry. The problem is not how they look.
Yes.
The problem is the age because of the ability for them to consent.
Of course. What I'm saying is that the frameworks behind what has now become illegal or what has now become I don't think it's an accurate statement to say, oh, this was wrong back then because, right? When the standards and stuff are developed due to this evolving nature of infantilizing people as they get older.
I think what you're trying to say is like 14-year-olds then look like 18-year-olds now.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to say that, like, I don't think that Blue Lagoon specifically is a good line. Now, look, the problem here, of course, is that if the desire for acquiring the thing is a lascivious purpose, it doesn't matter what they look like back then or whatever, especially in what I understand the books were, which was like an age progression cataloging of like height trends or whatever the fuck from Germany, among other things, right? With black and white photos that you might see in a scientific anatomy book or something published in like the 70s versus, something a little bit more hardcore, right? And so like we looked at off camera when we were preparing for the show, we looked at that famous Vietnam photo from like National Geographic that won a Pulitzer Prize of the girl who had been hit by, I think, South Korean forces with napalm. And so she's running among all the other kids and she's completely naked in the photo running for her life. Right. And she's like, I don't know, 12 or 13 or something. Right. So obviously the existence of a historical photo like that, nobody, although I was surprised to see that like all the outlets are like, oh, got to blur this. And it's like, I saw this when I was like 10 in National Geographic. Right. And it wasn't weird. Like the fact that you're blurring it now is making it weird a little bit to me. But I mean,
not all depictions of minors under
the
age of 18 naked are bad. Like, well, are illegal, I should say.
Be careful.
That's going to the soundboard.
Yeah, so
the example I was going to bring up was Nirvana, right? They got the naked baby
right
on the thing.
So and then like and there's this thing,
had the naked kid with the underwear getting
this
pulled
is the
as
thing,
their logo.
Is that and maybe this is something you have to be a parent for, right? But childhood nudity doesn't become weird until a certain age, you know? Like all of a sudden, your kids start growing pubic hair, and then it's like now it's not okay to see them anymore. You know what I mean? Like when you have a baby and they have like that common trope of showing in like sitcoms or cartoons, even like showing your kids start dating and you show them the baby pictures where they're bare ass on the bearskin rug. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that trope that sort of died out, right? So like the taking photos of your young children, especially like infants and toddlers or like,
you know why that
babies,
trope probably died out?
Because it got too sexy? Is that what you're trying to say, you sick Canadian?
Based on your comments before Randall 11, I think AC's comment is true.
What comment is true?
Because they got too sexy. You disgusting Canadian.
There was a case of
a mass shortage of bear rugs.
There was a case of parents who had a child that was sick, and their doctor, I think it had the flu or something, and their doctor asked them to just send a photo of the kid because I don't know, I guess they wanted to remote diagnose the kid.
Was this a Canadian doctor by chance?
No, it was. I'm pretty sure it was in the U.S.
Okay.
Was it often just kill the kid?
And they used if I remember correctly, it was a Google phone, and so the photo went up to Google Photos, like the cloud thing.
The same thing happened with like photos of kids in the bath where you don't even see anything. You're just taking a photo of your baby enjoying a bubble bath, right? And it's like, oh, nudity, child porn, arrest that pedophile.
Didn't finish the story.
I think that's where you're going with this, right? That the Google AI found it to be.
Yeah, and they got banned basically from Google, and the cops were called, I think, as well. So
I heard this same story, but with the bath instead of the bearskin rug.
I would avoid the bearskin rug trend.
But this is the issue. This is the issue. Is that we have, as a society, have created a world in which we have to avoid normal things, non-sexual, innocent things, because an algorithm designed to protect against the abuse of children has misunderstood and granted a false positive on something that is not abuse, that is a normal part of childhood and parenting and whatnot, and has ascribed a motive behind it that has negative repercussions. Right? Like this is the issue, is that we're creating a world in which we are constantly running away from the potential creeping, line drawn in the sand, because we're allowing it to creep closer to us because we aren't pushing back on the insanity.
Well, I mean,
there's like an expanding internet culture where
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. I won't take the wind out of your sails. You go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You brought it up first.
No, it's just that you want to protect your kids because their image gets stolen online, and like if you're just handing the pedophiles the pictures,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. When we were young, those photos, the most that would see it is the person that was developing it and your family.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
And now you post that photo on the internet, and some creep is going to sit there and enjoy it, even if it wasn't meant for that. I think that's an issue, and I, as a parent, I like if I was in the situation where I was deciding whether or not to upload a picture, it'd be no. Right.
Well, uploading and taking are two different things, right? Obviously,
yeah, sure.
Oh, let me see a picture of your kid. He's like, yeah, I got the perfect one here where their bare ass is hanging out.
But it doesn't have to be that. If you look at when you look at views for children video, like just kids videos, like their parents put it up, it's like babies eating. Like they even get enjoyment out of children eating juicy fruits or something like that. Oh, it's really gross.
Okay, but see, and this is the thing. This is the same problem with the anime elitism. is like at a certain point, you can't let this, some crowd ruin the fandom, or in this case, being a damn parent and loving your children because they're going to make it weird. Because there's always going to be people like that. No matter what you do, there's always going to be people like that who are going to sexualize anything, including, things that should not even cross the barrier of being sexually gratifying. That people.
Well, what do you think about the Nickelodeon guy, Dan
Schneider?
Dan Schneider, yeah.
Because he had access to those kids, and he was a producer or whatever.
He would create environments and stories in which he could captivate, creating
he had them
sexual
showing
fetish
their feet
material.
at points. He covered them in slime at points. He had them spitting on each other. He made them say like dirty jokes about like wieners, like hot dogs, but like the double entendres there, obviously.
And I mean, I think I 100% agree with like the idea that this guy was a creep, and I think it should always be reiterated, as I say all the time on the podcast, that predators will go where kids are, right? The lion does not, look for food in the ocean. He looks for food where his food is. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do hunt in the ocean sometimes.
But if you're now making the ocean or the predator area your Facebook page, because you're uploading all these photos of your kid on the public internet, like now the ocean is his whole playing field, right?
Yes.
Sure.
So it's our jobs as parents to decide whether we want to take that risk with our children's image, because now with AI, they can make your child do anything disgusting.
Of course. And again, and we're going to look at another article. I'm going to drag it back in here. I was going to pull it out just because it seemed like it was getting too off topic, but now it seems like it's back on topic, unfortunately. So we'll look at this real quick. First of all, I want to address, this is getting a little far away from us. Joseph Vigna says, I am subscribing. Thank you. We're happy to have you. I want anime to stay Japanese and stay as ballsy as it was in the late 80s. Also, watch YouTube channel Monte Sensei. I'll check it out. Old man says mangakas out there killing themselves for their work. That's why their biggest fantasy is dying and traveling to another world where there's no stress or boss. This was Teach Me Galko-chan. In Europe, back then, kid nudity was normal in magazines. I lived in Germany when I was a kid. Oh. Brick Shields, cover that. There were photo reference book my art school figure sculpture teacher showed me from late 19th century, early 20th century that photographed mental institution patients with black bars over faces. Yeah, I don't remember why. Like, because again, we covered this. I want to say podcast like 190, maybe 290. I can't remember exactly what it was. Probably 190 actually, because it was like 2021, right? Back then, when we covered this, I don't remember specifically what told me that it was that specific thing, but that's exactly what I'm thinking of, is those ones with the black bars over to protect the identity, but like the genitals and stuff are photographed and whatnot, not in a like sexual pose or doing anything like with it, but just there it is, GG Vegas says part 2. I know Mila Jovovich star in that one as well. I don't know what you're talking about. Kids 2 in black and white, slack-jawed mouse agape. Are they going to make paintings and statues from the 15th to 19th century illegal? You wait, man. The mannequin piss will be gone. Hey, did they end the government shutdown? I see our $5. Thank you for that. Yeah, the foot fetish crap from Dan Schneider. It pisses me off when well-known fine art paintings are blurred. Oh, I haven't seen that yet. That's fucked up.
I mean, paintings are a different thing, right? Mm-hmm. Because and sculptures.
And I just personally, in my headcanon, sometimes I like to think that the reason you hired an artist and you patroned an artist was the same reason that people fund their furry porn artist on Patreon, is because really you're like, yeah, ooh, yeah, painter, make her make her pouring a glass of water. Ooh, it's so sexy, right? Like back in the like Renaissance painters we're just producing the smut for the aristocrats. Like
the John Podesta stuff, those are paintings.
That stuff
right?
is really fucked. Yeah.
But that was paintings.
The paintings from that one, I think, Finnish artist that has like the kids with their hands bound. And they're like, yeah.
I'm pretty sure maybe it was paintings now. I don't remember. Anyway, I just know Jamie Lee Curtis also has some pretty fucked up things on her wall.
She has a painting of a kid naked in a metal drum, like taking a bath, right? But it's like contorted to fit inside the metal drum or something like that.
Yeah,
isn't that?
But that's also, was it a painting?
I think it was a painting.
In my head, I thought it was a photograph, but maybe it was a painting.
Oh, that's good. Good old Trump got you paid on the 15th. Let's see if I can pull it up. I don't need to show it on screen, but Jamie Lee Curtis, creepy.
Anyway, the reason I bring her up and Podesta is just because obviously like the layman,
oh god, I don't know if that is a painting.
The layman,
and it's even worse than I remember.
The layman is going to get their account banned on Google, and the cops called on them, but the high end actress or the government person, no one's going to say shit about it, right? So that's also an issue, I suppose. But
because they can just buy their way out of any fines or jail time.
Well, the thing is, they don't even need to, because the cops aren't going to go after them. It's just assumed, like, well, you don't have that for that kind of purpose, so it's fine. Until you start getting into the Epstein stuff, right?
So, okay, it's funny. So the Jamie Lee Curtis thing, I don't even want to show it, right? But on this article I'm looking at, she posted a photo of some chairs, and she has this photo of a kid in a tub, like a plastic bin that's filled with water, and the kid is like contorted to try to be as much in it as possible, because I'm sure it's cold outside of the water. And it's like one of those like artistic censorships where like the knee is just barely covering the crotch. And she posted this reply. Last week, I posted a picture of some chairs that included a photograph on the wall by an artist that was gifted to me 20 years ago. I understand it has disturbed some people. As I have said, I am a truth teller, so here's the truth. It's a picture of a child taken by her mother, of her playing in their backyard in a tub of water. Nothing more, nothing less. I took down the post because I didn't want to keep something up that upset anyone. Okay. It is a picture of a child taken by her mother, who is not you, of her playing in the backyard in a tub of water. Okay. It's
and
not
isn't
your
the photo
kid,
blown up to like the size of her wall? Yeah.
Yeah, it's huge. And you have it prominently posted and framed on your wall in your like freaking living room. Okay? So a person taking a picture of their kid doing something cute and having it as a keepsake that stays someplace where it's not prominently in the middle of things is one thing.
Maybe
somebody else's kid on your wall, you don't just get to explain. It's nothing more, nothing less. Like, it's something more when it's framed and in the middle of your living room.
That's somebody's kid, not yours.
Yeah. All right, I want to touch base. We're gonna divert away from games news before we get in there. I'm gonna talk about this real quick. Japanese football official sentenced for viewing child porn images while on flight from Paris.
Was it anime?
I have not been able to determine. Again, this is just for anybody who's new, Joseph. My personal opinion is if it's not a living, breathing child being victimized, all of this is noise, and I don't care. in the case of this guy, best I could determine, just so that we can go into this knowing as best we know the facts, best I could determine, it appears to be like actual children, not artistic renderings. His excuse, according to ChatGPT, when I asked it if it could find any extra details about this, was that he thought they were AI generated. Now,
because
personally,
that makes it better?
Well, personally, I actually don't give a shit about AI generated CP and all that. I don't care. As long as the person who is getting off to it never crosses the line to victimize an actual child. Personally, that's how I feel about the matter. I think it's gross and disgusting, and I would not want to be near this individual if that is in our hypothetical scenario. But as I've said countless times, I would much rather the creep down the street beat off to some lolly porn or something rather than snatch my kid off my front porch. At the end of the day, if a child is not being harmed, see, because like, and this is the big problem. We talk about this all the time. I don't want to rehash this again, but we talk about this all the time. Banning things you associate with people you don't like does not make the people you don't like disappear. The only way to end the cycle of child abuse is to literally round them all up, the abusers, and kill them. And unless we're willing to do that, we aren't going to magically make the problem go away by banning anime or banning old art or statues like the mannequin piss in Brussels of the kid peeing in the fountain. We aren't going to ever solve the problem by just getting rid of the things that make you think of the thing that is actually the problem. It's not actually going to solve anything. Now, again,
I will say, if you're spreading it, like, I mean, say you want what you want about having it, but if you're spreading it, then that's a problem. And you should have a problem with that.
Yes,
because
I agree. Because
you don't know where it's coming from.
Well, the idea behind it is that, and especially, and this is where it gets really dangerous, and I do want to acknowledge this, that it's one thing for it to be lolly porn or shota porn or something like that, right? Where it's drawn, it's clearly not real. Even if you do it in a more like painterly style and it has more fidelity, but it's still obviously not like a real photograph, that's one thing. Now, look, I will agree that if you are now, as AI has clearly gotten to the point where we can make almost indistinguishable from reality, if not already indistinguishable from reality, like pictures that look like, you know, you can even have it generate stuff that looks like it was taken on like a disposable camera from the 90s, right?
There's AI that can take still pictures and turn them into actual moving clips.
Yeah. So if we have technology now that can create, let's just say, like CP that is at that fidelity, then I will agree that that does become dangerous in the sense that now we are perpetuating and creating a scenario where you can create future predators through the dissemination of something that previously wasn't harming a child, right? And the way that I always explain this is that so this is just my theory on it, but I would say that every pedophile who is aware of like underage hentai stuff is a fan of it. But not everybody who's a fan of it is also a pedophile, in the same way that you cannot convince me that people who are into incest porn actually want to screw a relative. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's a certain aspect to it where the taboo nature of it is what's enticing. It's not the reality of it. You get what I mean?
Well, I mean,
Stepbrother? No, they really do. Those disgusting book talkers. They really want the what did they phrase it in Shuonhead's video? The unusually shaped penises.
Do you think? Go ahead,
Greenlight.
Okay. Do you think, Brad and Julie? Do you guys think that that this type of stuff would encourage more of these predators, or do you think it would keep them encaged and enclosed, so to speak, within their homes?
It's hard to say.
No, it's hard.
Right?
Well, I don't.
Or do you think
give an alcoholic more alcohol? You know what I mean? So.
But see, the reason it's an issue for me is because I can see the logic behind wanting to ban things that you associate with the thing you don't like. But I think it's a slippery slope that affects negatively human freedom and artistic expression down the line. And these are lines that I personally will not cross willingly. Because I know how this stuff snowballs and how,
like with our previous conversation with anime and
digital ID is just so that we can make sure that people who are supposed to be working are the only ones who get the job. And then, and now it's also for this. Or don't worry, all the data's encrypted, and then oops, the encryption got broken by the supercomputer, and now we have everything that previously we had gotten you to acquiesce to. You let the vampire in because we convinced you to agree that because we couldn't see the data, it wouldn't do any harm if we held on to it. But then now we can see the data, and now, oops, too late. You already acquiesced, right? So this is the reason why I have such an issue with this, because ultimately the people who are telling you and trying to convince you to be okay with banning things, ultimately, one, are the people disseminating most of this stuff, are part of the trafficking problem to begin with, and are also eager to use it to control you, not the people that they're claiming that they're going to go after.
That's fair.
They're specifically creating a reality in which they gain more control over you, because all of a sudden, you like that actress? She's only 18 or whatever. And it's like, and this is the thing that's always blown my mind, is liking a character for some reason became synonymous with wanting to fuck that character. And I despise this, right?
You mean like the people can't be best friends anymore? It's like, oh, they're shipped.
But not even that. It's just like, oh, what's an anime that you like back in 2006? Oh, yeah, I'm watching Gunslinger Girls. Oh, they're like 8. And it's like, and?
Okay.
What? Like, holy
you watch
shit.
Spy Family?
I watch Spy Family. I love Anya. You sick fuck.
You sick fuck. How could you love her? You know?
Because I look at Anya as someone like Anya and like other small characters like her, like the lolly characters, like you would view like a kitten or a puppy dog, like
or Eri in My Hero Academia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
best girl.
She's so cute.
And I mean, and like, what if you like Lloyd? It's like, oh, you're gay. It's like, no, I like him because he's cool. Like,
the fuck?
Secret agent.
Am I only allowed to like your? What the?
Yeah.
You only like a handmade for the big titty women, don't you? Fuck. It's like you can't please these people.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh, did Mila Jovovich star in Return to the Blue Lagoon? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Modern art is creepy crap. Yeah, and the thing is that many of the modern art things are like CIA funded, actual creep, creating artwork and trading these things as a way to launder money and whatnot in order to fund black operations to, traffic people. It's like all of this shit has these rat lines going back and forth in order to make sure that you can openly, right out in the open, under the veil of it's so expensive that the average person's not even interested, or it's not even on their radar, because you'll never even be invited in the front door. All this shit happening right in the open with Hunter Biden selling paintings and shit, right? All of that shit is happening right in the open. And every step of the way, every time they bring it up, every time they make a big deal about anything, it's always to control you more, never holding accountable the people that you can blindly like fucking see with your eyes wide open. You can see it. It's right there. You cannot hide it, is the issue. Jamie Lee Curtis, it's just a picture of a kid that the mother took, nothing more, nothing less, in my living room, blown up bigger than life size. Like,
you talking about Balenciaga?
No, I'm talking about this photo and Jamie Lee Curtis.
I meant the other one. The other, it's so expensive you can't afford it.
Osara says, I do not believe him. He knew it was not AI. Look, and this is the crazy thing, right? On a flight from Paris.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I thought it was AI. It's like,
so
why does that make
clear,
it better if you're watching on a flight?
When I say that, like, I actually don't have an issue with artificial intelligence being used to create the material that a person who is afflicted with pedophilia is going to be, getting off to.
I do.
I actually prefer that, because they can generate whatever they need to in the privacy of their own home, and it never needs to leave there. And if that's
of their own flight,
and if that's what it takes to keep their hunger under control, so that they never actually touch a living, breathing human being, then that is a exchange that I am willing to take gladly. Because again, the only alternative is round them all up and murder them. Right. And although I'm for this option as well, I am not for the logistics necessary to make it happen, because once again, every step of the way, it will be used to come after you, not the people that actually need to be pursued. And so what will end up happening is that they will determine, exactly, they will determine, all right, we've decided the only way to get rid of them is to kill them all, put them on an island and nuke it. So we're going to round everybody up. Oh, you like Sailor Moon? That girl's 14, and then there you go. There goes half the world off to another country to get nuked, right? Precisely. That dude has a serious problem if he was watching that in public. So from what I understand, he was in business class, which might have had a little bit of extra, concealment, but still, man.
Obviously not enough for them to find out.
How long is that flight? He couldn't hold it? Jeez.
Well, someone saw it to report it, to get caught.
We'll read it in a minute. Unfortunately, Texas law broadened law to include drawing, painting, sculpture. However, laws already previously AI and digital images.
Yeah, it's going to get fought in court. He's talking about the law that.
I'm just saying I don't understand the laws already previously AI. I don't know what you mean by that. The law previously already had that as part of it. Like, I think that AI actually has the potential. Look, it has the potential for harm and the potential for good, right? In this realm of image generation, right? Yes, a pedophile could grab pictures of people's kids from the internet and use it as the base to generate things, and that's horrific. I totally understand and agree, right? But anonymously creating things out of thin air, right? I think there could be a benefit to it, because the alternative is unattainable to do without, mind reading, the thought crime effect, right? You'd have to actually have the stuff that they're trying to implement with digital ID and all of this stuff to track everybody's, like put a finger on the pulse of everybody on the planet in order to be able to round up what you would need to. And again, the people who would do it are going to use it to just come after their political enemies and whatnot, instead of the actual perpetrators that they should be going after, right? And considering the Epstein stuff, we're still waiting on, right? And all those people are still sitting there counting their money and not being held accountable for all the shit that they were into. I just don't see it as anything I should entrust to that echelon to handle.
So there is that aspect to it, and that's a big aspect. But I will just say that there is also the idea, maybe it's not real, I don't know, but like Pavlov's dog, right, where they trained the dogs to like salivate for a ringing bell, because it triggers their thought that they're going to get food. If you have someone that generates images of your child, right, and then they continue to use that image, it would in theory possibly reinforce their desire for that.
I definitely agree.
Gooner.
I definitely agree.
To the point where they would be willing to now go after your kid in real life.
I see that potential. I do. But here's the thing about that. That's the same thing that creates fetishes in people. That they continually go to the same pathway. The neural pathway gets strengthened on what is used to achieve that climax, right? And so in reality, that takes years, right, to do that. And so if you were using a specific child, by the time you would be like unable to control yourself, that child is probably grown up to the point where they aren't even going to be in the same realm of attraction for you. Now, it would be a big problem, I would agree, if, for example, girl A is what derives your position to be in like that, but then she has a little sister like 5 years later who then grows into that same similar look and whatnot, maybe. It's obviously not a perfect plan, but we can, find an exception to where this would be valued, or a whataboutism around all day about the fact that, it's not an ideal situation. I never claimed that it would be.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that,
and also
in the grand
AI
scheme
is
of
not
things,
the pure it's not the one thing that's wrong with the world in that aspect, right? Because there are photos online that people post that people can obsess over. People can Photoshop it already without AI.
Yeah, and so the big
people
issue,
can cut out things and stick like little pictures on, literally copy paste, cut out, paste it on a piece of cardboard and make an image if they don't have Photoshop. So
I mean, back in the day, in like
AI
the
is not
90s,
the only issue here.
there was a big problem on the internet where people would take like teen stars and put their faces on adult bodies on porn sites and whatnot. Back in the day, that was like a big major thing that was happening, where people were trying, and of course the reason was the celebrity status of, oh, I know this person, right? Like that makes it hotter, or whatever the drive was. But obviously the big issue here is, honestly, there is a serious potential with AI to curb this problem, in the sense that there are people victimized currently, because in order to produce actual child porn that includes actual children, a child must be victimized in order for it to be produced, whether it be through trafficking or whatever. In order to film or photograph the things that put a child in a situation to be in that scenario, you have to victimize a real child. But that's costly. That leaves danger of getting caught. And if all of a sudden that entire market gets largely taken over by using AI to generate things, then you've got entire generations of kids who aren't getting trafficked and victimized in that way, right? And ultimately, you may find that you create a better outcome through this alternate avenue. You know what I mean? Granted, could it create other problems? It absolutely could. I can't control the future. I can't predict it, right? But I'm just saying that when I read a story like the one we're about to read, and I hear this thing, especially when it comes to people in Japan, my first thought is always, is this lolicon? Because if it is, I don't care, right? Like, I may not want to meet a person who's into it. I may not want to, I certainly wouldn't want to have them watch my kids. But if the thing that they're being arrested over is not an actual living, breathing child being victimized, then I would rather just not know about their proclivities, because I personally don't think it crosses a line. The same way that I don't think that people who are into incest porn actually want to bang their aunt or mother or sister or whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway, where did I leave off on the comments? Here we go. Shoe on Head is great. Valve release. Don't know what that's about. Shoe on Head looks like Boxy in that old viral video. For years, I thought they were the same person. I guess because she kind of has that scene look, right? With the hair back then with Boxy.
Yeah.
Is it about control and not
the irony is the person that actually played Boxy doesn't look like Boxy anymore at all.
Let's see. Talking about modern art, there's a statue dedicated to Martin Luther King. It looks like two hands hugging a giant black penis.
Yeah. I've seen that.
I gotta see this.
You didn't hear about that back when
No.
it happened?
MLK statue hands. I gotta look this up. Oh no. Oh, that's great. That's art. Oh dear. Okay. AI and digital were already covered by law since late 80s. Previously, hand-drawn image were not included. Yeah, I think it's going to be a massive misstep to go that direction for a lot of reasons. I think that especially, and this is the big problem, when it comes to like the Brooke Shields thing, if you grew up in an era where, oh, kids are being sexualized. I mean, fucking Elvis Presley met his wife when she was 14. You know what I mean? Like, and again, I can't state enough the whole 30 years then, 30 years now, you know, sort of thing. That you are now telling an entire generation of people that even though they've never harmed anyone, even though that they've never done anything wrong in that regard, that they're now sickos, right? And at a certain point, it's like, yeah, you can frog in the pot. You can make the next generation feel repulsion, perhaps by like she's 12, anime girl, whatever kind of thing. But ultimately, you're not going to convince the people who haven't harmed anyone, who didn't do anything wrong, and who never even claimed they wanted to screw the character they said that they liked, right? That they're in the wrong. You just can't do it, right? They have full justification in their perspective on it because that's how they were raised. It wasn't weird, and it's not weird even to this day. It's just weird to you. And in that situation, you're the one being a weirdo. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's read this article real quick. We'll move past it. A senior Japanese Football Association official has been sentenced to an 18-month suspended jail term in France after looking at images of child pornography during a plane journey, a court official said October 7th. So again, 18-month suspended jail sentence in France. Masanaga Kageyama, the association's technical director, was arrested last week during a stopover at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris on the way to Chile to attend the Under-20 World Cup. Does that mean under the age of 20?
No, can't be. I think it means something else. I don't know, but it has to mean something else.
Because I'm just saying, an 18-month suspended jail term, if he was on his way to the Under-20 World Cup, and he's like pre-gaming for his big old rape session, then yeah, maybe the suspended jail term's not enough.
I'm surprised it's so light in the fact that it was like.
I mean, it is from the land of Lolita, right?
Yeah, that's true.
The facts were discovered by the plane's flight crew, who raised the alarm after noticing that the convicted man was viewing child pornography images on the plane. The court sentenced the 58-year-old on October 6th to a suspended jail term of 18 months and a fine of $7,500 for importing, possessing, recording, or saving pornographic images of a minor under the age of 15. His sentence includes a ban on working with minors for 10 years and a ban on returning to France for the next decade. Kageyama will also be added to the French National Sex Offenders Register. You know, I have another article that if I don't pull it in now, ain't never, ever going to get out of my tabs that I think would be great to follow up this one with. As it relates. See, the French, believe it or not, have already had run-ins with the Japanese.
Oh, no.
But first, let's finish reading this. Kageyama will also be added to the French National Sex Offenders Register. The Football Association said in a statement his contract will be terminated with immediate effect. The JFA sees this as a deeply regrettable matter and offers sincere apologies for the concern and disruption caused. In a news conference in Tokyo, JFA General Secretary Kazuyuki Yukawa said, quote, "Football is one part of society. Something like this cannot happen." God damn. Wise words. Football, you know, it's one part of society.
Happen.
This can't happen.
Does happen.
We must all work together to ensure there is a thorough compliance and guidance. He said Kageyama had not yet returned to Japan and was also believed to still be in France. Le Parisien reported that flight attendants caught him viewing the images on his laptop in the business class cabin of an Air France flight. He claimed to be an artist and insisted the photos were generated by artificial intelligence. Oh, it does say it in here. The reporter said during his court appearance, he admitted viewing the images. The report said during his court appearance, he admitted viewing the images, that he did not realize it was illegal in France and that he was ashamed. He was held in police custody over the weekend until his court appearance on October 6th. He was released after the hearing. Kageyama is responsible for implementing measures to strengthen Japan's football teams, including the national team, as well as educating coaches and nurturing youth players. He was a professional J-League footballer himself and also coached several J-League clubs. He had also managed Japan's under 20, under 19, and under 18 teams. It's not looking good. I can't imagine that doesn't mean age, right?
Yeah.
Hollywood politicians, the rich and the powerful, are the worst predators because they can get away with it. And the Hollywood crowd keep trans operating their underage adopted children. Yes, they do. All right, let's read about this. He got too silly. Japanese tourist visits France, kills, rapes, and cannibalizes a French woman. Goes free. Goes back to Japan. Becomes a celebrity and writes a book about it. Why are Japanese tourists like this? That's mental, right? Anyway, glad to get that closed. All right. Dead or Alive, just so you know, when I'm Digimon is all the way over here. I mistook. Dead or Alive
soon wasn't as soon as we thought.
I thought you were going to dilly-dally and we weren't going to get hung up on that last topic for so long. Dead or Alive and Ninja Gaiden 2004 creator Tomonobu Itagaki dies aged 58. Fans react to his final message. Quote, "I am proud to say that I followed my beliefs and fought to the end. Rip, senpai, you will always be a ninja."
Well, we figured it out. It was dead, not alive.
Also, this is just a subtopic here. Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation cracks Steam Japan top 10 bestseller chart. Probably because he died. I'm just saying.
Is it on Steam English land?
I think so. Itagaki, best known for creating the Dead or Alive series and for reviving the Ninja Gaiden franchise in 2004, had asked a close friend to publish a final words message on his Facebook page in the event of his death. It went live hours before his passing was confirmed by friends. Last words. The light of my life is finally fading. The fact that this message has been posted means that the time has finally come. I am no longer in this world. I am entrusting this final post to someone important to me. My life has been a series of battles. I kept winning. I have caused a lot of trouble too. My life has been one big war, but I am a bitch on the battlefield. Right? I have caused a lot of trouble too. I am proud to say that I followed my beliefs and fought to the end. I have no regrets. However, I am filled with regret.
Wow. That was fast.
I am filled with regret that I was unable to deliver a new work to all my fans. I am sorry. That's how it is. So it goes. Itagaki Tomonobu. Damn. We don't even know how he died. Team Ninja, the studio that Itagaki put on the map with the Dead or Alive and Ninja Gaiden franchise, has issued a statement on social media. We are deeply saddened by the passing of Team Ninja's first leader, Tomonobu Itagaki. We will carry on the philosophy and creativity that Itagaki-san began and continue to create games that many gamers will enjoy. Our deepest condolences for his loss. James Mielke, co-founder of Tigertron and Bit Summit, took social media to say, RIP Sensei, you will always be a ninja. Today I lost someone who was truly like a brother to me. I am gutted to the core. I guess I can say now that it's on his Facebook page. He even listed himself as my actual brother on Facebook. Anyone who knows me knows how close we were. R.I.P. Senpai. You will always be a ninja. Tekken Chief Katsuhiro Harada posted on Twitter to express his disbelief at the news. No way, Itagaki-san. You said let's grab a drink sometime, didn't you? I don't believe it. I don't. Wow. But how? Born in 1967, Itagaki joined Tecmo in 1992, originally to handle the graphics for Tecmo Super Bowl. Itagaki's brash nature wasn't fully seen until he started his own Dead or Alive series in 1998, which featured female characters with strategically placed bounce physics and more than a passing resemblance to Sega's Virtua Fighter, a series he mentioned being a fan of. When Dead or Alive 2 arrived for the Dreamcast, the graphical leap shone a light on Itagaki and Team Ninja, and the outspoken developer, who became well known for wearing shades at all times, never shied away from commenting on industry trends. Itagaki's Ninja Gaiden launched as an Xbox exclusive in 2004, breathing new life into the hardcore action game franchise. He went on to release Ninja Gaiden Black, considered by some to be one of the greatest action games of all time. Nintendo DS game Ninja Gaiden Dragon Sword and Xbox 360 exclusive Ninja Gaiden 2 followed. Itagaki split from Tecmo as part of the heated and very public breakup on June 2nd, 2008 after resigning from his role. He released a public statement alleging unpaid completion bonuses, with a complaint filed in the Tokyo District Court on May 14, 2008. He later founded Valhalla Game Studios with several Team Ninja members and released Devil's Third. Itagaki stepped down from Valhalla in 2017 and went on to form Itagaki Games in 2021. At the time, Itagaki said that he had spent the prior 4 years teaching game development to a younger generation. However, he felt that he wanted to, quote, make a game again and just establish a company for that purpose. Itagaki's death comes just days before the release of Ninja Gaiden 4, an actual sequel he had no involvement with. Pardon, an action sequel. But how did he die? Damn. R.I.P. Ninja. Okay. The creator of Jiggle Physics? Yeah, 58 is young. I wonder if he died of liver disease, I imagine. His last text to a colleague being, let's grab a drink sometime. I don't know if it was his last text. I think I think it was more that he had texted that to the guy, and he's like, "Wait, we didn't do it yet. You can't be dead. We have to still do it." Many of my family that smoke and drank heavily died early. My mom and dad died in their early 40s. Damn, dude. What was that like on the prairie? Old man. Oh, that was mean. I don't know how to. I can't process grief for people. It's a defense mechanism. I don't take pride in it. Ubisoft canceled post-American Civil War Assassin's Creed. Felt story was, quote, too political in a country too unstable. Before I read, what do you guys think of that?
I don't trust them to have gotten it right, so I don't really care.
Let me ask you this. Would you have had a problem with playing a game where you played as a black slave who later got contacted by the Assassin's Guild or whatever the fuck they're called, and later then even went in to kill the Ku Klux Klan?
Yeah, no.
Because I see
theory,
the white
could be good.
the white hood and the white cloak, and you just, hey, fellow racists, stab, stab, stab. Walk right amongst those hooded Klansmen, right? The game could have been great. Here's why it wasn't.
They would throw modern day.
Fucking put Yasuke in the Japanese one. That's why.
Well, that too, but also they would put modern day racial equality, equity shit in the game about the past, and then just ruin it.
I feel like if you treated it in an energy level similar to Django Unchained, that it could have worked. But the problem is, you not only put Yasuke into Assassin's Creed Shadows, but you put Inoue, or whatever her name was, in it as well, and you made both of them queer. And the only straight romance, if I recall correctly, in the entire game is with a historical figure whose like great-great-great-granddaughter is still a very important person in Japan today. Which means that the only straight romance in the game is with an old lady who has a living offspring today, right? That would be weird to have to acknowledge, right?
And wasn't she married in the game? Doesn't she leave her husband for you in the game?
Yeah. Or at least sleeps with you just cuz. I don't know. Anyway, they say here, in the latest case of snowflakeism, torpedoing actually, I can't remember if I was supposed to read this one first. I think I was. Yes, I'm going to read this one first. I just like this one. I just like this headline better. We're going to go backwards. Okay. Ubisoft has reportedly canceled an Assassin's Creed game set during the post-American Civil War Reconstruction era. The project was scrapped in 2024 after the company faced backlash over the Black Samurai Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows and grew nervous about the political climate in the United States. The Assassin's Creed Civil War concept would have followed a formerly enslaved man who joined the Assassin's Brotherhood after gaining his freedom, traveling west before returning to the post-war South to fight for justice in a conflict that would, among other things, see him confront the emergence of the Ku Klux Klan. See, one of the things I definitely see them doing is having the characters, before they don their hood, wearing like an old-timey big red hat, some absurdly on-the-nose bullshit, revisionism, making the Ku Klux Klan Republican, the party that freed the slaves, just all sorts of nonsense like that.
Throwing in the patriarchy,
5 current and former employees said that the project had early approval before executives killed it. One insider summarized the reason as being too political in a country too unstable. That explanation might sound like caution, but it misses the point entirely. Ubisoft didn't pull the plug because of political instability. It pulled it because the project was political from the start. No one was asking for a lecture about a race. Race was not asking about a lecture about race wrapped in Assassin's Creed branding. Players have been asking for historical escapism, not another attempt at rewriting history through modern ideological filters. After a disastrous 2024 filled with delays, weak sales, and falling stock prices, leadership became increasingly risk-averse. The idea of releasing a politically charged story about race relations in the middle of America's cultural divide became too much for a company already struggling to maintain stability. In the latest case of snowflakism torpedoing a genuinely interesting creative choice, a new report has revealed that while the next Assassin's Creed game was originally set to tell the story of a freed slave who joins the Brotherhood in the years immediately following the American Civil War, Ubisoft ultimately scrapped these plans in order to avoid the headaches of dealing with America's current obsession with intellectual dishonest pearl clutching. According to the anonymous employees, the follow-up to Assassin's Creed Shadows would have taken its furthest jump yet toward the present day and dropped players into America's Reconstruction era, a period of roughly 12 years immediately following the conclusion of the country's civil war, defined by its efforts to both rebuild the war-torn nation and enforce its new no-slaves status quo. While sources did not provide any details regarding said plot, they did confirm that the game would have seen the protagonist dealing with the birth of the Ku Klux Klan, which was born into its pathetic existence in 1865, with all 5 of the anonymous sources noting that they were enthusiastic about the game, but were also frustrated by its cancellation, which they perceived as Ubisoft bowing to controversy. 3 of these sources further explained that according to internal communications from Ubisoft's Paris HQ, the American set Assassin's Creed was canceled for 2 explicit reasons. The first being the online backlash that sprung up to the reveal of Yasuke, a historically inspired black samurai, as a protagonist in the company's then upcoming Assassin's Creed Shadows, and concerned that the political climate in the United States was becoming increasingly tense. Too political in a country too unstable, to make it short, described one source on the situation. Oh, I thought there was more. This was March, before the events like the killing of the late Charlie Kirk, the government-influenced cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel, and the Trump administration's continual celebration of their 12-year-old behavior, emboldened by the aptly deemed woke right with a false sense of moral righteousness, their in-group convinced that persecution makes right. Oh yeah, I remember now why I skipped all this. They go on to talk about like the behavior of a lot in the current Trump administration. The followers are acting quite a lot like their opponents in the previous Biden administration. Anyway, Footnum, it's your time to shine. Digimon Story, the Time Stranger trailer takes us on a wild digi-ride. Yeah, so I'm going to show you just a portion of this because I find it hilarious. First of all, when we were covering the Pal World stuff, I was constantly thinking about this trailer that we didn't watch. I think it's very funny how unanimated the people riding the Digimon are. Like, something about it is so fucking silly.
Just sitting in a chair.
I think the reason they do that is because when you're actually quote-unquote piloting them, you see them from the back, so it doesn't look as jarring. Your guy, like, you don't see their expression, just stone cold.
Yeah, so the thing that I think of, though, when I
they're not moving with it, like they're actually being dragged around.
Now, granted, how many Digimon are in the game?
475.
475. So, look, this is...
Well, that's definitely the reason they've done it.
That's a fair estimate here on why this is like this. But when I saw this, I thought back to playing Ocarina of Time. And what does Link do when you ride Epona? He has this sort of pose, and he slaps Epona's ass to get Epona to go faster, right? And like you can do stuff like pulling out your bow and stuff on the on horseback. So I feel like that's where. And granted, look, when you're playing Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, you're playing as Link. So when you're on the horse, that's just the vessel through which you're traveling through. When you're playing Digimon, you're playing as the Digimon, right? For the most part.
No, you're playing as the dude on the Digimon.
Well, you play as the dude, but you play as the dude in the same way that you play as the Pokemon trainer in Smash Bros.
I guess.
Right? Like the actual thing you're really doing is utilizing the thing that your Digimon can do, such as move quicker than you can. So the actual like visual is less about it's less about the player character and more about the Digimon specifically, right?
That too.
Now, that's just the lead-in. We're going to look at this. Uh-oh. The duality of Digimon. Digimon story. Time Stranger. Corrupted. Swaps sexes for body types.
It's such a shame that it's like they got so much right in the game, and but they have that for some reason. Like, it doesn't functionally change anything. The fact they even let you change your character anytime is kind of neat.
I love always the excuse, like, it's not a big deal. It's like, so if it's not a big deal, why do you change it? Right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm just saying that I'm not saying it's not worth buying the game because of it, but
we'll get to that
so
in the next
stupid.
Digimon Story Time Stranger, good.
I was gonna say the Legends ZA game, I don't even think gave you an option. It's just they basically let you select
you're genderless and you just change your look.
Yeah, they have like 6 or 8 starting looks.
So there's body type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
I guess
there's 8 genders actually.
They don't say type. It's just a photo, right? You just pick the photo that you
know
like
what? As long as they don't say type, it's okay. If we're being honest here, the part where you say type A, type B, that's where you fucked up. If you had just given us obvious female body, obvious male body, nobody would give a shit, right?
Well, the problem with ZA is a lot of the quote-unquote male bodies are androgynous at best, and all of the like outfits lean female. So it's like not over, like, it's not like they only have dresses, but like they're all, nothing is like, oh, I'm the cool guy, right? It's like it's either like metrosexual, like gay guy wearing his plaid, like super plaid dress coat.
This 30-year-old versus this 30-year-old.
And all of the haircuts as well.
I'm just from the Reddit fashion show or fashion,
like there's
or whatever it was.
There's one haircut that's short and looks like a white male's haircut, and it's called the pixie cut.
Oh no!
And that's it. And if you don't want the pixie cut, you gotta go with longer hair. I don't even think there was. I don't even think there was a bald option. To be fair, you're a kid, so like you're probably not gonna have a bald kid, but unless you're Caillou.
Wow, thanks.
Might as well
They're
play
not
as a
being
girl.
they're
then, I
not being
guess.
inclusive to those who are going through chemo. Come on, like
Yeah, come on. We need to write a strongly worded letter.
Is that a gender now? Chemo?
Yep, it is now. Body type C is sickly.
So regarding body type, whatever. Outside of this, so it's funny. People in reviews say that the translation's kind of stiff and like almost too raw, and I'm actually like more okay with that than the opposite, right? Though there was a couple instances where they refer to like a Digimon, like a random NPC Digimon that you encounter for literally like a minute, and they refer to it as they instead of like it, because it feels like it makes more sense. Like it's a creature, you usually say, "Oh, what is it doing?" Right? That feels more natural. Like, so there was like a black Gatomon, and it felt so unnatural.
But when the creature has tits, suddenly it doesn't feel right.
It felt so unnatural the way they were like superimposing they in like those couple instances. But there are many other instances where you'll have like Venusmon, clearly female, clearly titties and stuff, and they refer to her as her, she, and then later on they even say like Lady Venusmon and stuff like that, right? Even though canonically in season 3, when Renamon was asked like, "Oh, so blah 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 blah" about like Digimon genders, and it's like, actually Digimons aren't male or female or whatever, which is funny because they still refer to Renamon and stuff as her, as far as I'm aware, right, throughout the rest of the show.
Well, I mean, Japanese
kind of
don't
have
use genders as the same way we do.
So
they can get away with
localization.
So I just wanna bring us back to the duality of Digimon. You got the woke, swap sexes for body types, and you got the based. Digimon Changer, the sexiest Digimon title yet. Holy shit!
It is by virtue of having the most Digimon, because the previous games that have also been released in North America, like the models are the same, as far as I'm aware.
What is the symbolism of holding the clam?
So this is a Digimon.
Just all that
I told
cake,
you,
man.
I told you
that is a damn bakery. Like back there.
This is Venusmon. The symbolism of holding the clam is she used to be Shellmon, that monstrosity from like the second episode.
The pink thing.
Oh,
the
that's
pink
a
dinosaur in
Digimon?
a clam in a spiral shell.
Yes, Reese, you are now a
Of the
zoophile for wanting to
475
pound her.
Digimon, is this one you can ride?
I don't think you can.
I love
Everybody
to ride
wants to
her
ride
though.
that one.
And Angel Woman, but as we've discussed
she
earlier,
can
like
ride me.
What is going on?
I'll take her
here?
for a ride.
Is this
That's an it.
Meryl?
Come on.
Merylmon from Trigun?
No, it's like Beelzemon, but the female version.
Jeez.
Nice.
No.
You're like,
That does nothing for me. Oh, now we're getting there. What is Dickmon over here?
Dude, that's the only character I know of. Like, her hair's in the way, but like when she does an idle animation, you can kind of see that she basically like has half of a bare ass just hanging out.
Oh wow.
Her boob texture.
She got a little hair coming out here, huh?
Lily, is that Lily?
That's her
evolution?
No,
crotch.
it's not.
Pelvic bone.
That's Sarismon.
Look at her boob. Those lines on the side of her boob. Oh, is that? Okay, no. Hold on.
From the implants.
No. There's a fabric, there,
yeah.
a see-through
It's a
fabric. Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say the lines, the way they are, it looks like those like weird stretch marks you get when you get like when people get like boob implants, and it like pushes their boob out too far. Sorry, I was making my point and you interrupted me. I wasn't listening to you.
There is a distinct lack of ass crack at Idge, I find, with the shaders. That's
Really?
something they could work on.
Really?
More ass crack?
Like, I mean, like,
Really?
what are you talking about? There's no crack there.
That's not a crack?
On the underwear, like, you see nothing. It doesn't fold into the crack, right? So it's like not
So
flat as a
you're
board.
saying, oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that
There's no cheek definition, if that makes any sense.
You're not talking about the crack. You're talking about the seam of the underwear being wedged so tightly in the buttocks.
No, it doesn't have to be like Insano style. It just has to exist, is all I'm saying, for immersion's sake. Like, come on.
This ain't cutting it for.
We have to keep this going for this topic going for a few minutes while I get something.
While you finish?
Well, get something, perhaps getting off? Is that where you're getting?
I think it's
By
time.
the way, that Lanamon, that blue one that you're like, not for me, she has an alternate form that she can turn into mid-battle that you would like.
Mm.
Also, Lilithmon is an OG top waifu gooner bait.
Oh, jeez.
Then
Whoa.
Mervamon.
Is that the one you're talking about?
No.
Damn.
There is a main character-ish Digimon that turns into her, though.
Do I own like a Digimon ranch or a sex dungeon?
That's
Oh my
her. That's
God.
the one.
Nah. Does nothing for me.
Hold
I'm
on.
just saying, compared to
I don't
Pokemon,
like it.
that's quite titty-y.
He's like, wait, I need to see it. Come on back, Randy.
Okay, I see this.
Yeah.
He's done it.
Plan to give you a boner, and you got one.
You should have played that when they were doing the hugs.
Yeah.
That would have been.
Oh. All right. Oh, that's the end.
Oh, that's it.
You'll have to play the game to.
I will. It's on
find
PS5.
out.
Oh, wait, there's video.
Angel.
Whoa, what the
Nice.
hell?
Whoa. Some hip thrusting right there.
Yeah.
You like this?
Every boy's first goon
Mm.
while watching Digimon.
Yeah, I'm very pleased how not nerfed the game is. There are a couple characters in the last game. One of them was censored because she was a nun with guns. So they made her like blue and gave her like a spear.
That's lame. Nuns
Well,
with
like,
guns are
here's the
hot.
thing. They made an entire new Digimon out of it, like a variant. So technically it's not like they censored her, but they, effectively censored her. They removed her. So I was curious. She's not in this game. So we have yet to know if Bandai's going to smarten up and give us nuns with guns. Okay?
You heard it here first, Bandai.
Nuns with guns or GTFO.
Have you guys
Nuns
seen
with guns. Nuns with guns are bust.
No, I haven't.
So my tiny mouse became a slightly bigger mouse, which became a bigger electric rat, which can now turn into one of two bigger electric rats. It's amazing.
My potato bat thing became an angel, and then he became an even stronger angel, and it looked like he was about to become God's strongest soldier, but then he went back to being a potato. And from there, he actually turned into a horse.
Huh?
So my tiny mouse.
They really do be
No,
like that.
he should have said like he should have been like, so my cat turned into a hot ass slut angel thing.
Yeah. She turned into the kind of angel you don't take to church.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, before we move on,
Yeah.
I got these images. Speaking of ass crack shaders.
Zooming in.
I guess Pokemon's winning with ass crack shaders.
I can't zoom in. Just sharing the image. But I noticed that.
That's a woman.
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
No, it's a
Just
type.
making sure.
Type stick.
Is it safe to goon?
Yeah.
Is it safe to finish, Randy?
Or at least I'm pretty sure. You can never know for sure.
The abridged. I had to finish. It was distracting.
You can see my character, like the gay haircut I had to give him.
Oh God!
And the hat.
And
the
the
hat was not my
fedora.
choice. It was not my choice. I took it off as soon as I could. There's like a mission where someone gives you a hat and it puts it on, or like I was just spamming A, so it put it on me. I was like, "Get shit off my head."
I like how they all have the same blue car.
Oh yeah, that's the taxi service where you're standing in front of taxis, so I mean it makes sense. Although the game is like super cheap, like they didn't do shit in this game in terms of like variety or anything like that. Like you can see the textures on all the buildings. They're flat, just PNG tech. They didn't even bump map the fucking buildings.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway. And then while we're just talking about the game, the second image that I thought was notable.
Oh.
This is
Nurse
one of
Jemima?
the nurse joys in the
What?
game.
Are you kidding?
There are every color. There's one of every color. I don't know why they chose to do that.
Blue?
Just for diversity.
How different does the white Nurse Joy look to the Asian one?
It's just a shade. That's all. No physical characteristics are different.
So is there
when
blue
when
one?
you walk into the Pokemon Center, the game runs like a gradient randomizer between two extremes.
No. It's the different Pokemon centers have fixed Nurse Joys. So
do they at
this
least
Nurse
talk
Joy
differently?
No, well, I mean, There's no voice acting. So
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Do they text bubble differently?
I don't think so. I don't read their text. Their text is irrelevant. Heal my Pokemon, bitch.
Excuse me.
The worst is they ask you after you heal your Pokemon. They ask you, "Do you want to heal your Pokemon again?"
Would you?
And then you're like, you're spamming A. So then it's like, yes, I want to heal my Pokemon again. And then she's like, oh, but your Pokemon are already healed. What do you want to do? Like,
oh God!
Come on, just get me out of this stupid text dialogue shit. Anyway, how do I stop sharing this thing?
Itagaki's last game was Devil Third. It's also being voted on Game of Good Old Games for PC port. The joke is Ubisoft didn't make the game because the KKK were Democrats and they didn't want their black assassin killing Democrats. But remember,
more likely, they didn't want to have to teach people that it was Democrats,
right? And that I guarantee you, in 50 years, they will claim that the party switched again, and that the everything that was done with the transgender bullshit and all that was actually the Republican Party because the parties kept switching back and forth. But now, for real, we're the good guys again, right? Whatever mental gymnastics need to be taken. There was a story of a guy who got shot and killed because his haircut looked like a squirrel's tail from a distance. Beware, kids, fashion kills. Cat and Mice from Soul Eater? Is that the underboob girl? The witch or whatever?
Blair and
the Mizune family, right?
Yeah, Mizune, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Mizune.
All right. Anime Village Online, accused of ripping off Animal Crossing. Evidence may suggest otherwise. If you told me this was Animal Crossing, I'd fucking believe you. Oh, it is. Okay, cool.
I wonder why.
All right. Gamers have been outraged over a PlayStation Store game called Anime Village Online, a title that allegedly rips off Nintendo's Animal Crossing. While some were quick to assume Sony had supported this, in actuality, it appears the developer made the game entirely from bought assets and had utilized AI-generated art for that and other titles. Oh, you don't say. It's called Anime Village Online. Like it sounds like shovelware, right? The game was noticed around October 6th to 8th, with discussion on Twitter and Reddit, even when removed by moderators on r/PlayStation, turning negative. Specifically, many felt Anime Village Online, set to launch 2027 and already announced with no fanfare, appears to be a PlayStation exclusive life sim that apes heavily from Animal Crossing. Are you saying apes
heavily
because black people?
I was just waiting for you to say it. I knew it was coming.
I was like, wait a minute. I was gonna say, are you gonna say apes because like they're chimping out? And I was like, let's not. Let's just go directly to it. Okay. Anyway, Bounding in the Comics said it, not me. This is despite the PlayStation Store listing stating the game will offer true cross-platform multiplayer, so you can play seamless across consoles. This would suggest a multi-platform release, with PlayStation getting the brunt of the blame due to seemingly being the only platform to list the game at this time. Another one, oh wait, that's also Animal Crossing. These are all, oh no wait, that one's an actual, I couldn't tell the difference. Even so, Sony has released some of their games on Steam, and the offending title hasn't appeared on other stores at this time. Sony funding Pocket Pair's efforts with Pal World Media and attempting to capture Splatoon success with Foam Stars likely fueled assumptions. Developed by Wiznu Suderman, oh my god. The store listing explains Anime Village Online offers a cozy life simulation game where you can create your dream village, decorate your home, and enjoy a peaceful world. All while playing solo or with friends online. Players can design, decorate, and expand their home, create furniture, catch fish, meet animal villages, and invite friends to play in each other's worlds. All of these features can also be found in Animal Crossing. Even the flowers, impossibly square cliffs, and the sudden drop-off of the horizon in the art seen in the PlayStation Store page seems to be directly inspired by Animal Crossing New Horizons. Even this shit? Though the store page itself is bereft of other images online, these screenshots are viewable when using a PlayStation console. The screenshots spread online purport Anime Village Online's human and animal characters looking like they stepped right out of Nintendo's own game. However, evidence suggests that it's more than just blatant imitation of Nintendo's IP. As attention towards Anime Village Online grew, so did a video by GVG's Steve Bowling back in January of this year. Adamant the game would get the developer sued, Bowling pointed to a gameplay footage originally uncovered by a YouTube channel, Code with Row, from November last year. Bowling relates, as stated by Code with Row, that the footage came from an asset store for Unreal Engine. Though no longer listed, barring third-party forums and search engines linking to the pages, Fab.com appears to have at one point hosted assets sold by Pepe and Marule, including Cozy Life social sim game template and an accompanying character asset pack for a total of just under $100. It should be noted that there is no evidence Pepe and Marule are in any way affiliated with Wisnu Suderman or Anime Village Online. The assets have appeared on other asset stores, but there is no evidence the original Pepe and Marule uploaded them. We've also seen assets uploaded to websites offering them for free. The most reliable of these would be the listings on itch.io, but from the user Mishay. Screenshot of Cozy Life running an engine were identical to Anime Village Online screenshots posted on Twitter. These screenshots also provided a closer examination of the human protagonist's face, a little bit different from Animal Crossing. I mean, this one looks way more like Animal Crossing. Is this Animal Crossing over here? I'm so confused. It is. No, this is Cozy Life. God, I'm so fucking confused. What does the character look like in Animal? They do have that nose, right?
They can have that nose.
I'd say the one on the left is Animal Crossing.
Yeah, but it's not. It's actually the Anime Village Online one. That's the thing. Like, that's why they're accusing it, right? Screenshots also provided a closer examination of the human protagonist's face, a little bit different from Animal Crossing, with smaller eyes. Even though the player has numerous customization options, the Anime Village Online's art appears to imitate the default face, the clips being a darker shade of brown than the singular screenshot of the PlayStation Store was another key difference. In fact, when looking at the art on the PlayStation Store more closely, it may be a product of AI generation. This would suggest its creator used the name Animal Crossing as a prompt in some capacity. Evidence of AI generation can be seen in numerous errors, typically not made in 3D art, and something unlikely to occur even with poorly editing the final image. If you say so. I mean, that looks a little wonk, but they're holding hands. I don't know. Wait, there's more? Yeah, that looks a little wonk. I don't know what's wonk about that, personally. They're wearing different color socks, though. Anyway, the character's pupils have slightly different sizes. The blush on the cheeks and pattern on the shoes aren't even. Some details are blurry and slightly smudged, especially the texture on the plants and sweater. And there's some white fuzz under the character's left cheek. That's a nitpick for the most part. Gamers only dug deeper into Wisnu Suderman, and so have we. Suderman's other upcoming titles include Orbital Station Simulator, Supermarket Tycoon Multiplayer, Rooted Survival, not to be confused with Headlight Studios' Rooted, and the now removed Grand British Gangland. Is that like GTA for Britain? All those games still on the store appear to feature AI-generated artwork. This is especially true for Supermarket Tycoon Multiplayer, which appears to have a female character with a giant tooth. a missing arm, and her sleeve melting into the jacket of the person next to her. Yeah? Is that the truth?
You're making fun of the disabled, okay? Like, geez.
He's playing pocket pool with.
Yeah,
with,
like she's going, and his sweatshirt's melting through his jacket.
Is that body type 3 missing right arm?
Yeah. Rooted Survival's description also states that it draws inspiration from atmospheric and immersive survival experiences. If you love the tension of The Forest, the realism of Green Hell, the storytelling of The Last of Us, and the decay-soaked atmosphere of Stalker, this is your next obsession. The artwork, featuring a city overrun by nature, also takes the clearest inspiration from The Last of Us. It later closes all referenced game titles, brands, characters, and visual elements are the property of their respective owners. Any similarities are intended purely as an homage or satire for entertainment purposes. No copyright infringement is intended. I love that excuse. No copyright infringement intended, but watch the entire episode of the anime here on YouTube. Right? Like,
look, I didn't intend to kill that guy, so
Yeah.
it's cool, right?
Unintended copyright infringement. It appears Wisnu Suderman has at least 3 games in 2026, followed by another in 2027. Looking into his LinkedIn profile, archives do not display the contents of the web page. Okay. Suderman completed high school in December 2020. In January 2023, he found his first listed employment, or rather, he made it. Suderman launched GamePok, touting himself as an Indonesian game development studio specializing in Unreal Engine development and console porting, delivering high-quality gaming experiences. The company's YouTube channel description further states, as a solo developer operation, I bring passion, dedication, and hands-on approach to every aspect of game creation with comprehensive expertise across the entire development pipeline, from concept design and 3D modeling to programming, animation, and sound implementation. I deliver polished gaming experiences without the overhead of a large studio. Again, Suderman is planning to release at least 4 games by 2027 at the time of writing. Specializing in Unreal Engine development, I leverage cutting-edge technology to create visually compelling and performance-optimized games. My technical proficiency spans blueprint visuals, scripting, C++ programming, and a full suite of Unreal's powerful tools. Wow, he's so talented. We emphasize Suderman has done nothing wrong. There's nothing illegal about legally purchasing assets, making changes to make it a playable game, no matter the scope of those changes, and then selling it. Really? Oh, this one's actually Animal Crossing. Okay. Nor is there anything wrong with listing yourself as the developer rather than the studio you founded. It's odd, but not unlikely if the company had not been set up at the time, and the name is a placeholder. There's even a chance the games will look more original before launch. Whether the AI-generated art could be deemed false advertising or copyright infringement is a more complex matter. Unlike it seems the conditions to list the game on the PlayStation Store. All right, well, that didn't go the way I thought it would, but now we've set the baseline in case this ever comes up again. All right,
hold on. Did you skip an article on
Did
purpose?
I did. Shit. Oh, I did. It's over here. Fuck. Damn it. This was supposed to go after Digimon. Pretend we covered it after Digimon. Atelier, Lariana, Shali, and Sophie have visible pantsuit. Boys, we did it. Whoa.
Is this the new?
That's a little too visible.
Whoa.
Yes.
Nice.
Victory!
Who's going to wear the shorts? Come on. Wow.
Oh, we got some clipping problems there.
Whoa.
What is that?
That's a thong.
There you go. There we go.
We get the pants and go with the thong.
Leaked Pokemon document reveals Junichi Masuda quietly banned from directing.
He might actually push for innovation, or what?
A leaked internal document allegedly from Game Freak has surfaced online, detailing years of internal dysfunction and power concentration under longtime Pokemon figure Junichi Masuda. The file paints a picture of a studio trying to reform itself after years of top-down control that stifled dissent and blurred leadership boundaries. A document circulating online appears to be an internal Game Freak report titled "On the Role of the Director in GF." Game Freak? The leak outlines what it calls a structural reform plan following what insiders describe as a long period of excessive power centralized under Junichi Masuda, the man who directed and produced many of Pokemon's mainline entries. According to the document, during Masuda's tenure as a director, decision-making was tightly controlled, with planning, staffing, and even promotional strategy all flowing through him. This concentration of authority reportedly caused communication breakdowns and led to organizational stagnation, a situation where opposing opinions were difficult to express and entire projects risked running off the rails. The report contrasts Masuda's centralized era with that of his successor, Shigeru Omori, and calls for a redistribution of power between the company's division heads, development leaders, and directors. Future projects, it says, should follow a structure where the director executes based on direction from the division heads, rather than one individual making all key decisions.
I mean, that's kind of the role of a director.
Yeah. The document even references the Pokemon Company urging Game Freak to better define coordination between internal divisions and its publishing partner. An unusually candid acknowledgement of behind-the-scenes friction in one of Japan's biggest entertainment properties. Fans online were quick to seize on the leak as confirmation of long-suspected issues within the studio. Complaints about inconsistent quality and poor communication across Pokemon projects, from Sword and Shield to Scarlet and Violet, suddenly make more sense in light of the described management chaos. Many have already connected the dots as well. Since Masuda's influence waned, Pokemon's tone and presentation have grown increasingly sterile and cautious, trends eerily similar to Western studios that prioritize global sensibilities over cultural flavor. Wow. All right, then we got this other part about it.
Hold on. I will say that so Masuda, his last game that he directed was, he worked, according to Wikipedia, he worked on Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, and he's credited for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but it was a different studio, so I don't think he probably worked on that. He probably just got a credit for nothing, because he worked on the originals. But the last big main game was X and Y.
Yeah.
And then so after that, it went to Sun and Moon, which was crap. Ultra Sun and Moon, which was crap. Scarlet or Sword and Shield was okay, but it was like, you could have done better. And then Scarlet and Violet was like we're plateauing at best, if not we're on a slight decline. And
only a slight decline.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we're already have declined, right? We're plateauing the decline.
I feel like it's been a plummet, actually.
Yeah, well, like I said, we were at X and Y, and then we went down for Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon.
I'm gonna take a leak.
And then we've plateaued the decline. I don't think that Scarlet and Violet was like a huge decline. Legends ZA.
I thought that it was broken and barely even ran.
No. There was issues with pop-in, and there was some issues with
it loading the entire scenery for places that aren't actually visible.
Yeah. There was some what do you call it? Where it was lagging, chugging, But those issues are still there. So it is a decline. Like I must stress, X and Y up. We've declined with Sun and Moon, and we're plateauing out. Okay, from Sword and Shield to Scarlet and Violet. We're already like these games aren't great. They're adequate for what it is. It's like crackers. It's like I'm eating crackers. It's like I want a hamburger and you've given me crackers. It's like I'll eat the crackers because I'm hungry and I like what you do with Pokemon. But I would prefer a hamburger. If you gave me a steak, that would be really great. You know? But I'm getting crackers right now.
Well, Digimon gave a steak, but you're not going to play it. So,
well, Digimon had bad timing.
What do you mean it had bad timing? It came out before Pokemon, didn't it?
It came out like a week before Pokemon.
Yeah, so couldn't you get it before Pokemon?
I've actually been trying to complete the Pokedexes for
every region.
Yeah, essentially. I just finished Scarlet and Violet, I finished Scarlet and Violet, and then I've now just finished Sword and Shield. I went back and finished that, and I started working on Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Unfortunately, the game's just stupid. There's one Pokemon because it was a different company that made the game.
Mm-hmm.
They were porting the DS version essentially, and then like remastering the port for Switch. And that game was fucking like there were so many glitches. You could dupe Pokemon. It got so bad that they had to update the game, which had never been done before, to block duplicate Pokemon. Like normally, you can
they let exploits.
No, they don't let them. But like, so if there's a mystery gift Pokemon, right? It's always the same Pokemon, like the exact same Pokemon, right? So if I get the Pokemon and then you get the Pokemon, they'll be clones of each other, essentially. And then let's say you trade me the Pokemon. Now I have two of the exact same Pokemon. For all intents and purposes, they're clones, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the game doesn't give a shit, normally. But because cloning was so problematic, because it was so easy to clone, they didn't want the clones to like spread and be traded, so they updated the game and made it so that they added code specifically to that game or those two games to check if you have any Pokemon that look identical or that are identical, and if there are two identical Pokemon, it marks the identical. It picks one, keeps that one, and then marks the other one as never let you trade this or send it to Pokemon Home. So it's basically stuck in you can still use it in the game, but you can't use it for anything like trades, battles, like online battles, or send it out of the game. And that's the first, and it's so bad. Like you could have a case where you send, because you farmed the mystery gift or something, you have multiple copies of the same Pokemon and you send them to the game, they'll be stuck in the game because you can't send them back. Because as soon as you send them to the game will think you cloned them. But anyway.
I wonder which ones I've sent, if any of them are...
To Brilliant Shining Pearl?
Yeah.
I
don't think I put much in there, but like...
If you download Pokemon Home, you can tell, and you'll boot it up, and all of the thing that it's marked as clones will have X's over it. But the thing that was driving me nuts was Spinda. They fucked the game up, and they screwed up the code for Spinda, because Spinda is this Pokemon that has like various patterns on it, and there's like a bajillion patterns, and some games limit those patterns to 8, but like in the first game that it was introduced, there was like a bajillion. And Pokemon Home handles it a specific way. I don't know. Anyway, but they fucked the game up for Spinda so that you can't import that Pokemon from any other game through Pokemon Home, and you can't export that Pokemon to Pokemon Home. So
What?
so to complete the Pokedex, like I have a living Pokedex, which means I have like one of every single Pokemon in my Pokemon Home. And so I wanted to send all of the Pokemon to the game so that I could get the completion mark for the Pokedex. But I couldn't send Spinda because of this stupid bug that they've never fixed. And so I had to catch a Spinda. And the only way to catch a Spinda is to do this swarm. And the swarm happens once a day. Like it'll change what Pokemon's swarming for that day. And you can't like change your time on your Switch to get to the next day. The only way you have to do it is doing this convoluted like method of changing the time zone. And so it limits you to basically like you can only change the time zone every so often. Yeah, well, it's like you'll change the time zone, and now and then you go to a time where you're before midnight, and then you go it's after midnight. You reload the game, you save, and then you basically have to. Then you'll switch to the next time zone that's still before midnight, and then you got to wait an hour till that one gets. So basically, you can. There's some time zones that's like they change over at the 45 or 30 mark, so you can do it a little bit more than 12, than I guess 23 times a day. If you wanted to spend 24 hours doing it, you could in theory do it 23 times. But because of the half an hour ones and the 45-minute ones, you could do it a little bit more. But then also you're not going to stay up all night doing it. But anyway, it took me like 4 days of babysitting the fucking game to get a Spinda Swarm. It was a nightmare. Anyway,
damn,
that game sucked. How are you liking it?
I thought it sucked before I even played it. And that is correct. The art style looks like they made it worse than the DS art style by making it the DS art style. Like they should have made them rendered full bodies like Pokemon Coliseum scale or whatever. Right? But instead it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they basically took the chibi style from the DS era that was there because of the limitations of the hardware, and then modernized it and kept everything
the
about it.
stylization they did as well, because it isn't identical, but what the hell? Everyone's dropping out. The stylization they did with the characters sucked ass too. Like they looked so weird. They weren't like proper like Nendroid style whatever body proportions. You know, they just looked derp, like they westernized it a bit or something. But anyway, like so you got that, and then it's like, oh, you can't import anything outside of this region because guess what, National Dex, we can't be bothered to you know, put in all those animations. That would be too hard. And then the animations suck ass still. And dude, when you encounter a trainer and it's like a PNG of them, it's like, what? What are you doing?
I will say, going from the Scarlet and Violet game where all of the Pokemon are in the overworld to back to Diamond and Pearl, like Brilliant Shining Pearl, whatever the fuck, where all of the Pokemon are like wild encounters in the grass, like the old games. It was like, ugh. And especially because in I don't know if it's the case or if it's just placebo, but I feel like because they implemented the thumbstick control as opposed to where the DS was a D-pad control.
Right.
With the thumbstick now you can like cross the barrier of the grid more often, and I think it re-rolls the random encounter because it
so
feels like if it feels like while you're walking with the thumbstick you're running the Pokemon constantly. You're making a lot of noise there.
Well, sorry.
Did your mic change?
Might have.
You got booted out?
Nope, it's good. I didn't get booted out. I purposely left of my own accord to let the recording split.
Okay. Well, you just seem very loud right now.
It's probably because the mic was, it does that thing where it tries to like pick up sound because it's like, wait, why don't I hear anybody talking? And then when you do talk, it's like, oh, I'm already at max volume.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm saying is, the remakes were like very lazy, low effort.
Oh yeah,
get your dollar.
but also they weren't made by Game Freak, so that you
Not
can't
that
really
would have
blame it on
helped.
Game Freak.
Game Freak would have probably done worse.
Yeah.
Just watch.
You guys ready to go back into this article?
Yes.
Are you?
Doesn't look like it. Looks like he's eating pizza.
I have an update in the Emiru situation.
Update.
I will play it after this article. But it's going to go in the doc under the free hugs thing.
Oh, no.
One more bite. Sorry. So good. Only pizza that tastes good reheated. Ah. I lied about the one more bite.
That's still the pretzel crust?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy that you still have it.
Yep.
Ours does not.
Permanent in my neck of the woods now. Okay. Pokemon Generation 10 has leaked, and it's apparently called Winds and Waves.
Still going with the split versions. Got to get that money. And they're going to have a day zero DLC probably, right?
I'm going to use the word Digimon to throw off Nintendo's lawyers. The next generation of Digimon has apparently leaked, with everything from game titles to new Digimon being shared online. If accurate, this reveal that the next games in the series will be called Digimon, Gust, and Trickle, letting players explore on land and underwater. This comes from Middletro Drips, who claim to have access to documents detailing what is in development for Digimon Generation X. These documents reveal that it could have more online functionality too, with an MMO-like hub area being part of the map. Middletro Drips is tweeting more information about the game as I write this, but we've already been given plenty of details. For instance, Digimon, Gust, and Trickle will apparently be set in a region inspired by Indonesia and Southeast Asia. As for the story, it is said to be themed around the concept of infinity. More specifically, it appears to center around how humanity continues through children, looking at the world we will leave behind for the next generation. In a document that was machine translated into English, the story is described as being about parental responsibility and children's rights endlessly passed down through every age.
Children's rights? That sounds wrong. I don't.
Digimon, what are you doing?
No, it just seems like
the future isn't the children. It's the uploaded consciousness to the digital world.
It just seems like they're
children's rights. Yeah,
it's like
trans rights. Hashtag
yeah.
Trans kid. It really does seem that way, doesn't it?
They have the right to choose their body, and they have the right to consent. Like
they have the right to choose their body type in the next Pokemon game.
Like it's.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about Digimon. Get with the picture.
Oh, sorry.
It's leading to the point where it's going to be like, well, of course, children have the right to agree, to have a relationship with a 40-year-old man.
Whoa.
That was an oddly specific number.
How old are you getting right now?
Not that old.
Are you
That's
saving
subjective.
yourself?
I'm trying to think of a synonym for this next word.
What word is it? Highlight it. Where are we at? Oh, rare.
On top of that, I got it. On top of that, we have some details on the main mythical Digimon.
That's actually going to throw you under the...
Fuck!
The wrong term to use.
Just not their names. The following descriptions have been provided, machine translated from Japanese. Gus. The Hurricane Package Digimon. Its role is that of an old geezer. It lives on an island that keeps people away. It possesses the power of the wind.
Literally get off my lawn. Like blowing the blowhard.
To properly guide humans and Digimon. It accepts only those humans who have correctly raised the sperm Digimon.
Oh.
And for Trickle.
Do you see my concern about children's rights? That term being used?
The Trickle Package Digimon. Its role is that of an old bitch. It lives on an island that keeps people away. It possesses the power of the Trickle to properly guide humans and Digimon. It accepts only those humans who have correctly raised the sperm Digimon.
These are the same thing.
Yep.
What?
It's two different versions of the game, so they're going to be mostly the same.
Yeah. Usually, Digimon doesn't pull this kind of strategy, but we'll hear them out. Now, what the hell is the sperm Digimon? Well, as some fans have pointed out, basic Digimon are referred to as sperm Digimon in Digimon, the trading card game in Japan. Essentially, this is any Digimon in its first form, the egg, with no evolution, Digivolutions. With that in mind, it could be that the mythical will only appear if we raise our starter Digimon right. But the document states that there are infinite variations of the sperm Digimon's evolution, so it's unclear what this means exactly. We're still waiting on
literally
more details.
Turning into Digimon with the branching evolution path.
On the other Digimon. It is Digimon. What are you talking about?
But
this is the first image that we found.
Digimon Digivolve 2, Digimon again.
So they want you to take the Greymon path, not the Skull Greymon path.
Yes.
No, the Seamon path, not the Skull Seamon.
One of the biggest changes this time around is that apparently the region will feature procedurally generated islands. That ties in with the infinity theme, since there will always be something to explore. Digimon is a bit late to the punch here, and its foray into open world was less than stellar. So it will be interesting to see how that is pulled off.
I just realized I made a mistake. It's Metal Greymon and Skull Greymon, not Greymon and Skull Greymon.
You know, it's kind of a sad state of affairs when... Now, I shall preface this with, these are documents that are older. I don't know how old, but they're not like current.
I can answer your question. Middletro says that the document it has access to is from 2020.
There you go. So it's even older. Projecting a game that is going to be made later, and obviously games take time to make, and the climate of the game community is changing. Where before it was like everything's got to be open world game. Everything, open world game is where it's at, right?
Procedurally generated open world game. Yeah.
Well, some people were using that as a way to make their games open world. Yeah.
So what you're effectively saying is that this actually is just Digimon Story Time Stranger that we were talking about, and it changed a lot in development.
Clearly. Yep. But also they missed the open world boat, and now we're back to
single player games. I love story driven games; they're the best.
Especially the whole procedurally generated island thing.
That shit was short lived.
This is the thing. It's gonna get old if they did actually do this.
So Jordan Peterson talks about the dominance hierarchy, right? And the idea is
the lobsters.
The idea is that you want the dominance hierarchy to be
the lobster claw
big enough that getting to the top means something, but small enough that you feasibly could get to the top, right? Now take that and take this into video games. You want the gaming experience to be grand enough that you get to explore for hours and hours on end, but small enough that it ends, that there is a conceivable end to all your exploration. And what that becomes with procedurally generated stuff is, once I acquired all the items or all the Digimon in the game, right? And so making it procedurally generated just becomes boring after a while, right? Because I could do this forever, but it's not like I'm going to run around and find something new. I'm just going to find the same thing repositioned and restructured somewhere else, right? It's like, you can play Minecraft forever and you're not going to find a new ore just because you dug for 10,000 years. You know what I mean? Once you found all the ore coded into the game, it doesn't matter that it's procedurally generating new islands or new mine shafts or whatever. You're still only going to get the same stuff that's already existing in the game, right? And also, I think that, I was just going to say, I think that that's the problem with procedurally generating stuff. Is like, yeah, you could make it unique every time, but also the value in going through, like, for example, in a game with dungeons, you want there to be some level of skill to figuring out how to navigate around, because it's teasing your brain and getting you into a realm of engaging that sort of flow state of your brain where you start to figure stuff out and get those dopamine hits, and it feels satisfying to actually accomplish something. If it's procedurally generated, it's like, well, the only thing in the code says that you can't create something that will cause you to get soft locked or whatever. You know what I mean? Where you can enter, but you can't exit or something like that. And it's like, I'm bored. Like, there's nothing, it's random. It's completely random. There's nothing intricate or designed about it. It feels like what I was talking about earlier, when you watch a video where the script was clearly written by AI, and it's just like, it's slop, it's trash, right? Like, AI can be used for a lot of awesome things, but without any human direction behind it, it gets boring quick, and it becomes an excuse to just steal your effort and time in order to, you know, like in the case of the YouTube video I was watching, to make you watch something that they spent no effort on. So why should I give you the effort of my attention? You know? Anyway, go ahead.
This is what I was going to say is, this is Digimon we're talking about here, yes, obviously.
It is, of course.
And so are you expecting Digimon to put out a game that has really intricate procedurally generated islands where each island is legitimately going to be vastly different than the other island, with different Digimon that they can find on that island?
It's probably going to be something like, was it so Persona? It used to be like a floor-based system, so you'd go up like I don't know, 20 floors, and then there's the boss or something. Mm-hmm. That used to be procedurally generated, and after a while you see the patterns of like, oh, I'm in this type of
this is what I was getting at. Or do you expect Digimon to do what you expect Digimon to do, which is take some cookie cutter patterns that they have as a preset and procedurally generate different tile mappings of those patterns everywhere. So when you go to the new island that's supposed to be new and procedurally generated, you're going to be seeing the same patterns over and over and over in everything that you're looking at. So it is going to get old, even though they're supposed to be
that's
like
why
new.
Persona 5, they deviated from the typical generation thing. So now all the dungeons are more like thoroughly, like a more thorough experience and handcrafted. So
it's funny you bring that up, because when I think about exactly this topic of procedurally generated stuff, the game that pops into my head is an old game for PlayStation that was a spin-off of Dragon Quest called Tornico the Last Hope. And this game had a very similar thing. I'm trying to find a map I can show you. Here, this is an example. So it had stuff like this, where you go into the dungeon, and the dungeon is procedurally generated, and you can see on your map where the exit is or whatever to go down to the next level, right? Because for some reason, even though you're outdoors, if you take a staircase down, you end up lower, but also still outdoors, right? You have all these rooms, and it would really, what it's doing is just procedurally generating what's in the rooms based on a preset layout of the room, and then connecting them with these little paths, right? And the game got its charm out of the stuff you could do within the procedurally generated thing, and the fact that it was random is what made it fun, because in a room right here, this guy's in a room with 2 enemies, right? But there might also be like a chest or something that you could grab. And every step you take, every other thing in the game also takes a step.
Every move you make, I'll be watching you.
So what ends up happening is you would run into situations where occasionally you get surrounded by enemies, and then you attack once, and you can attack one guy, and then it's their turn, attack, 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 right? And what was cool about the way this game was designed is that, and you can see here, they had some of them were kind of like maze in the thing, right? But the cool thing about the way this was designed is that you would pick up an item, and the item might be a sword, and that sword has a property in it where when I attack forward, it attacks 3 in front. So if I attack this guy, it also attacks him and him. If I were to attack this guy, I would attack these 3 guys, right? And what happens is you can merge your item. I think it's the item melting pot. I forget what it was. I think that's might be from Dragon Quest 8. I don't know. But the point is you could merge them together in a blacksmith or whatever, and you could take the strongest sword and apply the properties of the other swords you got. And you could stack them. So like, okay, so now I attack and it slashes all 3 guys. It also poisons them. And it sends like a beam that might attack somebody out here and on throughout the rest of the map, you know? And like that was sort of how they kept it interesting. But if I'm playing Digimon and I'm expecting the same random BS from Digimon, that shit doesn't seem fun. You know what I mean? Like you have to build the new mechanics that make this level of, oh, we're going to make it open world and procedural. And
they have it. It's called Mega Evolution. Or
that
whatever.
Shit is stupid, and it's Digivolution, you dumbass.
Mega Digivolution.
Also, Old Man said, every time this YouTube tab takes up too much RAM, it crashes. It just crashed at 4.6 gigabyte. You want to try watching on Twitch or Twitter? I Googled Jordan Peterson lobster quote transcription, and the AI said an AI overview is not available for the search. Sounds like I can't do that, Dave, from 2001. I hated procedurally generated dungeons in old JRPGs. They were never as good as handmade levels. 100% agree. It was lots of repeated textures and objects and become so easy to get lost. Okay. In my wildest dreams, I would love to get to the point where I make enough money doing work that isn't mind numbing and soul crushing and takes 80 hours a week, I would love to play some old JRPGs. Some I've played before, Breath of Fire 3, Breath of Fire 4, Beyond the Beyond. I'd love to revisit these old games, which had breathtakingly good progression and story and all that stuff. But I'd also love to play some of the games that I didn't play, JRPGs and whatnot. I think that'd be really cool. Anyway, back to Digimon. So even if this were accurate, then some details may have changed. For instance, the doc had Gus and Trickle down to launch this year, while Digimon Myths, I can't think of one.
Omega and Alpha. Although those are also
shit. Was supposed to be with us last year. Sigma and Beta. The document also reveals that Gen 10 will be switched to exclusive, making it the first mainline entry to leave the original Switch behind. Really?
Also, just quickly, I will say, every time I hear Gen 10, I always think of Ben 10.
Ben 10.
Yeah.
Yep. We're not talking about Pokemon, Nintendo lawyers. We're talking about Ben 10 and Digimon. We will have to wait and see if Bandai Namco respond to this drip and how many of these details turn out to be accurate. For now, Digimon fans have plenty to look forward to, with Digimon Myths, Sigma, and Beta launching this Thursday. Nice. Okay.
Last Thursday.
I think we got it. Okay. Here's the update in the Emiru situation.
Clip got posted. Again, thank God someone was filming, because otherwise I don't think Twitch would have said anything. So after that, I start getting a lot of messages. I'm responding to people, and my manager comes back to me and she's upset. She's like, okay, I've been talking to Twitch people and I'm really upset because I noticed a lot of negligence around the event and I'm not happy with the way that they're handling it now. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, well, I asked them, you know, like, what are they gonna do about this? And you know what they said initially? They said, oh, well, he's banned from the platform for 30 days. What? And then she's obviously like, hello? Like, that needs to be indefinite. What the fuck are you talking about? Also, that's like nothing to do with anything. No.
I got
as someone on Twitter said, if you're able to figure out who he is and ban him, why don't you like book him?
Yeah. He walked out of the
ban him from TwitchCon for life.
By him, like on his own.
Yeah, I don't understand what actually happened. It looked like a kiss or something.
It looks like he goes to hug her and tries to kiss her, but she had her arms up and backs away, so he isn't able to kiss her. And then her bodyguard guy yeets him across the floor.
Thank God.
And then he kind of gets walked out of the little circle, but then apparently no one was with him at that point, and then her manager takes her to the back room. Or maybe it was her friend or something, takes her like away.
Yeah,
it was kind of apparently people were I don't know the whole lore, but people were saying that they were worried that it was not going to be safe, and I don't know if that had to do with Charlie Kirk or general or in general, if they had like some threats or if they knew something. But they said that there's apparently some show that you were like these Twitch people were doing at the convention that Twitch was like promoting for that streamer, and they would only let you do the show if you agreed to do the meet and greet as well. And so there were a number of people that dropped out and said, no, we're not going to do it because you're making, like, I'd do the show thing, but not the meet and greet. And because you're tying them together, I'm just not doing either.
Yeah.
And Emery was like, well, I'll do it. Like she in the past said she hasn't had a problem and she wanted to do the show. But it's so a lot of people were giving Twitch some criticism over tying those two things together and basically holding the show ransom for forcing them to do the meet and greet, even if they didn't want to, especially when you're not going to provide adequate security. It's kind of a issue.
Huh. Okay. So this is kind of interesting. I'm looking at this article here, about what happened, and they don't really say anything. They just acknowledge that it looked like the guy was trying to kiss her. Right. Show a guy walking up to her on stage and trying to kiss her neck without asking, blah, blah, blah. Right. Then they talk here. Emiru recalls past security ban as new Twitch content sparks concerns over creator safety. Just this year, Emiru got mixed up in another stalker situation that also involved her fellow streamer, blah, blah, blah. During a live stream chat on October 17th, that's yesterday, Emiru talked to FaZe Clan member Jason Lewine about a past TwitchCon event. She shared a story about her personal security guard getting kicked out for good. The guard had stopped someone who kept following her around. Even though the guard didn't hurt anyone, the event staff still made him leave. She said, I've had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon and he asked him to stop. My guard asked him, the guy wouldn't stop. So he grabbed the guy, but he didn't hurt him. He's just holding the guy until they called the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's perma-banned from the venue forever. The latest.
Well, if they touch you, that's just 30-day ban on Twitch.
Exactly. Yeah, but if he murders you, it's well, then you're banned forever. I'm so bad at this. Oh, all right.
Yeah, we did talk about this earlier, but there is a frame of the video that looks like he might have had some type of knife. It's hard to tell. It's shown after he gets yeeted. He kind of has something in his hand. It could have been it could have even just been a badge.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Here, I got this too.
It's hard to tell. I assume it wasn't a knife because it's if he had a knife, you'd think he would have been using it or whatever. But he just walked out of the convention.
I love how they're believed to be a knife in the assailant's hand. It's he's an assailant the way that Pepe Le Pew is an assailant. Let's see.
The other thing is they are complaining that Twitch security aren't good enough, and it seems based off of what I've heard, apparently they were talking in the background and making jokes about it afterwards. So it does seem they're not professional, but also thinking of conventions and seeing all the meet and greets at conventions where there's a table. I guess you do have the table as a barrier to help you, but most people, unless they're really huge celebrities, don't have security guards standing next to them.
So this is right after he got pushed, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, that's as he's recoiling from the push.
When push came to shove.
Yeah.
Careful, people are getting their YouTube's videos taken down for showing the clip.
Really? Oops.
Yep.
By who? By Twitch?
I
am showing
YouTube.
Digimon. Damn, that Greymon came out of nowhere.
That was Parrotmon.
Oh shit.
Parrotmon had a knife.
Abuse-mon.
Grab him by the shellmon.
All right. All right, you guys ready to go into the next topic?
Ooh, I am. Oh, wait.
It is
What?
that, yes. You ready to go?
What is,
No,
is it-
I'm moving it off screen. I'm just moving stuff off screen.
is it
Release
my
news.
turn?
Go.
I'm trying to get the thing started. There we go.
Be free. Do your
Release
thing.
your news on
So,
us.
last podcast, we covered Prime Rose being released by
Mediosi.
No.
Animego.
Animego, thank you.
Animego, there we go.
Prime Rose
got
is
to-
after Right Stuff Reefs.
No, we're doing
I'm
it.
covering
You
it
weren't paying
because this is a
attention.
follow-up from something we covered last week.
He brought this up. You must have stepped away for a second. He brought
He
up.
brought-
You had to move it.
Oh, okay.
We showed the Crunchyroll solicitation and the Media OCD store solicitation. And so this is something they
Just
follow
talking about in
up.
the doc, it was in the wrong order.
He must be a Twitch mod if they are going to press charges for ban permanently.
So here's the replacement program if you bought the Skyset Entertainment disc. So
Which I did.
name, email, country, address, city, upload a photo of the disc.
You know, with all the shit that I've been giving the Dirty Pair release, the one good thing is they are not requiring me to upload the disc and all that shit except to get the replacement discs. They're just like, we're gonna
Because
send
it's
them
the same
out.
release. You just have your Kickstarter thing. Of course
Yes,
you're
I
not
know.
Of course you're not required to do that.
Well, who knows? Maybe they're stupid. I don't know. They're not that stupid anyway.
I mean,
I'm just glad I don't have
Imagine
to
if
deal
you
with
had
it.
to opt into it.
This is a completely separate, thing. Could have got from anywhere.
I get that, Reese.
Okay.
I'm just
Anyway.
looking at the silver lining of the shitty release, okay?
Well, okay, fine. Moving on. Berserk is getting the Golden Age Arc Memorial Edition is getting a Blu-ray Steelbook.
Wow, your dog is really excited about that.
I'm
Coming
glad
out-
I haven't bought that one yet.
Coming out in less than 2 weeks.
Does this not have the exact same cover as the other Berserk Steelbook that's not the Golden Age arc
It
thing?
looks very
no.
similar. It was
No.
red, wasn't it? It was a red picture
Is
of guts.
this the only picture of guts they're allowed to put on like physical media?
Or they're lazy. I don't know.
Here's this
But,
one.
Hold
they had
on.
this image for the Golden Age Arc Standard Edition.
Oh,
Here-
okay, maybe
here's
that's
this
where we
one.
saw it.
From
That
97.
might be what I was thinking of, yeah.
Yeah, because this is like the literal only art that was on the Blu-ray box in Japan. And so that's what they got stuck with. But I actually preferred this one. Like, this one had the stupid freaking Battle for Doldre like piece on here, and they didn't use any of the original pieces that was made for the memorial arc. This one at least includes an art card with one of the original pieces.
What are you gonna
for
do
the
with a
memorial.
fucking art card in a steelbook?
But at least it doesn't have the stupid redundant thing that wasn't even made for this series. This one actually has something that was made for this series.
So as much as I want to say, well, it's nice that I still haven't bought the standard edition, so I'm not double dipping. But as much as I want to say, well, this will be nice, it'll match the steelbook of the first season. The first season has like the plastic cover or whatever, so
Yeah,
it'll
it's the cover,
like
yeah.
it won't be perfect. So
Still get cocked, but like
not to mention,
major
I have the original Golden Age arc movie, whatever. Presumably, I put
The
that
movie.
before the Memorial Edition, so then it would be steelbook, standard steelbook anyway.
Yeah.
So
You should organize your shelf so that all the movies are separate.
yeah, and then
Because
all
it's
the
true.
Berserks aren't even going to be connected. That's a great idea.
That's dumb.
Mine are
I have-
separate enough.
I'd have it separated by series. And
Actually, with you, Green Line, you'd have the movies in the Viz pile, the Memorial Edition in the Crunchyroll pile, the 97 in the Discotheque pile, and the 2016 in the Crunchyroll pile.
No, this would be the
Funimation pile. Oh.
Crunchyroll and Funimation are the same pile.
Actually, wait. How do you deal with that, Green Line? Do you combine them, or do you have a specific shelf for when they were doing the
they're combined. It's a specific case, so they're combined, and it works out perfectly that they had like cooperation at one point.
Listen, I'm not a monster, okay? They're combined.
But ADV and Sentai are also combined, along with like anything under the
Acer Holdings.
Yeah, Acer Holdings umbrella. Like they're all on one bookcase.
So Eastern Star and Discotheque are probably combined. Are you putting
wait until
are you putting new Animego with old Animego?
Yeah.
What? Hold up, guys. Wait until he combines every publisher and does it alphabetically.
They all fall in the country.
Yeah, wait until Crunchyroll buys the rest of them. Then they're all in the one publisher again.
All right. It all ended up fine in the end. Anyways, this is kind of a W, but kind of a misstep because we're not going to get a sleeve. I don't know what we're going to do with the art.
No, I don't want the sleeve. It's just that it so happens that Discotheque gives us a sleeve. So it's like, do I just put my sleeve off to the side? Like,
yeah.
Like, what would actually, you know what?
The title and stuff is on the slip. You don't get rid of the slipcover. The title and stuff is on the slipcover. So
I know. That's why I'm saying, like, even if you want to do that to have the bare spine, it's messed up. However, I just realized I use those steelbook protective things anyway. So that can actually circumvent it, now that I think of it. But like I said, the freaking the non-Memorial Edition is going to be sandwiched between them probably. Unless I want to cheat and put that after Memorial Edition, but that won't make much sense.
Do you have the trilogy box or the individual ones?
The trilogy box or whatever.
I have the trilogy box and the Japanese export as well.
Oh, so you have a fourth place.
Yeah,
right?
I do have a fourth spot too. Yeah, I have, which is where all my all the anime stuff goes. It's underneath the
imports tab.
Yeah, it's underneath the Aniplex of America.
Oh.
All right. Anyway, moving on. So, Spicy Wolf, Merchant Meets the White Wolf, Season 1, Part 1 was originally slated to be out 2 weeks ago. It has now been moved to December 9th.
Damn it, we can't see preview images of what the actual thing looks like.
Of what?
In real life, I want to know what the box is like.
Oh, it's not going to hold 2 sets.
So we'll get a limited edition Part 2, like we did with Yashihime.
No. Part 2's already got pre-order slated, and it doesn't have a limited edition. That's why I'm so curious to see.
Oh, that's right. Okay, it's been a while, so it's been a while.
Also, here's also Part 1, and for some reason, Crunchyroll has been listing the dates as Mondays when they should be. Like this is
Tuesdays?
December 8th.
Maybe it's in Japan time. Or
I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, we got more late December solicitation.
Wait, what? We already have.
That's right. There's a second steelbook for Season 1.
A second steelbook.
Why?
And guess what? No, it's to match the second season steelbook. Green Line.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you got the first steelbook with actual art, you're cucked. As much as I want to say, oh, this is nice, cool, I can have a steelbook edition, you can't because the art's like shit. Like, do you really want oh, there's Blob A, Blob B versus the first steelbook that actually had the characters on it, right?
It just had Ru on the front, didn't it?
A character, whatever. The point is, the
human Ru, not the.
I haven't gotten around to this, but when I first moved into my new place, all my boxes were accounted for and fine, except for Slime Season 2. Slime season 2, for some reason, the wrapping around it, the whatchamacallit,
Cover sheet?
the outer layer, I don't know how to describe this. Brad might know what I'm talking about. The outer layer of like what they used to laminate like the box with, right? Like the film got destroyed. Like the film around it got destroyed. Like it bubbled up because I think it got too hot or something.
Oh.
Like so I talking about the shrink wrap, or are you talking about the stuff that's like around
the actual paper itself?
The plastic,
the actual like it was like a film that was around the
slipcover.
The paper that they used for the chipboard.
Yeah, so you're talking about like a plastic
slipcover on the limited edition.
No,
Slime doesn't have that.
There's a film around the chipboard, like around the paper.
He's talking about the limited edition.
Okay. Yeah, the limited edition.
Yes.
There was a film, because it got too hot, it bubbled, and I had to like try to like maintain it by peeling like off the fucking film. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No,
yeah, feel bad for me. It's fucking. Oh, it's fine now, but like I had to actually like do surgery to my.
It's fine now. After I cut away the dead skin, like
yeah, it was. Oh,
after you mutilated it.
Yeah, I could show it to you. I mean, I'd have to fix my background, but like
they massacred my boy.
Yeah, it looks okay, but like I was debating on the spines don't even look that good. Like I can't even like replace my limited editions with the steelbooks because the spines look like shit. Or am I wrong? Like, do they not look like shit? Like the spines,
they look sparkly.
Is that what that is? Sparkle?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just so that everybody knows, I bought both of those steelbooks, and I have the original steelbook, and I have the limited edition.
Good job, buddy. Have you even watched it?
Not a single episode.
Hell yeah, brother.
Did you get this steelbook in your
I
order?
sure did. In fact, I saw this recently. I forget why. I went on to Crunchyroll to buy something, and I saw this. You know how it says normally, like you purchase this at a time, whatever. I was like, oh shit, somehow I didn't buy this. So I'll just buy it just in case. It's only 40, 50 bucks. Right? It wasn't that bad. And so I checked.
That you ordered it from Media OCD?
I mean, I might have. I legitimately, if it says Crunchyroll exclusive, so I assume it's exclusive to Crunchyroll.
Oh, is it?
Version. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I definitely like, fuck it. I'm not gonna risk not getting it. So I bought this here. I got it over here. I'll pull up my sheet.
Okay. So I never got around to buying the 4K. Is this the 4K? I don't think it's the.
Nope.
4K.
It's not. That's what's
no,
annoying.
But it would be great if the exclusive did have the 4K, right?
So yeah. Well, I don't have Cagliostro regardless, so I'm probably picking this up. I don't like the fact that they changed the cast. I mean, it's our fan favorite cast, but like I don't like how they changed the cast.
Nobody asked for it. We were perfectly happy with the old one.
Dub. Like, why did you?
The manga entertainment dub or whatever.
Oh, I remember why I shocked.
Does this come with both?
I was buying.
Oh no, it comes with all three of them. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I was buying the City Hunter Angel Dust.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You got the best of both worlds, at least. Like, because you can experience the current cast, if you will, like, and have like a seamless immersion between
movies 1, 2, and 3. Use the same cast with the exception of Zenigata being swapped out from like 2 and 3.
Well, if you ignore those two other movies and you go through Lupin Part 3, 4, or whatever the hell they actually dubbed, and then go to this, then you have some continuity.
No, they have the main 4 are the same in movies 1, 2, and 3. It's just Zenigata is different from between 1 and then 2. 2 and 3 have the same cast completely. Just 1 has the original Dan Martin Zenigata.
I'm gonna be so mad when
even the original cast of Cagliostro has like Tony Oliver and all of them.
This new dub has it, yeah.
Yeah, the new dub. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm saying the new dub introduces a continuity. That's what I'm saying. That's the benefits. Yeah. And you're like, oh, the first 3.
Well, except for one character.
Oh no!
I was just making that.
I got outbid. Yeah.
Anyway, this would have been nice if it was 4K.
For the vampire.
If this was a 4K Blu-ray combo,
then you could definitively just replace your existing 4K, right? But now you're torn between: do I want a steelbook? Do I want 4K? Do I want a 4K without the new dub as well? Like, god damn!
And you can't even cannibalize this because it's a steelbook. Like, you can't swap out if you have do what I do and have the old Blu-ray.
What if you import steelbook disc wells and replace them?
Maybe
that sounds so.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, moving on. Where was I? Where's my
You were telling us about your experience coming out as gay.
Okay. Assassination Classroom Complete Series Blu-ray limited.
This is actually pretty good.
I was excited.
Crunchyroll exclusive again.
Yep. I was excited for this.
This has season 1, season 2, and the movie 100 Days Time.
So I don't have the movie. I do have season 1 and 2 part 1's limited editions from the UK. Part 2 didn't get one over here. But I've always been putting off getting part 2 of both of them or getting the movie. So this would be a nice solution. It would also save a bit of space.
Unfortunately, it does not have Koro Sensei's Quest. And also there's that movie that's coming out next year.
Well, I haven't bought Koro Sensei's Quest, so that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yeah, I'm still excited for this release. I'm pretty happy.
That's a sacrifice I'm willing for you to make.
Yes.
I'd be really happy actually getting this just because I have not watched or own any of it. So this would be a nice way to get it in the collection.
Are you sure?
never picked these up?
I want to say I thought you bought this at least the first season, Ellie.
Let me consult the cataloging app.
I bought one on Amazon that didn't even come with the Blu-ray case, and then I returned it.
How dare thee sell me this uncased filth?
Like it was used, and it came with a damaged-ass art box, and it didn't have the Blu-ray case in it with anything. So I'm like, what did I buy?
Back this excrement of plastic.
Assassination does not come up with anything on my thing. But I'll remove the thing and just do a normal alphabetical search. How about that?
Well, moving on. Blue Lock Season 2 Blu-ray.
Gay. It's PNG.
Yeah,
PNG the anime.
PNG soccer.
Headhunted to another world, from Salaryman to Big Four, complete season on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I don't have Assassination Classroom.
Zoom in on the boobies.
English.
Boobies. Damn it. Lame. Oh, there we go. Boobies.
Hilariously, the one in the suit is Best Girl.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Says the guy who likes Millie and Trigon more than Meryl.
Yeah. That's true. I forgot about that.
Here on the back, right here.
Zoom and enhance. Show me the other girls.
The green hair.
Show me the other girls.
Hold on. Let me get back to.
I mean, she's definitely a step up, but she looks thin in weird places, like paper thin.
Best Girl.
Okay.
Paper thin with a really strong upper back, though.
Yeah. I mean, I watch it. Don't get me wrong. I just won't buy it until it's at book off.
Close that one. One Piece Season 14, Voyage 8. Next set will be crossing the 1,000 episode mark.
Have you guys seen that TikTok where the guy is talking to the genie and he's like, I wish I could forget One Piece so I could experience for the first time again. And he's like, your wish is granted. And then he's like, 1,000 episode. Fuck that
noise. Wait. Leave a note from me to me saying, don't mind that it's 1,000 episodes. You'll love it.
This was what JT Vega was talking about, which I think we covered these bundles being released by Walmart.
Is that literally just like a piece of paper, like tying them together?
Collections 1 and 2 and collections 34 and 35.
Oh yeah, we did cover that.
Which Reese pointed out, because it's odd number, even number, and then even number, odd number, they can't even do the rest of them.
Well, I think when you open the saran wrap, they're just individual at that point.
Yeah, but you just want to keep
so they'd have to make a bundle of 3 to fix it. If they had a bundle of 3, it would work.
Bundle of sticks.
Old man says, what if, and I think he's talking to Greenline, what if you have the DVD release and the Blu-rays? Are those on the same shelf? Yes, for me they are.
For me, when I buy Blu-ray and DVDs, it's for movies, and so I put them in the same case.
Gross. They're touching. When I buy a Blu-ray of something I own on DVD, the DVD gets thrown into the storage, and my Blu-ray is the only thing that is displayed. It's still in storage. No, it's not displayed.
It's
sorry. It's in your primary storage.
It's in Plex, right? You put it in your Plex account or whatever.
Well, that's different. That's the digital thing, yeah. But and some things will go on there.
Does it seem weird to pair My Neighbor Totoro, Kiki, Silly Research, Castle in the Sky with Ponyo?
Yeah.
I'll leave it to the experts.
It should go Princess Mononoke or Nausicaa. If you ask me,
it should definitely be Nausicaa.
Maybe they're trying to pawn off the garbage or something.
Nausicaa is the oldest one, and there's like Nausicaa, Totoro, Castle in the Sky, and Kiki's Delivery Service.
Yeah, but I'm just saying you could have done Howl's Moving Castle as well. Ponyo is just so far removed from the rest of these that it just feels weird. I love the movie, don't get me wrong, but it just seems weird to pair it with these. Like it should be in a different set. If they even do another one. Not that I want to buy this because, fuck that.
Maybe they were like, we need one big one.
And then we'll put the chest
to sell the smaller ones, right?
This set right here is for normies. Like 100%. Like this kind of thing is the shit that they make where they're like, oh, I love Totoro. I haven't seen that since 1997. Oh, I saw Ponyo too. Oh, I haven't checked out Castle in the Sky. I'm going to buy this. Only $36. You know what I mean? That's exactly who that's for. Somebody who just happens to see it in Walmart. The collectors bought all the individual sets and steelbooks and whatnot. Yeah. And this is just just throw it out there and make quick money.
This is for the tourists.
Yeah. The one thing that I will say that I do not like G Kids about, they started releasing, and I get probably no one bought them, but like I was buying them, the book collector edition things.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
And they released like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, I thought that was the Mononoke one. I didn't think it was book size. I'm sorry, but I was able to trick my friend into be like, "Hey, you want to trade? I'll trade you my limited, my special one for your standard."
And then they stopped releasing them. So now it's like, well, okay, what? I'm never gonna have a complete collection of it.
It's for your coffee table, okay? They only expect the average household to have 2 coffee tables.
It's got other shit on it.
It has so much coffee.
I don't even own a coffee table.
See, the set's feature is it is a coaster.
You know how many coffee table book shit that I have piled up on my proverbial coffee book table?
Not enough because they keep making this.
If you stack them together, right, you make it hold them.
You're the reason they won't stop.
Same with Pokemon.
I am the problem. Yes, I am the problem. I admit it.
All
Well,
right,
that's
we're
the
done with
first
this.
step to repenting.
I want
his
Pokemon
coffee
to do
table's
better.
covered in stickers. Pulled up.
I want Pokemon to do better, but I'm not willing to skip a game.
Release to send a message.
All right, are you guys ready for the next?
I gotta collect them all.
Randy, I hope you saw that I put something.
Yes.
I'm gonna do a new. Okay. Do you guys remember this? Remember this lovely thing I bought? His motorbike, Her Island from Obayashi.
I thought that's in her hand.
Nope.
No, I don't remember this.
Yeah, so it's by Nobuhiro Obayashi. It was released by Cult Epics, right? I showed it off a couple weeks ago.
He owns a motorbike and she owns an island.
An island, yeah.
That's pretty.
He's married
disparate
well.
there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I happened to see this. Got blocked by Cult Epics over a negative review. Picked up the His Motorbike Her Island release from Cult Epics and has some pretty glaring quality control issues. The translation isn't new, but there's some mistakes that suggest it was an OCR. I's and ones becoming bar or brackets. Also, one example of a random extra character in image 4. Sometimes Fuyumi would write lyrics in a notebook while Bar wrote her songs. So
what?
Like they didn't put the I because he's saying that it looks like ocular character recognition or whatever instead of
optical,
whatever.
I was making a joke because in the fourth panel it says what.
What? Yes. Hello. Yeah. What? When? This morning? Did you check around, dude? I saw a post recently on a I think it's a subreddit called Hello Satan, and it was a phishing email that was meant to look like it came from Microsoft, and the name was do not reply at RN Microsoft, which one pixel away from looking like an M. Like that's what happened here. Right. Okay. Let me go to the next image. Most egregious, though, is this one example where instead of the correct line, I'll pour, we get a random string of characters.
Nip-pyonk.
This mistake isn't present on streaming, so I don't know how this happens or gets by user control. I hope Cult Epics corrects this. Cult Epics has blocked you. Earlier this year, I started binging the filmography of House director Nobuhiko Obayashi. He quickly became one of my favorite directors, which made me really excited when Cult Epics announced they'd release 4 of his films on Blu-ray in the US, including 2 of my favorites. I, of course, pre-ordered one of these, His Motorbike Her Island, which also happened to be their first Obayashi release. My pre-order arrived in August, and while I was watching it, I noticed many glaring issues with the subtitles. I went to Twitter and shared these issues, tagging Cult Epics in hopes that maybe they'd fix it in subsequent printings or offer replacement discs. I didn't get any response and then forgot about it. Yesterday, my pre-order for their second release, School in the Crosshairs, I didn't order that, came in. I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know if it has any similar subtitle issues. I went to the Cult Epics Twitter account to see if there were any announcements related to the third release and found that they had blocked me. The only time I interacted with the account in a form other than liking or retweeting was that review. So it could only be that it could only be because of that. I found this to be very unprofessional and is definitely tainting my opinion of the label going forward. It annoyed me enough to write this long post, so long, but it's also so I can share those issues with the His Motorbike Her Island release because I haven't seen anyone talk about it. Yeah, that's fucked up. What was the other one he said? Just came out. School in the Crosshairs. I ordered that. Anyway, you guys ready for
You're
the next?
supporting the bad OCR release? You're just as bad as me. You just saw this bad review and you're like, I gotta buy it.
What in the fuck? Okay, let me just show you what the DVD looked like. I'm all over that. I'll buy that. Here's what their release looks like.
Wow.
All right.
Psychedelic.
Wow. The Blu-ray is $24.98. The DVD is still $22.48. Oh, did Cole Epic? They released the DVD too. Fuck, I'm gonna get the terrible translation either way. Okay, all right.
What do you get, the good cover or the bad cover?
Both.
Oh, you're double dipping on the back OCR.
Right. Yeah.
Subtitles. God.
All right, here we go. Let's open the rest of these. Do we have any comments to go over? Yes. Funny, the dubbed Malaysian bootleg DVD of both Spice and Wolf has been out for months for $20. Both versions? I don't get it. Does it come with the old does it come with the old one and the reboot? Is that what you're saying? Or dub and sub? Did I miss something during the Right Stuff segment because I was buying that Berserk Memorial Edition?
I don't know. Well, we covered the part 1 of Merchant Meets Wise Wolf being pushed from 2 weeks ago to the first week of second week of December. Same day as the part 2 set comes out.
Gotcha. Oh, I see. So he's saying it has both, as in you can buy the bootleg, which has been out for all this time, for $20, and it has season 1 or part 1 and part 2 or whatever.
We don't condone buying bootlegs on this channel.
Whatever floats your boat, but please support. Oh, yes, old and new. So the old series and the
right, as Greenline gets shifty-eyed and is like, yeah, sure, we don't support buying bootlegs.
If you would like to buy bootlegs, head over to stealthweeb.com. You can support the OCA podcast by buying many great things.
Support the official bootlegs, okay?
Yeah. And if for whatever reason the site doesn't want to work for you, you can email me at stealthweebstore@gmail.com and I will give you a discount to get you to actually pay me. Right,
and when you pay at Stealth Weeb with an extra E. Those emails go to me.
Okay. Except I actually own that URL. No. Or you can shop at the OCApodcast.com/store, and I would highly recommend the Bad Scientist to Sad Scientist shirts.
Oh, I went to the doctor, my eye doctor, or follow-up from the thing I didn't talk about.
Oh, did you bring your fuck blind people shirt?
I did not, but I wore my ice cream one, and I told her about the fuck blind people one, and she loved the idea.
So you own the Stealth Weeb domain with the extra E?
No, I was joking. I own it. I own it spelt with an E and an A, so it'll auto send people to the real store.
We have.
Joseph said, "What site?"
This one. We're looking
What
right
site
at.
for fuck blind people? Right here, buddy.
There are 2 websites.
OCApodcast.com/store and
Stealthweeb.com.
Stealthweeb.com, which again, currently it does not want to let you check out. So I'm going to invite you to email me if you see something you want to buy.
Is that Afro Samurai one still actually available?
Mm-hmm. Huh. You can email me at stealthweebstore@gmail.com. And if I see it, which sometimes I don't for months, I will, I'll get you covered. You can get whatever you need. Anyway, there you go. Also, Uniqlo and Tamagotchi team up for Tamagotchi t-shirts, and especially Uniqlo Tamagotchi limited edition.
You mean Digimon, right?
Tamagotchi. Tama meaning egg, Gochi meaning gooch. No.
Tamago.
The egg.
Tamago is egg, not just Tama.
Oh, you're right. The chi is the itchy egg. I was thinking of it like Gudetama, where they shortened it, but you're right. Tamago is egg. Anyway, so there it is. Needs constant care and attention.
Care and attention?
No one wants care and attention.
I love this one. Hungry, meal snack, happy. And then there's the Uniqlo unique edition. All right, anyway. They also made a Nendroid of Anya for mouthwashing. Face plates, anxious face, smiley face, bloodied face. All right.
Did they approve the bust size and how sexy she looks?
I approve this bust size.
Yeah. All we need is Reese's approval.
Girls front. Wait.
That was the plan, to give you a boner. And you got one.
Girls frontline Helen gets a distractingly sexy figure.
I don't remember this character. Is she from the old one?
Jacket comes off, boys. Jacket comes
Jacket
off.
Right. Jack it off. Jack it off.
That it? There's no videos, right? Just making sure. All right. Also, Azure Lane Owari figures breasts about to break out.
I approve this message as well.
They're shelving.
How do you wear one side fishnets? Is that like, does it attach at the bottom of your shorts?
Dude,
ant leg?
Genshin Impact is full of so many asymmetrical designs and stuff that drive me insane.
It's because
this is
it's
no
AI
exception.
generated. What? Wow. Wouldn't that be something? Like, her jacket isn't even connected. It's just a sleeve. It's just a sleeve.
Yeah, Zenless does that as well. Hold up, guys. I gotta put my sleeves on.
Like, they're flattening out. Like, how is that happening?
What? That's flat.
Gravity.
Her boobs. Gravity would pull them down.
Where?
He's saying they
use your eyeballs.
You talking about this flat plane before the ass? The bent.
He's saying
It looks
that's
like
a
they're
plateau when
sitting-
it could be a slope.
It looks like they're sitting on an invisible shelf.
That bra is made out of Kevlar.
I think you're meant to put your dick underneath it. Like, that's the play feature.
Okay.
That's where you pick
Like
her up. You
a
just put one
balloon
finger
that
underneath
big
them.
does not go horizontally out from the chest that far without dropping. And I get
Very-
there's the support, but like
Anchored.
I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't buy the physics.
That is quite horizontal.
Anyway, Japan's award-winning crab gadget saves you from soggy noodles. I was going to read this, but 7 hours and 40 minutes. In fact, how many hours do I have left in our recordings? Wait, no, I don't want to leave the studio.
I think we can go to 8 something.
Oh, God.
I think it's like
I deleted
40
a couple today. Oh, fuck.
It's 41 point something
All
right
right,
now.
I'm going to download some of this Silent Hill F gameplay real quick. Wait, didn't I already download part 2? Can I just delete this? Hold on. 1 second. I might be able to clear up a few hours. Hold on.
The Chinese version? What's the Chinese version?
New game plus part 2 is how many minutes? 3 hours, 43 minutes. Is that what this is? Yes. Delete. Okay, cool. We're good. Got it. I cleared us up some time. Cool. All right, anyway. Yes. What When you come home tired from work with no desire to cook or eat out, what do? How about if you're neck deep in studies and have no time to spare for a meal? Or what about when you just want a quick late night snack? There are many who turn to the simple choice of instant cup noodles. All you need to do is boil water, pour it in, weigh the lid down with whatever is to hand, and wait. Such a simple process, and yet still, many people forget about their noodles while they're waiting and doing other things, leading to a soggy, unappetizing mess. Sure, you could set a timer on your phone, but it's easy for that to also slip your mind. So how about picking up a cheerful little crab that will not only tell you when it's time to slurp down those noodles, but will also keep the lid down as well as hold your chopsticks for you.
You know what that reminds me of? Well, I'm sure it reminds everybody of it, right? The dancing crab, that weird fucking meme.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the inspiration.
It might be, no.
Oh,
The crab-shaped cup ramen timer is the latest gadget from Hack, a general merchandise maker based in Osaka, launching in October 2025. This cute crustacean is poised to be the ultimate instant noodle assistant. The operation of the timer is quite simple. Simply pop the crab on top of your cup of noodles and press a button. Once the countdown is up, the crab's stomach growls to let you know that it's time to dig in. You can even pop your chopstick or fork on its claws while you wait, making it look like a little crab butler who is eager to serve you.
So having to remember where you put the stupid crab, and then touching the button and try
you get your hot water.
It's way easier just to say, "Hey Siri, set a timer for 3 minutes,"
and then leave your phone on top of your piping hot noodle cup.
You could leave your fork on top of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave the phone there. Just put your chopsticks there.
I don't even use the boiling water trick. I always, when I was in college, I just put the water in and then put it in the microwave for 3 minutes.
In the styrofoam?
Yeah, and it was still no problems whatsoever with it.
Who wants to tell them?
It's the cheat they don't want.
Or are you going to say the microplastics?
The testicular cancer our young Shota definitely has now.
Whoa, what?
If you notice them growing bigger, it's the tumor.
Oh no!
I don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Why do you not have balls?
I am on testosterone. You do remember?
Does that require you to remove your balls? Or is that because you on testosterone because you've lost your balls?
Let's move on, he says.
Are you dead in real life?
We are moving right on to this topic.
Did someone steal your balls, young man? Are they under that sheet? Is that where the eyeball is?
I was going to finish that article to find out why they won an award, but now I don't even care. You tell me, what happened to your balls, young man?
I probably could have phrased that better.
Oh, so that's what happened to them.
He's like, look, man, my Digimon is still there.
It's just de-digivolved. That's it.
It never passed the egg stage.
I still don't know what's happening.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
The audience is now 100% headcanon. Reese has no balls. He is a woman. He's trans. He's taking testosterone.
Luigi was right.
I was never expecting this.
Because of my development halting when I was 14 and being stunted from the very beginning, not very big.
The balls.
Yeah.
Okay, but they're still there.
Are they like beans? Or are you just under the impression that they're supposed to become like giant balls at some point? Did you grow up believing that they grow to just be these huge fist-sized cannons? I think you're gonna be okay. Oh, all right. Wow. McDonald's Japan reveals Street Fighter themed street burgers and crossover videos. All right, we're gonna look at one of them that I deleted. Hold on. I was wondering why that video was in there. I was like, maybe I shouldn't have deleted whatever that was. Hold on, it's in here. Hold on.
Just so you can get that Snake Eyes clip in there.
No, it wasn't. When I put the Emiru video in there, I was trying to remember why the other video was in there. There. Okay, here it is. So there's actually quite a few, but for some reason, the one I assume is about Ryu just doesn't exist. But this is the funniest one I saw. There's also one with Chun-Li, but it's not as good. I just love that they turned the Shoryuken into the burger with it separating.
Wait, so this is how she got those thick thighs.
But she's having the lean
That's how they
meat.
should have marketed it.
She's having the lean meat, though. Look, she's got the fried chicken burger.
It's all the breading, though. Breading goes straight to your thighs.
All right. Anyway, Moon passes. Guess what's happening in Russia? Attack on Titan kids meals.
No,
it's for kids. Ataka Tientiahab Bak.
Get it right.
Yes, you're right.
At least they spelled cola correctly.
Why is it Evervest Cola at Burger King?
Well, so it's not Coke.
We've got our lovely Burger King
cape,
like wings of burgers.
Burgers of freedom.
Yeah, I should have workshopped it a little further. That was a lot better. You got your burger. There's one more, right?
Sasha eating a hash brown.
Yeah, where is that? We got this one too. I'm not even sure these are legit.
You know, I feel like but the Reiner, seems, lore accurate. I feel like he would be, a boy to get his Burger King hat and Burger King meal.
The onion rings.
I had Burger King today.
Ah.
There was no Attack on Titan stuff.
Yeah, because you're not in Russia. You're in Canada.
I know. We did have a Jack-o'-lantern Whopper.
Oh.
Which is like an orange bun Whopper. But the problem is the Whopper bun is usually orangish anyway, because it's like an orange-brown bun. So it looks like very slightly more orange, and it costs an extra $1. So I was confused as to why I paid an extra $1 for
$1 for that red
slightly
40 or
orange.
something.
Yeah, slightly more orange toxtrine or whatever the fuck that food coloring is. Yeah.
By the way, that's still in Doritos. I looked at a bag after like that RFK thing. I'm like, what? It's still in here?
Are you saying it's not cheese that makes Doritos orange?
Well, you know what's funny? Apparently, Kraft Dinner used to, but they changed it to paprika or whatever in like 2014 or something. And then Doritos has paprika in it. So if they already have the oranger, why do they need extra orange? They're putting the chemicals to make our frogs gay in the Doritos.
So get the Dorito fingers.
It took me too long to figure out what's going on here, but the little red next to here, why does it look like it's the exact same color as the Reddit orange on that button that lines up perfectly with it?
It doesn't line up anymore.
Yeah, it does. It's
Oh,
like
for
that.
me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's the exact same color, it feels like. But
you're just jealous that I have an extra outline around my name tag.
Oh no! But doesn't it look like it's the same color as the red?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
insane. That red, by the way, for anybody who hasn't noticed, that red is actually the Anime Collector logo red. I picked it when we first started using StreamYard.
Is that red copyrighted?
It's not even it's because I was hovering over it. Never mind.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. Anyway, let's move past this. Let's move on. We're good. We got something good. We got man hospitalized after eating nearly 7 pounds of gummy bears.
Damn.
It says
This is gummies. Why you're assuming it's bears?
I am. You're right. And what if he's hospitalized after eating 7 pounds of like weed gummies?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up.
It says right there, Haribo gummies.
Haribo weed gummies, the strongest kind.
I don't think they make weed gummies.
All right. So I want to, before we look at this, what is your thoughts about having gummy bears in your stomach?
Or my thoughts about it?
I've bought a bag of gummy bears before and like eaten a good chunk of the bag and felt like shit afterwards.
I hate gummy bears personally. Like I mean, I just like the threshold for some people is probably like, oh yeah, once I've had like 15, it's disgusting. But for me, it's like 2. It's like I got to the point where I don't even want to have one. You know. But here's the thing. I saw this. This was released like 2 days ago. I'm going to just play this clip. I want to shout them out here with the link so you guys can go follow them if you want. But
we shot it and they were blown the away that it was catching 9mm in like an inch of the gummy bear. Point blank. Executioner style. Just stops it.
I've also learned they're impervious to fire. We tried torching it. We sat there for like a minute trying to get this thing to melt and we just gave up because it looked so boring on camera.
I walked up with a 30 rounds of 22 and a Glock switch and went... One gummy bear caught all 30 22 rounds and Zach's like, we're feeding these to children? What the?
Jesus.
What if it like cleans you out because of that? No.
What if you ate 7 pounds of gummy bears and then somebody shot you?
You're right.
Damn.
Right?
Why don't they make gummy bear like plated armor?
I feel like if you've gone through the trouble of chewing it and swallowing it, it's not going to be bulletproof anymore.
Do you see? Do these even like get digested?
I don't know.
Like I'm just thinking, like, what if you swallow a whole bag of gummy worms, swallow them whole without chewing them?
Then you'd have worms, Reese. No one wants worms.
Reese, your mission this Halloween, should you choose to accept it, report back.
Imagine you were one of those people that give out like a single like unwrapped gummy worm For Halloween, you get the one like at the bottom of your bag. It's like sticky and covered in hair and shit. Because
that's the trick.
That just seasons it.
Some cravings are hard to ignore, but one man had a hankering for some gummy cola bottles that just went.
Oh yeah, those are great.
After inhaling an entire 3 kilogram, 6.6 pound bag of Haribo gummies in just 3 days, 33-year-old Nathan Remington found himself in the ER. What started as a harmless sweet tooth binge quickly turned into a medical nightmare, leaving the UK truck driver drenched in sweat with a bloated stomach and severe abdominal pain.
Oh yeah, they just all collected and then it goes through the sphincter.
Oh, Remington. His name is Remington. Come on, Remington, based in Yorkshire, ordered the 3 kilogram bulk bag of gummy candies online for 18 pounds, about $22. He thought it was a steal. I mean, who wouldn't want nearly 7 pounds of cola-flavored treats? But by the 3rd day, his indulgence had consequences. The next day, my stomach was in absolute agony, he said. By Wednesday, I couldn't even get out of bed. I was sweating. It was awful. His symptoms sent him straight to the hospital. And he's buying them in the UK, where they probably don't have, like, the harmful dyes and stuff.
Yeah.
His symptoms sent him straight to the hospital, where doctors found Remington's blood pressure was off the charts, and his stomach pain showed no signs of letting up. Initial thoughts were food poisoning, but when tests revealed high levels of gelatin in his system, where could that have come from? The cause became
coagulated your blood, you idiot.
The cause became clear. He had overdosed on the very ingredient that makes gummy candies chewy. Gelatin, the backbone of most gummy treats, is a common culprit in diverticulitis, a condition in which small pouches form in the colon and become infected.
Ugh.
Remington's extreme consumption triggered a painful flare-up of this condition, and doctors quickly treated him with IV fluids and pain management. It was my own stupid fault, he said after the diagnosis, noting that he'd never expected his candy cravings to spiral into a hospital stay. Even after the dust settled, Remington couldn't escape the trauma. On my birthday, my best mate bought me a 3 kilogram bag of cola bottles as a joke. It's like PTSD now, he joked. I see a cola bottle and I think I'm going to end up in A&E, the ER. What does A&E stand for?
Accidents and emergency, I guess.
Emergency. Oh, that's not bad. Huh? Reese is going to look it up.
Accident emergency.
Oh, nice. It's a cautionary tale for us all. Indulging in a bag of gummies now and then is fine, but too much, especially sugar and gelatin, can do serious damage. Remington's advice to others: just do it in moderation. Don't go full blast and buy kilos of it at a time. He sounds like a drunk.
I told you about the time that I ate the rhubarb and lost my taste buds.
Did you? I think you did. I don't remember.
It gave you COVID?
No, it wasn't COVID because I could still smell. It's just I couldn't taste anything. I had like a whole bushel of rhubarb, and I didn't want to use like sugar. Normally, you like put it in you dip it in sugar if you're eating it raw.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, nah, that'll make it unhealthy. So I just ate the raw rhubarb, even though it was super bitter. But then I lost
being unhealthy. I just went with my
taste.
taste buds, dude.
Well, I didn't realize that was going to be a side effect from overdosing on rhubarb.
This is not a drill. Guess what's on the inside of the Blu-ray?
Of what Blu-ray?
Yes! Best of both worlds.
Nice.
Sorry, Jude.
That cover is actually so bad. I would consider throwing out the cover. just keeping the case, like the normal case.
And I'm also buying the DVD Blu-ray combo pack for Ongaku Our Sound. Wait, no, there's no new, used, see all buying options. Uh-oh. Why didn't I buy this? Previously withdrawn library copy for $30. You bet your ass I'm going to pass on that. Anyway, back to this. The reason I'm looking to get Ongaku Our Sound is because it's from the director of Hyaku Emu, the 100 Meters movie I watched last week.
It's on Crunchyroll for $16.
When I searched for it, nothing came up because I didn't put on-gaku.
I didn't put on.
That's like Yu-Gi-Oh.
Either.
When I looked it up, it wasn't there.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
What about Yu-Gi-Oh?
Like you have to put
dashes.
E-O in half of the things that you want to search Yu-Gi-Oh products.
I searched Ongaku and nothing came up before. Yeah, no results for Ongaku.
Wow, Reese.
Gaku.
Reese is a liar.
No results for that either.
I've got receipts right there.
Our Sound. Ongaku Our Sound Blu-ray. If I search Our Sound, great.
See, I searched Ongaku. No hyphen.
Can I cancel my previous order and add this to it? Like, I have to get $75 for free shipping, right?
Yeah, you could cancel the order and then just make a new order right now.
Is it easy to cancel orders?
You have to go through the contact us.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm just gonna
find
I'm gonna
add
it to cart.
more stuff to buy.
I'm just gonna add it to cart and leave it in my cart. Anyway, okay. Man arrested for breaking into occupied home in Japan after mystery noodles found in fridge. I'm just gonna play this.
Is it a crime if you break into someone's place to give them something?
A rare case of udon being unexpected in Udon Prefecture, but where they came from is still a mystery.
Well, I mean, I'm sure some ladies would argue that if you came into their home and gave them dick, that wouldn't be a good idea.
But instead of dick, you're giving them thick noodles.
What if you gave them just the option of dick?
Babe, calm down. It's just a thick noodle. Don't worry about it.
What if you displayed What if you displayed the thick noodles in the shape of a dick?
How about you just take the noodles out of the bowl and string them out?
There is no.
You don't get a bowl, Reese. Who said anything about a bowl? These are just noodles.
Containers.
Here's a big bowl.
Are you thinking those noodles are just laying there on the rack? Not in any kind of container or anything?
Yeah. The story is just about the noodles, not about a bowl showing up.
Randy. OCA podcast intro in the style of the CG recreation of the crime.
It's going to be hard. I don't know if ChatGPT knows about.
I love how the ANN News shows this fucking nonsense. And with this, we're a very real news organization outro. Look at this shit. And then it ends with this.
Offering to the refrigerator.
It ends with this. Tiananmen Square. Kim Jong-il. 9/11. We're a serious news outlet. But it's a slow news week, right? Oh, okay. Usually there's nothing strange about finding udon noodles in Kagawa Prefecture. The place is so heavily associated with the dish and has so many restaurants specializing in it that it's jokingly referred to as Udon Prefecture even. And yet, even in Kagawa, there are some places no one expects to find udon, like in the refrigerator of a house that nobody is living in.
Whoa.
On September 22nd, a 69-year-old man stopped by a house he owns in the Kagawa city of Mitoyo. When he opened up the refrigerator, he saw a pack of udon noodles inside, but he didn't buy or put them there. What's more, the man's primary residence is somewhere else, and no one lives in the house where he found the udon. Oh no!
It was udon ghosts. This is less interesting.
It's even less interesting, and now it's even more impressive that there is actually a video reenactment of the events, right? Suspicions aroused. The owner set up a security camera. Yes! Where's that video? And 4 days later, got what appeared to be what appeared at first to be the answer he was looking for. The recorded video showed a 39-year-old man the owner had never seen before entering the kitchen and rummaging about, ostensibly looking for something valuable to steal, but finding nothing, as the house is unoccupied.
He was looking for the noodles he left.
The owner then contacted the police. The owner then contacted the police.
Imagine. So he got one guy, right? He breaks into the house. He's like, no one's living here. I'll set shop up, right? Mm-hmm. He goes and buys one little packet of noodles because he's homeless and he doesn't have any money. It's his only packet of noodles. He sticks it in the fridge, right? Mm-hmm. Then cut to the other guy. He comes home. He's got more than one house, so he's not living here. And he opens up the fridge and he sees noodles. He's like, where did these noodles come from? It must have been a ghost. I'm going to throw the noodles out. And then he sets up a camera just in case.
4 days later, where's my fucking noodles?
Yeah. Then the homeless guy comes back, not realizing that the person came home and stole the noodles. So he's like, where the fuck is my noodles? A ghost must have stole the noodles. So he sets up a camera to try and capture who stole the noodles.
He's like, great, there's already a camera. I'll use it to get that ghost. Oh, God.
No, he sets it directly across from the other camera instead. Yeah. It's just like they're filming each other.
Imagine he calls the cops.
He stole my noodles. The owner then contacted the police, who were able to identify the man and placed him under arrest for illegally entering the house. Okay, so mystery solved, right? Here's the thing, though. During questioning, the arrested man told the police, there is no mistake that I entered the house. However, he hasn't admitted to putting the udon in the refrigerator.
I see the cop. Just admit you put the noodles. I wasn't me.
The udon placer is still at large.
It's like, if I admit to placing the noodles, that might be a crime.
Yeah.
What do you...
I was only trespassing. I didn't. What's the legal word? Put udon in the fridge.
I didn't reverse steal the udon.
I didn't unlock.
You should be thanking me. I'm like Santa Claus.
I didn't send nudes.
These are the only nudes.
I placed the nudes. I didn't send the nudes. I just placed them.
The owner then contacted the police, who were able to identify the man and place him under arrest for illegally entering. Hold on. Sorry. He hasn't admitted to putting the udon in the refrigerator. This bizarre twist has led to online reactions, including, there's so much that's weird about this whole thing. It must have taken courage for the owner to call the police and say that there's udon that I didn't buy in the refrigerator. He's almost 70. And they might have just said, Gramps, are you sure you didn't forget buying it? It's surreal to imagine the detectives interrogated a suspect and saying, come clean. You were the one who left those udon noodles, weren't you?
Yeah.
He admits to breaking in,
banging the table, putting the lamp in the guy's face. I admit it. The noodles were you.
You're scum. Just admit it.
You haven't played good cop, bad cop with this guy. I know you didn't even put the noodles, but did you really put the noodles there? I'm not
I
gonna tell
like
anybody.
I like bukkake noodles myself.
Maybe they weren't your noodles. Maybe they were someone else's noodles, right?
Were
You
you
were
just
just
holding
putting
on
them
to
in the
them?
fridge.
You were holding on to it and just needing some place to
No,
keep it cool.
they're not mine. I swear. I was just holding them. He admits breaking in, but says he didn't put the udon there. That's terrifying. So the genre of udon suspense horror exists in Kagawa. Huh? Things have to get pretty crazy for it to be a shock to see udon in Kagawa. It's possible that the man who was arrested was in fact the person who put the udon in the fridge, but is simply refusing to admit to anything he wasn't caught doing. He wasn't caught on camera doing. After all, since the owner installed the security camera after finding the noodles, if the arrested man were to admit to putting them in the fridge, he'd also be admitting to having broken into the house more than once. That scenario, though, raises the question of why someone would break into a home and bring noodles with them. The obvious answer would be if the person were squatting in an unoccupied home. But while the arrested man is unemployed, he's not homeless. And in fact, police officers served the warrant for his arrest at his home, where he would ostensibly have his own kitchen appliances necessary for storing and cooking noodles. The very Kagawa-like investigation is still ongoing, though there is no word as to if Governor Slowpoke will be involved. Wow, that was a link to another article.
Wonder if he has a wife. It could be a situation where he's got a nagging wife and he's like, I just
need to go off and blow some steam eating my favorite bukkake udon.
No, honey, yes, honey, I'm still on the same diet that you are. Yes, we're doing this thing together. Yes.
Men lose weight differently, honey.
a stash of noodles.
Hey, at least I'm not eating gummy bears.
Yeah, it's better than that. Although I don't know, how many noodles do you think that you'd have to eat before you overdose on noodles?
I can eat a lot.
I was just saying.
When I get ramen, it's extra noodle after extra noodle after extra noodle. Almost arrested in Tokyo. Hentai Kamen cosplay leads to a brush with police in Shinjuku Ni-chome. Pardon while I pull up a photo of Hentai Kamen. For anybody who doesn't know, oh damn. Yikes, it's even worse than I remembered.
Is it the bulge?
It's how the outfit is connected to him. So this is the live action movie.
Oh, the butt plug? No.
And this the abnormal superhero Hentai Kamen. So there was a guy cosplaying this who almost got arrested.
Why is it twisted?
Imagine, like, you're out there and they're like, "Oh, we got a streaker."
Please.
No, don't.
It's
no,
twisted.
I'm covered up.
Hold on, it's twisted because if it weren't, it would cover more as it went up to the side. By twisting it, you make sure that package is tight.
This is your excuse. Like you know, you're running around butt naked, and you just go find like someone that runs around naked in a show. I'm not naked. I'm cosplaying as like this guy. It's running around naked. I'm cosplaying as the guy that runs around in Old School. As Will Ferrell, he runs butt naked.
Almost arrested over it. Almost.
Yeah, that's because of the excuse. It's a perfect excuse.
Makes sense to me. Like, on your way, citizen. Like, whoa! Oh, that's a twist. See, I knew that the Sora News 24 people have dressed in this outfit before. Our boss tested the limits of Tokyo's most liberated neighborhood and was detained by police. Mr. Sato. Oh. Tokyo's Shinjuku Ni-chome district is recognized as Japan's most liberated and vibrant LGBTQ neighborhood. Oh, is that the one on the cover of Queer Japan? Huh. I think it is, actually. I can't wait to see the pig giving birth in this article. And it's an area that never sleeps, with exciting vibe that lingers well into the morning. It's a place where stories are born, myths are made, and our virginities are lost. Right? And our founder, Yoshio, was once almost arrested. Seriously. If I was in a situation to dress up as the thing that I showed you, God forbid I'm ever in the situation, the last place I would go would be a gay bar or a gay neighborhood, right? The likelihood of getting my junk felt up is so high. If I instead went somewhere else, I would just get slapped, right? Like by a woman or something.
And you just hope that your shoelaces don't become untied in that neighborhood.
Yeah, because you don't want to bend over. Is that why?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if he even wears shoes, to be honest.
Who the fuck would walk around in a city without shoes on? Come on.
People who want to stay grounded to nature. The incident occurred 8 years ago when Yoshio was coaxed into dressing up as Hentai Kamen, pervert mask, for an article by his subordinate PK Sanjun. With PK egging him on, Yoshio felt brave enough to walk into the streets of Ni-chome as both of them bared their bodies in the minimal coverage of the character's mankini body thong. But when they got close to the local police box, they were called inside and interrogated. Oh shit, no, that's actually them in there. What conspired was a brush with the law that proved to be unnerving for both Yoshio and PK. But the story has an untold side, involving what our reporter Seiji Nakazawa experienced when he was called in to assist with the matter. On that day, Seiji was in the office, with only one other writer typing away on the other side of the room. The quietness of the room was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the phone ringing around midday, and when his colleague answered the phone, Seiji could tell she was turning pale just from the tone of her voice. He's wearing what? And his thing is what? It's twisted. I have to what? I don't own a car, officer. I don't know where the spare clothes might be. Oh my God. Her mood shifted dramatically from the second word spoken, and Seiji immediately knew this was no ordinary call. Turning to look at her, she briefly put the call on hold, placed her hand over the mouthpiece, and said to him in a hushed tone, Yoshio just got caught. Seiji almost spat out his tea. What exactly does one do when your boss and founder of the business you work for gets caught? He'd never contemplated such a situation, but since he was the only senior member of the team in the office, it fell upon him to respond to the police request that someone bring clothes to the police box. With anxious thoughts running around his head, Seiji brought a bundle of clothes to the police box, and inside, Yoshio and PK were standing, not arrested, but apprehended and not allowed to leave. Seiji entered the station with a deep apologetic bow, and as he came eye to eye with his colleagues, he saw that Yoshio looked solemn, but PK seemed to have a cocky attitude, like a junior high student who'd been scolded by a teacher. As the situation unfolded, Seiji felt that PK seemed to have put Yoshio in the lurch by pressuring him to walk the streets semi-naked. But now, with some distance between the event, he decided to question Yoshio to find out how he really felt at the time. He started his interrogation with the following question. When you were caught by the police, how did you feel? Yoshio. At the time, I thought I had done nothing wrong at all, so I didn't understand why I was being yelled at. You didn't intentionally expose your body to passers-by? No, not at all. I was careful to cover my private parts with tape so I didn't think I was actually naked. How did you feel when you were at the police box? There was anxiety and fear. I thought everything would be over if I got arrested. Why did you decide to do what you did in the first place? Because PK suggested we do it. So do you think you were set up? Not really. As the boss, I should have stopped it. I caused trouble for many people. During police questioning, the officers actually threatened to escalate the situation by calling Yoshio's boss. But when they asked for their boss's details, Yoshio surprised with this reply, I am the boss.
There's nobody higher than I.
This is exactly the kind of shenanigans that would happen to us if we worked in a business together instead of just like remote joining from the call. It was certainly
give us the contact. Everybody just points at AC.
It was certainly a surprise to the officers, who ended up releasing him and PK with a warning. Still, it left a scar on the duo, and Seiji himself realized he too had unfinished feelings about it all. He'd long wanted to talk about the events of that day with Yoshio, but after fetching him from the police box, it became a sore point that neither of them were able to talk about comfortably. After conducting his own informal questioning, though, Seiji felt a sense of closure, and with Yoshio expressing regret over his actions that day and the effect it had on everyone around him, he seemed to find some closure on the matter too. It was a lesson learned in how not to overstep the mark of with what the police deem acceptable on the street. And now, hentai in the street.
We would just
not
be
in the
laughing
street,
our
right?
asses off on the way home. We would just
What?
be laughing our asses.
Yeah.
If that was us, we would just be laughing our asses on the way home. Like, we didn't get arrested and no fine, just a warning. We would just be laughing all the way home.
It's like, I thought they were going to get us when you were visibly erect, right?
Does it count if he doesn't have balls?
I wonder how the mankini would hold up with a big erection. Do you think it would be like you're not wearing it at all? Like it just pushes away too far? Or do you think it would do pretty good coverage?
It would just cover, like, I don't know. It would be sticking out, that's for sure. It'd be pulling it straight up against your body. Right? So it'd be like sticking out.
Depends on if you dress yourself up or down when you go in.
I feel like you should have some foresight in what you're going to be feeling half an hour, so you'd probably be dressing it up.
I don't know. Whatever's comfortable, I guess. All right. After conducting his own informal questioning, though, Seiji felt a sense of closure, and with Yoshio expressing regret over his actions on that day and the effect it had on everyone around him, he seemed to find some closure on the matter too. It was a lesson learned in how not to overstep the mark with that with what police deem acceptable on the streets. And now they know where the line is. Now they know where the line is. I think it should say now that they know where the line is. They've been careful to keep the crazy antics contained within the office and at our cheap countryside house instead. Jeez, that was a stretch. Okay, so what would have made this story even better?
Hot sauce.
Hookers.
Actually naked. And not members of the Sora News 24 team telling it retroactively about not getting arrested, right?
8 years later.
Okay, great. I'm glad we're all in agreement. Reality comes crashing down for a naked man on a trip to escape reality in Japan's northernmost town.
He should have just said that he was cosplaying Will Ferrell from Old School.
You just said he was cosplaying the Sora News team.
But he would have had to have the whole like hammock thing going on.
In the end, he ran into the very thing he was trying to get away from. There's an adventurous romantic appeal to dropping all the drudgery of day-to-day life and heading north to Hokkaido. Japan's northernmost prefecture is a land of vast open spaces and rugged natural beauty. The sort of place that might make one wonder how we could ever allow ourselves to slip into mundane, monotonous routines. So in a way, it wasn't surprising when a 27-year-old office worker from Kanagawa Prefecture, located to the south of Tokyo, was asked for what purpose he'd come all the way to Hokkaido town of Wakanai, the northernmost city in all of Japan, and answered, "I came to Hokkaido to escape reality." Isn't Wakanai the Japanese way to say I don't understand?
Wakaranai.
Yeah.
Not Wakanai.
What was odd, though, was that he was completely naked at the time. I just come to escape it all. At around 11:30 a.m. on September 30th, police in Wakanai received a call from someone saying they'd seen a naked man walking beside Route 238, which runs along the coast of the eastern town. The eastern side, which runs along the coast of the eastern side of town, and then around Cape Soya. Officers were dispatched to the scene, where they promptly identified the man based on the physical description that they'd been provided with. Naked guy. As can be seen in the above image, the monument and scenery at Cape Soya, the man's presumably intended destination, do have a certain otherworldly surreal beauty to them. However, while it might look like something from another world, Cape Soya is still very much a part of reality, and thus subject to reality's laws. The officers placed the man under arrest for public indecency, and he has admitted to the charges, saying, quote, "It is the truth that I was naked on the side of the road. It was going to be hard."
There is no mistake.
It is the truth that I was naked on the side of the road and still am. Right?
But the noodles weren't mine, and you can't prove it.
Yep. So it's a funny story. It all started when I put noodles in the fridge, and when I came back, they were gone, and I thought reality had shattered. So, of course, I came up to Hokkaido to escape reality. It was going to be hard to talk his way out of trouble when he'd been caught red-handed, while exposing the completion of several
red-handed, caught bare-assed.
Bare-assed. While the man's choice of location in which to get naked was ill-advised, at least his timing wasn't bad. In terms of weather, Hokkaido in general and Wakanai in particular can get very cold as we get further away from summer. But Japan is experiencing an unusually warm autumn this year, and the daytime high in Wakanai on the day the man was picked up was just under 21 degrees Celsius, or 69.8 degrees Fahrenheit. The police say that they are currently investigating the man's motives, which seems a little odd since he already told them what he was trying to do, even if in the end reality came crashing down on him anyway. Wow. I feel like we can do a better article than that, but I'm also really tired, so we just end it there.
It's after 3 o'clock for Randy.
Do we have a different Sora clip we should play for the outro?
I mean, I linked you a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if you downloaded
them.
I
only put... Shut up. You bastard. I'll get a different one. I'm just going to download one without watching it. Might be shit. They're not all good.
Here you take that back. They're all mediocre at best.
Change the name tags.
Who did? What?
On the different brand, the name tag is different.
Did it not finish downloading? Why can't I add it? Downloads? What the? Oh, it's an MOV. God damn it. Why is one of them an MOV?
I guess if I download it through my phone, maybe they're MOVs.
Right. I downloaded the next best one, which I hope isn't. Oh yeah, that's definitely not the one we already used. Okay, everyone. 3, 2, 1. There's no comments. Right now. Oh, good night.
Jack shelves, glowing figure stories from the night. Spin the disc, cue the tape under jack-o'-lantern light. Vampire fangs, check. Eyeball stare, check. Mummy wraps, wolfy claws, it's and a shadowy podcast. no place to hide. The Titans come to